Hello, beautiful souls. Before we begin our journey, I'd love to know which corner of the world you're listening from. Drop a line in the comments below, and if you're enjoying these immersive bedtime stories, don't forget to like and subscribe to Insomniac's Lore for more adventures that will carry you into your dreams. Now, let's journey together into a tale of duty, desire, and discovering love in the most unexpected places. Aliyah Rahman's camera flashed as she captured the ancient mosaic tiles of Marrakesh's Bahia Palace. The midday sun glinted off her press badge as she scribbled notes about the corruption scandal she was investigating, one that linked Moroccan officials with British business interests. At 32, she had built her reputation on stories that crossed borders and challenged power. "Last shot, Miss Rahman," her fixer Hamid warned. "The minister's people are watching." She nodded, tucking her notebook away. Got what I needed anyway. 3 days later, Aliyah's London flat welcomed her with familiar silence. She dropped her bags in the entryway, kicked off her boots, and headed straight for the shower. The hot water washed away 2 weeks of desert dust and the tension of navigating political sensitivities. Morocco had yielded a story that would expose corruption at the highest levels, another career milestone. Her phone buzzed with a text from her mother. "Dinner tonight. Important family matter." Aliyah sighed. Her parents' important family matters typically involved introducing her to eligible Pakistani doctors or engineers. At her age, she had mastered the art of polite rejection. "Journalism is my marriage," she told her reflection in the steamy mirror. "The truth is my beloved." The Rahman family home in Ealing smelled of cardamom and saffron, her mother's biryani, reserved for celebrations. Aliyah felt a flutter of unease. "Beta, you look tired," her mother said, kissing her cheek. "Morocco was good?" "It was productive," Aliyah replied, following her mother to the living room where her father sat with an unfamiliar older man. "Aliyah, this is Farid al-Nasri," her father said, standing, "an old family friend." The man's eyes crinkled as he smiled. "At last we meet. You have your grandmother's spirit in your eyes." "My grandmother?" Aliyah looked to her parents. "I don't understand." Her father gestured for her to sit. "There are things we haven't told you about our family history, Aliyah. Things that were arranged long before you were born." The story unfolded like fiction. Her maternal grandmother had once saved the life of a young prince from Al-Ruhaya. In gratitude, the royal family had promised an alliance through marriage and a future generation. That promise had remained dormant for decades. "Until now," Farid said, producing an envelope bearing a royal seal. "Sheikh Zahir al-Fayez has accepted the terms of the alliance. He will honour the promise made to your family." Aliyah laughed, then stopped when no one joined her. "You can't be serious. Arranged marriages to sheikhs. That's the plot of paperback romances, not real life." "It is our tradition," her mother said quietly, "and there is honour in it." "Honour?" Aliyah stood, blood rushing to her face. "It's 2025. I have a career, a life. You've always supported my independence. How could you agree to this?" Her father's voice remained steady. "We agreed you would meet him. Nothing more." "And if I refuse?" "The choice is ultimately yours," Farid interjected smoothly. "But Sheikh Zahir requests the courtesy of an introduction before you decide. 1 week in Al-Ruhaya. 1 week. 7 days to refuse a medieval arrangement face to face." Aliyah crossed her arms. "And then I can return to my life with no consequences." "With our blessing," her father confirmed. Aliyah stared at the ornate invitation. Her journalistic instinct whispered that there was more to this story, something worth investigating. Fine. 1 week. The flight to Al-Ruhaya passed in a blur of research. Aliyah devoured information about the small but wealthy kingdom, known for its oil reserves and strategic position. Sheikh Zahir had ascended the throne 3 years ago after his father's death. Western educated, intensely private, and reportedly married to his duties. Few photographs existed of him, and those that did showed a stern, imposing figure at formal functions. From her window seat, Aliyah watched the landscape transform from azure Mediterranean waters to vast rolling dunes. Al-Ruhaya emerged from the desert like a mirage, ancient sandstone walls embracing gleaming modern architecture. A sleek black car awaited her on the tarmac. No customs, no passport control. The privileges of entering as a royal guest made her uncomfortable. "Miss Rahman," the driver bowed slightly. "Welcome to Al-Ruhaya." The palace complex rose from the heart of the capital city, its domes and minarets glowing gold in the setting sun. Aliyah's journalistic eye noted security details, architectural features, the blend of tradition and technology. She mentally composed the opening paragraph of the article she would never publish. The kingdom of Al-Ruhaya exists in two times at once, anchored in centuries of tradition while reaching for an ultra-modern future. A woman in elegant traditional dress met Aliyah at the palace entrance. "I am Samira, your guide during your stay. You must be tired from your journey. I'll show you to your quarters." "Actually," Aliyah replied, "I'd like to meet Sheikh Zahir first. That's why I'm here after all." Samira's polite smile never wavered. "His Highness will receive you tomorrow at the formal welcome ceremony. Tonight is for rest." The suite prepared for Aliyah was larger than her entire London flat, all cream marble and azure accents, with a balcony overlooking fragrant gardens. A closet had been filled with clothing in her size, both Western and traditional styles. "The presumption," she muttered, running her fingers over fine silks and linens. She unpacked her own clothes instead. Practical, professional attire suitable for facing down a sheikh who thought he could claim her through some ancient pact. Sleep eluded her. Aliyah stood on the balcony, breathing in the desert night. The stars seemed impossibly bright, the air scented with jasmine and mystery. Below, a solitary figure walked through the gardens, a tall man in simple white thobe, his face hidden in shadow. He paused beneath her balcony, as if sensing her presence, then continued on, disappearing among the cypress trees. Morning arrived, with sunlight streaming through gossamer curtains and the distant call to prayer. Aliyah dressed in her most authoritative outfit, black trousers, crisp white shirt, gold hoop earrings that had been her grandmother's, armour for negotiation. Samira appeared precisely at 8, her expression revealing nothing when she saw Aliyah's Western attire. "His Highness awaits you in the Blue Hall." The palace corridors told stories in their architecture, ancient patterns beside contemporary art, history in conversation with the present. Aliyah memorized the route, a journalist's habit. 2 massive doors swung open to reveal the Blue Hall, a breathtaking space with soaring ceilings adorned with intricate geometric patterns in varying shades of indigo and azure. At the far end, a man stood with his back to her, gazing out floor-to-ceiling windows at the city below. Samira announced, "Miss Aliyah Rahman, Your Highness." The man turned, and Aliyah's prepared speech evaporated. Sheikh Zahir al-Fayez was not the stern, bearded autocrat she had imagined. Instead, she faced a man perhaps a decade her senior, with intelligent eyes the colour of amber, features cut from desert stone, and an expression of guarded curiosity. He wore a modern suit rather than traditional robes, the only indication of his status a subtle gold pin at his lapel. "Miss Rahman," he said in perfect English, the barest hint of an accent lending musicality to his words, "welcome to Al-Ruhaya." Aliyah forced her voice to remain steady. "Thank you for the invitation, though I must clarify that I'm here only to respectfully decline this arrangement in person." Something flashed in his eyes. Amusement? Irritation? It vanished too quickly to interpret. Directness. Refreshing. He gestured to a seating area of low couches. "Shall we discuss this over tea, or would you prefer to catch the next flight to London?" She hesitated, pride battling curiosity. Tea would be acceptable. As they sat, the differences between them materialized in stark relief. His movements were measured, deliberate, hers quick and decisive. He embodied calm authority. She radiated restless energy. Oil and water, earth and air. "I understand this situation is unexpected," he said, as an attendant silently served tea. "Unexpected?" Aaliyah gave a short laugh. "It's medieval. I have a career, independence. I don't need or want marriage, especially not one based on some ancient promise." "Yet here you are," he observed, "when you could have refused without making the journey." The observation struck uncomfortably close to her own thoughts. Why had she come? Professional curiosity, cultural respect, or something deeper she couldn't yet name? "I wanted to understand," she admitted, "and to make clear that while I respect my family's traditions, I cannot be bound by them." Sheikh Zahir studied her face. "Tell me, Miss Rahman, what do you know of royal duty? I know it's often used to justify choices that benefit those in power." His expression didn't change, but something in his posture shifted. "Then perhaps during your stay, you might expand your understanding. My offer remains open for the week. Consider it research, if you prefer." The challenge in his voice caught her attention. Aaliyah had never backed down from a story, and Sheikh Zahir al-Fayez was certainly that, a complex narrative waiting to be understood. "1 week," she agreed, "but my answer won't change." "Perhaps not." He rose with fluid grace. "But by its end, I suspect we'll both understand much more about why we were brought together." As Aaliyah followed Samira back to her quarters, she couldn't shake the feeling that she'd just agreed to something far more complicated than a polite cultural visit. Whatever game the Sheikh was playing, she intended to master its rules before he could claim victory. 3 days into her stay at the palace, Aaliyah had established a routine. Mornings were spent observing palace life, afternoons exploring the carefully approved sections of the grounds, evenings enduring formal dinners where Sheikh Zahir was unfailingly polite but ultimately distant. Like planets in separate orbits, they circled without collision. Until the 4th morning, when Aaliyah slipped away from Samira to explore the eastern wing, the only area expressly forbidden to her. "The heart must have its mysteries," Samira had said cryptically when Aaliyah questioned the restriction. The eastern corridors were quieter, the decor more intimate. Family quarters, perhaps? Aaliyah moved silently, her journalist's instinct for discovery overriding caution. A partially open door revealed a room unlike any she'd seen in the palace. Walls lined with books, comfortable furniture worn with use, windows overlooking a private garden of roses. A personal retreat, not a stateroom. Curious as well as defiant, Sheikh Zahir's voice came from behind her. An interesting combination. Aaliyah turned, chin raised. "If you want someone to follow rules blindly, you've chosen the wrong woman." "Have I chosen at all?" he approached slowly. "Or are we both caught in circumstances not of our making?" In the intimate space she noticed details she had missed before. A scar at his temple, the slight asymmetry of his features that made him human rather than an icon. His eyes held exhaustion that his posture denied. "This was your father's room," she guessed, noting old photographs on a desk. Surprise flickered across his face. "Yes. How did you know?" "The books are older. The furniture hasn't been replaced with each fashion trend. It feels preserved rather than maintained." He studied her with new interest. "You see much for an outsider?" "That's my job, seeing what lies beneath the surface." She gestured to a leather journal on the desk. "You write here." "Poetry," he admitted, "an indulgence with no place in state matters." "May I?" She nodded toward the garden beyond the windows. Without waiting for permission, she stepped through the French doors into an explosion of colour and fragrance. Roses of every hue climbed trellises and spilled over stone pathways. At the centre stood a marble bench beneath an ancient olive tree. "My mother's creation," Sheikh Zahir said, following her. "She found peace here that eluded her elsewhere." "It's beautiful." Aliyah touched a deep crimson bloom. "Why hide it away?" "Some treasures are too personal for public display," his voice softened, like grief. The unexpected vulnerability caught her off guard. For a moment she glimpsed the man beneath the crown, someone who carried losses he couldn't publicly mourn. "I write about my mother sometimes," she offered. "Small memories, the scent of her perfume, how she hummed when she cooked." "You understand then?" It wasn't a question. Their eyes met, a moment of genuine connection that startled them both. Later that afternoon, a package arrived at Aliyah's suite, a leather-bound journal with a note in elegant script. "For your observations. Not all stories need publication to matter. Z." That night Aliyah began recording her impressions of Al-Rahaya, of palace life, of the enigmatic man who moved through his kingdom with the weight of tradition on his shoulders. Not for publication, but for understanding. She wrote about the duality she observed, a nation balancing heritage with progress, a ruler caught between duty and desire, her own conflict between independence and connection. The next day brought a sandstorm that painted the sky orange and confined everyone to the palace. Restless, Aliyah ventured to the library, where she found Sheikh Zahir reviewing documents. "Miss Rahman," he acknowledged her, "our meteorologists predict the storm will pass by evening. I apologise for the confinement." "I'm used to waiting out hostile conditions," she replied, browsing the shelves, though usually in less luxurious surroundings. He set aside his papers. "Tell me about your work." To her surprise, he listened attentively as she described her investigations: corporate malfeasance in Southeast Asia, human trafficking networks in Eastern Europe, environmental crimes in South America. He asked thoughtful questions about her methods, her ethics, her boundaries. "You pursue truth regardless of consequence," he observed. "I admire the principle, though I question its practicality and governance." "Truth may be inconvenient, but concealing it only delays the inevitable," she countered. "Like an arranged marriage." His sudden directness surprised her. Exactly like that. She met his gaze steadily. "You need a traditional bride who will uphold your customs without question. I'm not that woman." "What makes you so certain of what I need?" There was genuine curiosity in his voice. Before she could answer, his chief advisor Karim entered with urgent news. Flooding in the northern province required immediate attention. Zahir transformed before her eyes from contemplative man to decisive ruler, issuing clear directives about emergency response and resource allocation. "You'll excuse me," he said to Aliyah as he prepared to leave. "Duty calls." "May I come?" The request surprised them both. "I've covered natural disasters before. I might have useful perspective." He hesitated, then nodded. "If you wish." They spent the next 12 hours in the Crisis Command Centre, where Aliyah observed Zahir working tirelessly, consulting experts, comforting displaced citizens via video calls, allocating resources without bureaucratic delay. He moved between Arabic, English and French as needed, his focus unwavering. Near midnight, when the immediate crisis had stabilised, Aliyah brought him coffee. "Your people trust you," she said. "I can see why." Exhaustion lined his face. Trust is earned daily. One misstep could erase years of work. "Is that why you continue this marriage arrangement? To maintain trust in traditions?" He considered her question carefully. "Partly. But there are political dimensions you don't yet understand. Tribal alliances that keep peace. Expectations I cannot simply dismiss. Even at the cost of your personal happiness. Personal happiness is a luxury for private citizens." He looked at her directly. "What about you, Aliyah? You move between worlds, exposing truths, then disappear to your London flat. No roots, No obligations that cannot be postponed for a story. The observation stung with its accuracy. I have freedom. Freedom can be another word for isolation. His voice held no judgment, only recognition. We've chosen different prisons. The statement lingered between them, a truth neither had voiced before. In the days that followed, something shifted. Formal dinners gave way to private meals where they debated philosophy, politics, ethics. He showed her his charitable projects, schools for girls in remote villages, microfinance programs for women entrepreneurs, environmental restoration efforts. She shared her investigative methods, her ethical frameworks, her vision for journalism that created meaningful change. On her 6th night in Al Ruhaya, the palace hosted a diplomatic reception. Aliyah found a traditional gown among the clothes provided, midnight blue embroidered with silver stars, elegant yet modest. She wore it with her grandmother's earrings, a bridge between her worlds. When she entered the grand ballroom, conversations paused. She felt eyes tracking her movement, curiosity, judgment, speculation. The weight of scrutiny made her understand, fleetingly, what Zahir experienced daily. He found her on a terrace seeking respite from the crowded room. "You honour our traditions while remaining distinctly yourself," he said, approaching. "Few can balance that edge so gracefully." Music drifted from inside, a traditional orchestra playing a contemporary arrangement. "Would you dance?" he asked. "Or is that too conventional for an unconventional arrangement?" "I think we've established I'm willing to try new experiences." She accepted his outstretched hand. They moved together with surprising harmony, his formal training complementing her natural rhythm. The diplomatic audience watched with approval. The sheikh and his potential bride, the embodiment of tradition embracing modernity. "They're writing our story already," Aliyah murmured. "Let them write," he replied. "We know the truth is more complex." Her heart quickened at the intimacy in his voice, the warmth of his hand at her waist. This wasn't in her carefully constructed plan for polite rejection. Later that night, sleepless, she wrote in the journal he'd given her, honest reflections about connection, fear, possibility, about a man who carried a kingdom's future while honouring its past, about her own reluctance to belong anywhere or to anyone. What she didn't know was that within hours those private thoughts would become dangerously public. "Zahir, you must address this immediately." Karim's voice carried down the corridor as Aliyah approached the council chamber. She paused, hearing her name. "The British journalist mocks our traditions, our values in writing." Aliyah's blood ran cold. Her journal. But how? She entered without announcement. "What's happening?" The room fell silent. Sheikh Zahir stood at the head of the table, his expression unreadable, a tablet computer before him. Around him, advisors and tribal elders watched her with open hostility. "It seems your observations about Al Ruhaya have found their way to British tabloids," Zahir said, his voice carefully controlled. "Your private assessment of our backward marriage traditions and gilded cage monarchy makes for sensational reading." "That's impossible," she protested. "I haven't published anything." "Yet you wrote it." He turned the tablet toward her. There on the screen were her words, not as she had written them, but selected fragments stripped of context, assembled to create maximum offence. Her nuanced reflections on the complexities of tradition versus progress had been twisted into condemnation. Her private musings about Zahir's isolation beneath his crown now read as mockery. I didn't... She struggled to find words. "These are from my private journal. They've been edited, taken out of context. A journal you brought into my home, writing observations like some anthropologist studying primitive cultures." The coldness in his voice cut deeper than anger would have. "No, I was trying to understand, to see beyond my own perspective." She looked around the room, meeting hostile stares. "Someone stole my private writings and manipulated them." An elder spoke in Arabic. Zahir responded, then addressed her in English. Sheikh Rahman suggests you planted these observations intentionally, that perhaps you came as a journalist first, bride second. The accusation struck with precision. Hadn't she initially approached this arrangement with journalistic detachment, recording, analysing, maintaining emotional distance? I came because I was asked to, she said, her voice steadying. I stayed because I found something worth understanding. Those words were never meant for publication. Yet here they are. Zahir's expression hardened. The damage is done. Social media had already erupted. False bride trended globally. Political opponents called for Zahir to renounce the foreign alliance. Cultural commentators debated whether Aliya's Western upbringing made her fundamentally incapable of respecting Al-Ruhayyan traditions. I need to release a statement, she said. Explain that these were private reflections, taken without consent. What you need, Zahir interrupted, is to leave Al-Ruhayya today. The words landed like physical blows. After everything they had shared, the conversations, the growing trust, the moments of genuine connection, he believed she had betrayed him. Zahir! She used his name without title for the first time. Please, let me explain. There is nothing to explain, Miss Rahman. The formal address created an unbridgeable distance between them. Our arrangement was always contingent on mutual respect. That foundation no longer exists. Pride straightened her spine. She would not beg. As you wish, Your Highness. 3 hours later, Aliya boarded a private jet for London. She left behind the borrowed clothes, the leather journal, and the foolish heart that had begun to imagine a future different from the one she'd planned. Back in her London flat, surrounded by the remnants of her solitary life, Aliya mourned what she'd lost. Not a crown or a kingdom, but the rare connection with someone who had seen her clearly, who had challenged her assumptions while respecting her strength, who had, for a brief moment, made her question whether freedom and belonging had to be opposing forces. She ignored calls from editors offering exclusive rights to her side of the story. She declined interview requests and speaking engagements about her experience infiltrating a royal palace. She removed herself from social media where strangers debated her motives and character. Instead, she did what she'd always done in moments of crisis. She investigated. Who had access to her journal? Who would benefit from sabotaging the potential alliance? Who moved in both Al-Ruhayyan and British media circles? The trail led to Darius Nazim, cousin to Zahir and next in line for the throne if Zahir failed to produce an heir. Darius maintained residences in both Al-Ruhayya and London, moved in journalistic circles, and stood to gain significantly from Zahir's embarrassment. Phone records showed calls between Darius and the editor who published the leaked journal entries. Aliya compiled her evidence methodically, without emotion. This wasn't about clearing her name or reclaiming what she had lost. This was about truth, the principle she had dedicated her life to serving. When her investigation was complete, she sent a single email to Sheikh Zahir's private account, the one she'd seen him use during the flooding crisis. No emotional appeals, no defense of her character, just evidence documented with journalistic precision. Subject: relevant information for your review attachment. Darius Nazi evidence.pdf. Then she did the hardest thing of all, she let go. She returned to her work, accepting an assignment in Argentina that would keep her oceans away from thoughts of desert kingdoms and amber eyes. But late at night, when the Southern Cross glittered above the pampas, Aliya still found herself writing in an imaginary journal, trying to make sense of how a week in a foreign land had transformed her understanding of herself. Café Ricardo buzzed with midday energy, laptop keys clicking, espresso machines hissing. Aliya hunched over her computer, 3 weeks into her investigation of agricultural corruption in Argentina. The story was solid. Corporate land grabs, indigenous displacement, environmental devastation, but her usual fire was missing. "Your coffee's getting cold," said Martine, her local fixer. "Hmm?" She looked up, distracted. "Right, thanks." "You've been reading the same document for an hour," he observed. "Something wrong with the evidence?" "No, the evidence is clear." Just as it had been when she sent that file to Zahir, evidence he had apparently ignored, as she'd received no response. Not that she expected one. Just thinking through the angles. Her phone vibrated, a London number. Her editor, probably, with questions about her draft. "Rahman," she answered crisply. "Hello, Aliyah." The voice sent electricity through her veins. "Zahir. I'm in Buenos Aires. We need to talk." 4 hours later, she entered a private dining room at the city's oldest hotel. Rain lashed against leaded glass windows, lending drama to an already surreal scenario. Sheikh Zahir al-Fayez, ruler of Al-Ruhaya, stood looking out at the downpour, his back to the door. No entourage, no security detail visible. "How did you find me?" she asked. He turned. The weeks had changed him. New lines around his eyes, a certain weariness in his posture. "You're not difficult to locate when you're investigating a story. You leave footprints." "Why are you here?" "Because I owe you an apology." He gestured to a chair. "Please." Pride wanted her to remain standing, but curiosity won. She sat. "Darius has been removed from succession," Zahir said without preamble. "The evidence you provided proved his involvement in other matters as well. Financial improprieties, political undermining." "I didn't do it for revenge," she said. "I know." He met her eyes. "You did it for truth. It's who you are." A server brought tea, then discreetly disappeared. "I should have trusted you," Zahir continued. "I let public opinion and political pressure override what I knew of your character. It was cowardly." The admission stunned her. Rulers didn't acknowledge weakness, especially not to those they had wronged. "Why tell me this now?" Her voice remained steady despite the storm inside her. "The arrangement is broken. We both move on." "Because I can't." The simple declaration hung between them. "Move on, that is." Outside, lightning illuminated the sky, casting his face in stark relief. All defences down, vulnerability exposed. "In your absence, I've come to understand something," he said. "The traditions I've upheld, the obligations I've honoured, they mean nothing if they force me to reject the one person who makes me feel fully alive." Her heart thundered against her ribs. "Zahir, let me finish." He moved to sit across from her. "I don't need a traditional bride who will uphold customs without question. I need a partner who will question everything, including me, who will see the man beneath the crown and hold him accountable, who understands that real respect comes from honesty, not blind obedience." "You're describing a journalist, not a queen," she said softly. "I'm describing you." He reached across the table, his hand stopping short of touching hers. "Come back to Al-Ruhaya, not as my reluctant bride, but as my chosen equal. Help me build a kingdom where tradition honours progress rather than fears it." The offer left her breathless. You can't just rewrite centuries of royal protocol. "Can't I?" A smile touched his lips. "I am the sheikh, after all." "Your council would revolt." "Some, yes. Others have seen what your perspective could bring to our future. The schools for girls you suggested, already in development. The press freedom initiatives you outlined, being implemented." Rain drummed against the windows, a counterpoint to her racing thoughts. This was everything she hadn't allowed herself to want. Purpose aligned with passion, independence within connection, a future that embraced all parts of her identity. "I have a career," she said, "stories that matter. I can't abandon that work." "I would never ask you to," he leaned forward. "Your voice matters, Aliyah. Not despite your journalistic integrity, but because of it. And when that integrity leads me to criticise policies you support, then we debate as equals, and the kingdom benefits from our clash of perspectives." He paused. I'm not offering you a cage, gilded or otherwise. I'm offering you a platform, one with far-reaching influence. She studied his face, searching for hidden agendas, finding only sincerity. The Zahir before her was different from the stoic ruler she'd first met. More human, more vulnerable, yet somehow stronger in his willingness to evolve. I need time, she finally said. This isn't a decision to make in one rainy afternoon. Of course, he nodded. I return to Al Ruhaya tomorrow. Take whatever time you need. My offer stands regardless. As he rose to leave, he placed a familiar leather journal on the table. I believe this belongs to you. No one has read it but me, and only with your permission would I do so again. After he left, Aliyah sat for hours, the untouched journal before her, rain painting teardrops on the windows. Back in London a week later, Aliyah walked through her flat with new eyes. The space that had once represented freedom now felt like isolation. Awards on her walls celebrated professional triumphs, but said nothing of personal connection. Her passport bore stamps from dozens of countries, yet nowhere had felt like home, until a desert kingdom had offered her belonging without demanding surrender. She called her parents, expecting resistance when she explained Zahir's new proposal. Instead, her father said, "You have always formed your own path, Beta. If this man sees your strength as an asset rather than a liability, perhaps he's worthy of you after all." Her mother was more direct. "Does he make your heart beat faster when he enters a room?" "Yes," Aliyah admitted. "Then the rest can be negotiated." She consulted mentor journalists who had balanced family commitments with demanding careers. She researched royal consorts throughout history who had maintained independent identities while supporting their partners. She drafted a framework for how her dual roles might function, journalist and royal partner, each informing the other without compromise. When clarity finally came, it arrived not as a thunderbolt but as quiet certainty. The woman who had walked away from Al Ruhaya in humiliation would return on her own terms, not as a reluctant bride fulfilling an ancient obligation, but as a partner by choice in building a future that honoured both their worlds. Aliyah booked a flight to Al Ruhaya, then opened her laptop to compose the most important story of her career, one that began with her own transformation. The royal gardens of Al Ruhaya bloomed with possibility as Aliyah walked its familiar paths. 1 year had passed since her return, a year of negotiation, adaptation, celebration, and occasional conflict. The transition had not been seamless. Nothing worthwhile ever was. She paused by the rose garden, now open to the public 3 days each week. Children from local schools sketched the flowers, while their teachers explained the garden's history. The royal photographer captured images for next month's feature in Al Ruhaya Today, the independent news magazine Aliyah had helped establish. Surveying your handiwork, Zahir appeared beside her, dressed casually by royal standards, a simple linen shirt and trousers rather than formal attire. "Our handiwork," she corrected, accepting his kiss. "The children's art program was your idea. Inspired by your insistence that palace treasures belong to the people." He slipped his hand into hers. "The tribal council meeting finished early. Walk with me." They strolled toward the eastern wing, their private refuge still, though now connected to the public areas by pathways rather than walls. "Nervous about tomorrow?" he asked. Tomorrow, her first official solo diplomatic mission representing Al Ruhaya at a regional women's education summit. A test of her new dual identity, journalist turned royal partner. "Not nervous," she replied, "but mindful of the balance. I need to honour Al Ruhaya's interests while maintaining my journalistic perspective." "That's precisely why you're the perfect envoy." He squeezed her hand. "You see both the ideal and the practical, progress without erasure of tradition." They reached his father's study, now their shared workspace, where ancient texts sat alongside modern technology, where policy documents mingled with draft articles, where tradition and innovation engaged in ongoing dialogue. On the wall hung a framed front page, a royal partnership for a new era. The photograph showed Aliyah and Zahir on their wedding day, she in a gown that blended Western elegance with Eastern embroidery, he gazing at her with undisguised admiration. Not the fairy tale wedding of royal tradition, but something more profound, an alliance of equals. The media summit sent their agenda, Aliyah said, settling into her chair. They've requested I lead the panel on press freedom in transitional societies. Will that create conflicts with your role here? Zahir asked, though they both knew the answer. She smiled. That's precisely why they asked. The world is watching our experiment, a journalist who maintains her independence while partnered with a ruler. And what will you tell them? He sat across from her, eyes warm with curiosity. The truth, she shrugged. That it's messy and difficult and absolutely essential. That freedom without connection is just another form of isolation. That real change happens in the tensions between opposing forces, not in their elimination. Zahir nodded. The Western papers still call it the unlikely royal marriage. Let them, Aliyah laughed. They expected either my complete assimilation or a dramatic failure. The idea that we could create something new, neither fully traditional nor entirely modern, confounds their narratives. Their partnership had indeed defied all expectations. Aliyah split her time between royal duties and independent journalism, her byline appearing in international publications under her married name, Aliyah Rahman Al-Fayez, a bridge between her identities. Her recent exposé on labour conditions in neighbouring countries had created diplomatic challenges Zahir navigated with skill, never once suggesting she suppress her findings. For his part, Zahir had opened Al-Ruhaya's governance without sacrificing its cultural foundations. The Council of Elders now included women for the first time in history. Educational reforms expanded opportunities for girls while honouring family values. Environmental initiatives partnered traditional desert conservation knowledge with cutting-edge technology. The Australian ambassador asked if you'll be attending the climate conference, Zahir mentioned. I told him you'd be covering it as a journalist first, royal representative second. And he accepted that? Not entirely, but he's learning, as they all are. Zahir's expression grew thoughtful. Sometimes I wonder if our ancestors knew what they were doing when they created that alliance between our families. You think they foresaw this? Aliyah gestured around them. Not specifically, but perhaps they understood that bloodlines alone don't ensure a kingdom's future, that sometimes fresh perspective is the most valuable inheritance. A knock interrupted them. Samira, now Royal Chief of Staff, entered with a tablet. Your Highness, the Education Minister needs your approval on the new curriculum, and Miss Aliyah, the editor from The Guardian, is online too. I'll take it in the communications office, Aliyah said, rising. Zahir caught her hand before she left. Dinner tonight? Just us in the garden? I'd like that. She brushed her fingers against his cheek. I have a new essay I want to share with you, about finding home in unexpected places. As she walked the palace corridors toward her office, Aliyah reflected on the journey that had brought her here. The reluctant bride had become a willing partner, not because she had surrendered her independence, but because she'd found someone who valued her strength. The skeptical journalist had discovered that some traditions contained wisdom worth preserving, while some needed evolution to remain relevant. In her office, a space that balanced the aesthetic of Al-Ruhaya with the practical needs of a working journalist, she glanced at the framed photo on her desk. Not her wedding portrait, but something more telling. Zahir and herself in working clothes, planting trees in a community garden, laughing together in the sunlight. Not a king and his consort, but partners in the truest sense. The intercom buzzed. The Guardian is holding, and you have the Women's Literacy Foundation at 3, her assistant reminded her. Thank you. Aliyah straightened her shoulders and picked up the phone, ready to bridge worlds yet again. This is Aliyah Rahman al-Fayez. That evening, as they dined alone beneath the desert stars, Zahir raised his glass. Two unlikely partnerships. Aliyah smiled, clinking her glass against his, and to reluctant brides who find freedom in connection. Above them, the moon illuminated the palace, ancient stone embracing modern additions, just as tradition now embraced progress in the kingdom they were building together. Not without conflict, not without compromise, but with the understanding that the most beautiful gardens grow where different elements meet. In her journal that night, Aliyah wrote words she never expected to believe. Sometimes the story you resist becomes the one that defines you, not because fate demands it, but because in fighting against what you fear, you discover what you truly need. The end. Maine, 2008. Maggie Foster's fingers betrayed her age only when she tried to open her mail. The thin skin, mapped with blue veins and speckled with sunspots, struggled with the precise task of sliding beneath envelope flaps. At 84, she had outlived both a husband of 53 years and the arthritis specialist who had once promised her a revolutionary treatment. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, wedged between a utilities bill and a supermarket circular featuring food she no longer had the appetite to cook. The official letterhead caught her attention. United States Military Archives, New Jersey Division. Curious, she murmured, reaching for her reading glasses. They hung from a beaded chain that her granddaughter Claire had made during a summer visit 4 years prior, before Claire had transformed from a college sophomore with streaked hair into a doctoral candidate in history with a penchant for archival research. "Gran, you need anything from town?" Claire called from the hallway, keys jingling in her hand. She had moved in temporarily to finish her dissertation, at least that was the official reason. Maggie suspected her son had orchestrated the arrangement, worried about his mother living alone since Harold's passing. "I'm fine, dear," Maggie replied, distracted by the letter now open in her hands. Her eyes scanned the typed paragraphs, then froze on a name she hadn't permitted herself to say aloud in over 6 decades. James Whittaker. Jamie. "Gran?" Claire appeared in the doorway, concern shadowing her features. "You've gone pale." Maggie's hand trembled as she extended the letter toward her granddaughter. "They found something," she whispered. "Letters. His letters." Claire scanned the document quickly, her academic training enabling her to extract the essential information. A bundle of World War II-era correspondence addressed to Margaret Evans, discovered during a digitization project. Her eyes widened. "Evans. That was your maiden name." Maggie nodded, a curious weightlessness spreading through her chest. "The archivist, this Eli Turner, he says they were never delivered. All this time, I thought." Her voice faltered. Claire sat beside her grandmother, academic curiosity temporarily eclipsed by personal concern. Who is James Whittaker? Maggie's gaze drifted to the window. Beyond the neat garden Harold had meticulously maintained until his final summer. Beyond the coastal pines that bordered their property, to a place only she could see. "Jamie was the boy I loved before the war took him away," she said simply. "The boy who promised to come back to me. And he didn't." Maggie's smile held 6 decades of quiet resignation. "I never knew. There were no letters, no word. After 2 years of waiting, my father said it was time to accept that Jamie was either dead or had forgotten me." She touched the letter again, as if to verify its solidity. "Now I learn his letters existed all along, sitting in some government warehouse." Claire reached for the phone. "There's a number here. This archivist, Eli, says he can forward the letters." Maggie nodded, suddenly feeling every one of her 84 years pressing down upon her shoulders. "Yes," she said softly. "I think it's time I read what Jamie wanted me to know." The first letter arrived 3 days later, carefully preserved in an archival sleeve. Maggie sat alone on the porch swing, the protective covering cool against her fingertips. Through the transparent material she could see the familiar slant of handwriting she'd once treasured in past notes and birthday cards. February 18th, 1942. My dearest Maggie, they've finally assigned us to units. I'll be shipping out within the week. They won't tell us where, but rumours point to North Africa first. Before the official censors start blacking out half of what I write, I wanted to send you something honest and unedited. Last night, Winters, you remember Frank from school, he's in my unit, started crying in his bunk. Not loud, just the quiet kind that shakes your shoulders. Nobody said anything. I think we all understood. It's not cowardice. It's the weight of knowing we're about to step into something larger than ourselves. But here's what I realised in that moment, Mags. Everyone here is afraid of losing something, or someone. I'm the lucky one. I know exactly what I'm fighting to return to. When I picture your face, with those freckles you hate but I count like constellations, I feel something stronger than fear. I'm carrying your photo, the one from the lakeside last July. Remember how the wind kept blowing your hair across your face, and you kept laughing and saying the picture would be ruined? It turned out perfect, just like you. They're calling for lights out soon, so I'll end this here. I'll write whenever I can. Don't worry about responding quickly. They tell us mail might take months to catch up with us. I love you, not in the fleeting way of high school sweethearts, but in the enduring way that reshapes a person. I am better for loving you, Margaret Evans, and I'll come home to you. Always yours, Jamie. Maggie read the letter twice more, then carefully placed it back in its protective covering. The porch swing creaked gently as she rocked, cradling the physical evidence of a love she had eventually forced herself to relinquish. She closed her eyes, summoning the face of the boy who'd written these words. Not the sharp-jawed senior who had kissed her beneath the bleachers after winning the regional track meet, but the solemn young man in uniform who had held her on their last night, whispering promises against her hair while stars wheeled indifferently overhead. In her bedroom drawer lay the velvet box containing Harold's wedding band, removed from his finger just before they closed the casket. He had been a good husband, a faithful companion through raising children, weathering financial uncertainties and navigating the complex territory of growing old together. But he had never been Jamie, and now, 66 years too late, Jamie's words had finally reached her doorstep. The letters arrived every few days after that, each in its own archival sleeve, each bearing the careful handwriting of a young man growing older in the crucible of war. Eli Turner, the archivist, had arranged them chronologically, providing Maggie with a timeline of Jamie's experiences and his unwavering devotion. Claire observed her grandmother's ritual with a historian's fascination and a granddaughter's concern. Each evening Maggie would take a new letter to the porch swing, read it slowly, then sit in contemplative silence as twilight settled over the coastal property. "Did you ever try to find him? After the war?" Claire asked one evening, bringing her grandmother a cup of chamomile tea. Maggie accepted the mug with a grateful nod. "I waited 2 years," she said simply. "No letters came. His parents had moved away during the war, defense factory work in Michigan. Nobody seemed to know anything. But surely there were—" "Records?" Maggie smiled faintly. "Claire, you've grown up in an age where information flows like water. Back then, especially with the chaos after the war, finding someone wasn't as simple as typing a name into a computer." She sipped her tea, eyes distant. "Eventually I met your grandfather. He was kind, stable. My parents approved." A small shrug. "And life continued." Claire leaned against the porch railing. "These letters, though, he really loved you." Maggie's expression softened. "Yes, he did." She gestured to the small stack of red letters on the side table. "You can read them if you'd like. A historian might find them illuminating." Later that night, Claire sat cross-legged on her bed, carefully examining each letter. As a doctoral candidate specialising in 20th century social history, she recognised the academic value of first-hand war correspondence. But these weren't merely historical artefacts. They were windows into a love story that had shaped her family without anyone realising it. November 3rd, 1943. My dearest Maggie, we've been in Italy for 3 months now. The landscape here is both beautiful and terrible. Ancient stone buildings shattered by mortar fire, vineyards trampled by tanks. Yesterday we passed an old woman tending her garden as if the war was something happening in another country entirely. She gave us tomatoes so ripe they burst at the slightest pressure, the juice running down our chins like we were kids again. I haven't received any letters from you yet, but the mail system is in chaos. Some fellows got packets of month-old letters all at once last week. I'm hoping for the same luck soon. The strangest thing about war isn't the fighting. It's the waiting. Hours of boredom punctuated by moments of sheer terror. During those quiet stretches I've been reading poetry. Remember how you used to tease me about my fondness for Keats? The guys in my unit would never let me hear the end of it if they knew, but I keep his collected works tucked inside my jacket. There's a line I keep returning to. A thing of beauty is a joy forever. Its loveliness increases. It will never pass into nothingness. When I remember our days at Lake Winnipesaukee, or the way you look when you're concentrating on a difficult passage of music, I understand what Keats meant. Some memories don't fade. They grow more vivid with distance. I know this letter might reach you months from now when circumstances could be entirely different. But I need you to know that whatever happens, loving you has been the most real thing in my life. Forever yours, Jamie. Claire carefully returned the letter to its sleeve, her academic detachment giving way to a profound sadness. These weren't just words on paper. They were evidence of a life unlived, of possibilities foreclosed by circumstance and miscommunication. With sudden determination, she opened her laptop. If Jamie Whittaker had survived the war, there might be records, property tax filings, voter registrations, social security information. In her research work, she'd become adept at tracing historical subjects through public documents. She typed his name into various databases, adding qualifiers. Born approximately 1922 to 1924, possibly from New Hampshire or Maine, served in World War II European theatre. Hours later, as the first hint of dawn crept through her window, Claire stared at her screen in disbelief. James Thomas Whittaker, born April 17, 1922 in Wolfboro, New Hampshire. Current address, Saratoga Springs, New York. He's alive, Gran. The words hung in the kitchen air, competing with the scent of percolating coffee and the distant call of gulls. Maggie's hand stilled on the handle of a ceramic mug, a Mother's Day gift from Claire's father decades ago. What did you say? Claire gentled her voice, aware of the magnitude of her revelation. Jamie Whittaker. He's alive. 86 years old, living in Saratoga Springs, New York. Maggie lowered herself carefully into a chair, her expression unreadable. How can you possibly know that? I traced him through public records. Claire hesitated, then added, I also found his phone number. A long silence followed, broken only by the coffee maker's final gurgle. Maggie's gaze drifted to the window, where fog was retreating from the morning sun. 86, she whispered. All these years. Claire sat across from her grandmother, restraining her historian's eagerness in favour of simple compassion. According to the records, he never married. Maggie's eyes snapped back to her granddaughter's face. Never? No children either. He owns a small house that he's lived in since 1950. He was a high school literature teacher until he retired in 1987. Maggie's hands trembled slightly as she reached for the latest letter, dated May 1945, written just after VE Day. In his last letter, he wrote about coming home, about finding me. Her voice caught. But he never did? Perhaps he tried, Claire suggested gently. Remember, your family moved to Portland right after the war. But my father's hardware store was well known. Anyone asking around would have... Maggie trailed off, her mind clearly racing through possibilities long unconsidered. Claire pushed a slip of paper across the table. This is his number. You don't have to use it, but it's yours if you want it. Maggie stared at the sequence of digits as if they formed an incantation with unpredictable consequences. What would I even say? Hello, it's Maggie. I just got your letters from 66 years ago. How have you been? Despite the gravity of the moment, Claire smiled. Actually, that sounds like a pretty good opening. Maggie's laugh was fragile but genuine. Let me finish the letters first, she said, touching the small stack that remained. I need to know everything he wanted to tell me before I decide. The final letter arrived on a Friday afternoon. Unlike the others, this one came without an archival sleeve, accompanied by a note from Eli Turner explaining that this particular letter had been discovered separately, misfiled in a different section of the archives. Maggie recognised immediately that something was different. The handwriting was less steady, the paper of lower quality. She took it to the porch swing, her private reading spot, and unfolded the brittle pages with care. August 10th, 1945. My Maggie, the war is nearly over. The newspapers say Japan can't hold out much longer after the atomic bombs. I don't know what to make of such a weapon, but I'm grateful if it means no more young men will die on either side. I'm writing from a military hospital in England. Don't worry, I'm one of the lucky ones. Shrapnel in my leg from a German artillery shell during the final push into Germany. It's healing well, though the doctors say I'll always have a slight limp. A small price to pay for coming home alive when so many didn't. You haven't replied to any of my letters, and I've tried not to let dark thoughts take root. War changes people. I understand that better than most. If your feelings have changed, I will accept it, though it would be a wound deeper than any I've sustained in combat. But I choose to believe in us, Maggie. In 2 weeks, they're putting me on a hospital ship back to the States. Another month of rehabilitation, and then I'm coming to find you. I don't care if you've moved or if your parents still disapprove of me. I promised I would come back to you, and I keep my promises. I've had a lot of time to think in this hospital bed, about what matters, about the life I want to build. I still see the same future I described in my first letter. A small house near enough to the lake to hear the loons at night. Children with your eyes and stubborn spirit growing old together on a porch swing. Wait for me, Maggie, just a little longer. All my love, always, Jamie. Maggie folded the letter, pressing it against her chest as if to absorb the words directly into her heart. She sat motionless as the afternoon light shifted around her, casting longer shadows across the porch. When Claire found her an hour later, Maggie's eyes were dry but resolute. I'd like to make that call now, she said quietly. The phone rang 4 times before a male voice answered, deeper than Maggie remembered, weathered by age but with the same distinctive New Hampshire cadence. Hello? Maggie's carefully rehearsed opening evaporated, her throat constricted around unsaid words. Beside her, Claire squeezed her hand encouragingly. Hello? The voice repeated, a touch of impatience colouring the word. Jamie? Maggie finally managed, her own voice sounding foreign to her ears. Jamie Whittaker. A pause, then cautiously, yes, this is James Whittaker. It's Margaret. Another beat of silence, followed by a clarification. Margaret Evans. The silence that followed stretched so long that Maggie wondered if the connection had been lost. Then came a sound, something between a gasp and a sob. Maggie? My Maggie? The possessive pronoun, unchanged by 66 years of separation, brought tears to her eyes. Yes, she whispered. How? His voice faltered. After all this time, how did you find me? Your letters, she replied simply. They've been delivering your letters, Jamie. All of them, from 1942 to 1945. They were misplaced in a military archive all these years. Another long pause, this one filled with the weight of understanding. You never received them. Not a single one. Number I waited, Jamie. For 2 years after the war, I waited for word from you. I came looking, he said, his voice stronger now, urgent with the need to explain. When I was discharged, I went straight to your house. A different family was living there. They said the Evans family had moved away during the war. I tried to find your father's store. We moved to Portland, Maggie interrupted gently. Dad's health was failing. The doctor recommended the city closer to medical care. I asked everyone in town who might remember you. Some said you'd moved on, maybe even married. His voice grew softer. Eventually, I believed them. Maggie closed her eyes, imagining the young man with the injured leg searching for her, encountering dead ends at every turn. I married in 1949, she admitted. Harold Foster. He passed 3 years ago. I'm sorry for your loss, Jamie said, the genuine empathy in his tone bringing fresh tears to Maggie's eyes. Were you happy at least? Did he treat you well? The question, selfless in its concern, cemented what Maggie already knew. This was still her Jamie, the boy who had written those beautiful letters, whose heart had remained true even across an ocean and through the horror of war. He was a good man, she answered honestly. We raised 2 children. I have 4 grandchildren. She smiled at Claire, who was pretending not to eavesdrop. My granddaughter Claire was the one who found you. Then I owe Claire my gratitude, Jamie replied, a smile evident in his voice. Maggie, would it be too forward, after all this time, to ask if I might see you? The question hung between them, simple in its phrasing but monumental in its implications. Maggie found herself nodding before remembering he couldn't see her. I'd like that very much, she said. The journey to Saratoga Springs took 5 hours, with Claire insisting on driving. Maggie spent most of the trip gazing out the window, occasionally touching the small stack of letters she had brought along. Nervous? Claire asked as they crossed the state line into New York. Maggie smiled faintly. Terrified, she admitted. 66 years is a long time, Claire. We're not the same people who wrote and waited for those letters. Maybe not, Claire conceded, changing lanes smoothly. But from what I read in those letters, what you and Jamie had was rare. Some connections transcend time. Jamie's home proved to be a modest craftsman-style house on a quiet street lined with mature maples. The front garden showed signs of careful tending. Late-season roses climbed a trellis, and chrysanthemums provided splashes of autumn colour. Claire parked at the curb, then turned to her grandmother. Ready? Maggie smoothed her blouse, a soft blue that her daughter always said brought out her eyes, and nodded. As I'll ever be. They were halfway up the front walk when the door opened. The man who stood on the threshold was tall despite a slight stoop to his shoulders, his white hair still thick, his face lined but handsome. He leaned lightly on a cane, a permanent reminder of that long-ago German shell. For a moment, both Maggie and Jamie remained frozen, separated by 10 feet of concrete walkway and 66 years of divergent lives. Then Jamie smiled, the same smile that had once made 17-year-old Maggie Evans forget her own name, and the decades seemed to compress. You still have those freckles, he said, his voice thick with emotion. Maggie laughed softly, tears threatening. And you still notice them. Claire, suddenly feeling like an intruder in a deeply private moment, touched her grandmother's arm. I'll wait in the car for a bit, she murmured. Maggie nodded absently, her attention fixed on the man carefully navigating the 3 steps down from his porch. When Jamie finally stood before her, she allowed herself to really look at him, to reconcile the boy from her memories with the elderly man who had lived an entire lifetime without her. I brought your letters, she said, holding out the small bundle. Jamie's eyes, still the same remarkable shade of hazel, though now surrounded by a network of fine wrinkles, filled with tears. I never stopped wondering if they reached you. Without conscious thought, Maggie stepped forward into his embrace. His arms came around her, tentative at first, then with the certainty of recognition. They stood that way for a long moment, an elderly couple on a quiet street in Saratoga Springs, holding each other as if making up for thousands of embraces never shared. "Come inside," Jamie said finally, reluctantly releasing her. "I have a pot of coffee on and about 66 years of stories to tell you." "You kept it all these years." Maggie's voice was hushed as she held the small photograph. Herself at 17, standing by Lake Winnipesaukee, hair blowing across her laughing face. The colours had faded to sepia tones, but the image remained clear. On the back, written in faded pencil, Maggie, July 1941. Jamie nodded, the movement causing sunlight from the window to shift across his features. They sat in his small living room, surrounded by bookshelves that testified to a lifetime of literary appreciation. "It was in my wallet throughout the war," he explained. "I had it laminated in the 70s when it started to wear thin from handling." Claire, who had joined them after a discreet interval, studied the interactions between her grandmother and Jamie with fascination. There was an ease between them that defied their long separation, a comfortable shorthand that suggested their connection had somehow persisted despite decades without contact. "Would you like to see the garden?" Jamie asked, reaching for his cane. "The afternoon light is particularly nice this time of year." As the elderly couple moved toward the back door, Claire hung back. "I think I'll make some calls," she said. "Take your time." The garden proved to be larger than the front yard had suggested. A thoughtfully designed space with winding paths, a small pond with water lilies, and several comfortable seating areas. Jamie guided Maggie to a wooden bench beneath a maple tree beginning its autumn transformation. "I started gardening after I retired," he explained. "Needed something to fill the days." A self-deprecating smile crossed his face. The literature teacher in me appreciated the metaphors: growth, renewal, patience. Maggie touched a late-blooming rose with gentle fingers. "It's beautiful, Jamie." They sat in companionable silence, the afternoon sun casting dappled shadows through the maple leaves. A slight breeze carried the scent of earth and approaching autumn. "Did you ever marry?" Maggie asked finally, the question she'd been holding since learning he still lived alone. Jamie shook his head. "Came close once in the 50s, a fellow teacher named Eleanor. She was witty, kind." He looked at Maggie directly. "But she wasn't you. Eventually she realised I was still in love with a ghost." The simple admission hung in the air between them. "I don't regret the life I built," Maggie said carefully. "Harold was a devoted husband. My children brought me immeasurable joy. But—" She hesitated, then forged ahead with characteristic directness. "But there was always a Jamie-shaped void in my heart, a space no one else could quite fill." Jamie reached for her hand, his fingers, like hers, mapped with veins and marked by age but still strong. "I used to imagine, all the possible lives we might have had. Sometimes I'd see a young mother with children who had your smile, and I'd wonder." "We can't reclaim those years," Maggie said gently. "No," Jamie agreed, "but perhaps we're being offered something rare, a chance to write a different ending." As the sun began its descent, casting longer shadows across the garden, they shared stories of their separate journeys, of Jamie's years teaching literature to generations of students, of Maggie's work as a piano teacher and later as a volunteer with the Portland Symphony's youth program, of illnesses overcome, of friendships treasured, of the complex joys and sorrows that constitute a fully lived life. "Will you stay in Saratoga Springs tonight?" Jamie asked as they walked slowly back toward the house. "There's a nice hotel downtown. Or—" He hesitated, suddenly seeming younger, almost boyish in his uncertainty. "My guest room is always prepared." Maggie smiled, squeezing his hand. "Claire checked us into the hotel already, but we're not leaving until tomorrow afternoon." Inside, they found Claire curled in an armchair with one of Jamie's first edition poetry collections, looking completely at home. She glanced up as they entered, noting their linked hands with a barely concealed smile. "Everything okay out there?" Maggie nodded, a new lightness in her expression that Claire hadn't seen before. "Yes, dear. Just catching up on a few decades." Later, as they prepared to leave for the hotel, Jamie pressed something into Maggie's hand. A small envelope sealed. "What's this?" she asked. "The letter I never sent," he replied simply. "Written 10 years after the war, when I'd finally accepted you weren't coming back into my life. Read it tonight." Maggie tucked the envelope carefully into her purse. "I will." In the quiet of her hotel room, after Claire had retired to the adjoining room, Maggie opened Jamie's final letter with careful fingers. April 17th, 1955. "My dearest Maggie, you will never read these words. I've accepted that our paths, which once seemed so inevitably entwined, have diverged beyond reconnection. Yet on my 33rd birthday, I find myself needing to write to you one last time. I imagine you married now, perhaps with children. I hope he appreciates the way your eyes crinkle when you're trying not to laugh, or how you unconsciously hum Bach when you're concentrating. I hope he knows how fortunate he is to build a life alongside your particular brightness. As for me, I continue teaching literature to students who largely prefer baseball to Browning. Occasionally, a student will ask why I never married. I simply tell them I haven't found the right person, a half-truth that satisfies their curiosity without revealing that I found her at 17 and lost her to war and circumstance. I don't write this from a place of bitterness or regret. The war taught me that life is too precious for such indulgences. Rather, I write from a place of enduring gratitude. Loving you made me a better man than I might otherwise have become. Even in your absence, you have shaped me. Keats wrote that beauty is truth, truth beauty. That is all you know on earth, and all you need to know. Perhaps he was right. The truth and beauty of what we shared, however briefly, has been sufficient to illuminate my path forward. Be well, Maggie. Be joyful. Know that somewhere in this wide world you're remembered with perfect clarity and endless affection. Always, Jamie." Maggie wiped tears from her cheeks, carefully refolded the letter and returned it to its envelope. Then she reached for the hotel phone and dialed the number Jamie had given her. He answered on the first ring, as if he had been waiting beside the phone. "I read it," she said simply. "And—" Maggie took a deep breath, feeling not like an 84-year-old widow but like the girl who had once promised to wait for a soldier's return. "I was wondering if you might like to have breakfast with me tomorrow, and perhaps the day after that, and the day after that." She paused, then added softly, "For as many days as we have left." Jamie's voice, when he answered, held a joy that transcended time and separation. "I would like nothing better, Margaret Evans, nothing better in this world." 3 months later, Jamie invited Maggie to his garden, now transformed by early summer blooms. He'd arranged a small table beneath the maple tree where they often sat, adorned with a checkered cloth and her favourite wildflowers in a blue ceramic vase. "This is lovely," Maggie said as Jamie pulled out her chair with an old-fashioned gallantry that made her smile. They shared a simple lunch, talking easily about Claire's dissertation progress and Jamie's latest gardening project. As Maggie finished her iced tea, she noticed Jamie seemed uncharacteristically distracted, his fingers tapping a nervous rhythm against the tablecloth. "Is everything all right?" she asked, reaching for his hand to still it. Jamie took a deep breath. "I had planned something more elaborate," he confessed with a self-deprecating smile. "At our age, perhaps that seems foolish. But then I remembered that the most meaningful proposal in literature isn't elaborate at all." He reached into his pocket and withdrew a small velvet box that looked as if it had been waiting patiently for decades. "Mr. Darcy simply says, 'You must allow me to tell you how ardently I admire and love you,'" Jamie quoted, his voice steady despite the emotion evident in his eyes. Jane Austen understood that true feeling needs no embellishment. He opened the box, revealing a vintage sapphire ring surrounded by tiny diamonds. "This was my mother's," he explained. "I've kept it all these years. though I never imagined I'd have the chance to offer it to you." Taking Maggie's hand in his, Jamie said, "I've loved you for 67 years, Margaret Evans. Would you do me the extraordinary honour of becoming my wife, so that I might love you even more completely for whatever time we have left?" Maggie's eyes filled with tears as she looked at this man who had waited a lifetime for her. "Yes," she whispered, her voice strengthening as she repeated, "Yes, Jamie. I've already wasted too many years not being your wife." As he slipped the ring onto her finger, a perfect fit, as if it had always been destined for her hand, Jamie gathered her close, his kiss a promise of the days to come. "I never stopped hoping," he murmured against her hair. Maggie leaned back to look into his face, memorising every line that life had etched there. "Neither did I," she admitted. "I just didn't know what I was hoping for until your letters found me." 1 year later, on a perfect autumn day in Maine, Maggie and Jamie were married in a small garden ceremony. Claire stood as witness, alongside a handful of close friends and family members who had watched with wonder as this improbable love story unfolded. As Jamie slipped a simple gold band onto Maggie's finger, he whispered words from the last letter she had received from the archives. "Wait for me, Maggie, just a little longer." And Maggie, radiating a happiness that belied her 85 years, replied with the words she had waited 67 years to say. "I'm done waiting, Jamie Whittaker. From now on, we walk together." The end. The violin case was heavier than Chiara remembered. Perhaps grief added weight to ordinary things. Rain pelted the water taxi as it carved through the Grand Canal, Venice unfurling before her in watercolour greys. The city seemed to be mourning alongside her, washing itself, clean in quiet tears. 3 days since her mother's funeral, and here she was, returning to the apartment that had housed Emilia Sartori's final breaths. "Just here, Signora," the driver said, guiding the boat to a weathered dock. Chiara paid him and stepped into the drizzle, her mother's vintage umbrella spreading above her like a black flower. The key to the apartment felt foreign in her hand. When she'd last visited, her mother had been the one to open the door, frail but standing, a ghost of the woman who once commanded symphony halls. Now, only stunts greeted her. Emilia Sartori had been precise about her exit from this world, just as she had been about her entrances onto stages across continents. The will was clear: cremation, no memorial concert, though 3 orchestras had already announced tribute performances, and instructions for Chiara to retrieve personal items from the Venice apartment before it was sold. "There's nothing of value," her mother had written, "only memories, and you may keep or discard those as you wish." Their relationship had been like a complex musical arrangement, beautiful in theory, difficult in execution. Chiara had chosen contemporary violin over classical, electronic experimentation over Vivaldi. Her mother had responded with polite interest, masking disappointment. The apartment smelled of rosemary and dust. Chiara moved through its narrow hallways, touching surfaces her mother had touched. In the bedroom, clothes hung with military precision. In the kitchen, a single cup and saucer sat in the drying rack, a life distilled to essentials. She left the music room for last. When she finally pushed open the door, the late afternoon light was streaming through tall windows, catching dust motes in golden suspension. Her mother's Guarneri violin rested in its open case on a small table, looking orphaned. Chiara approached it with the reverence one might approach a sleeping child. The instrument, worth more than most Venetian apartments, had been her mother's voice for 60 years. Now it would go to a museum, per the will. She ran a finger along the polished wood, feeling the invisible imprint of her mother's touch, when something caught her eye. Tucked into the lining of the case was the edge of a photograph. Chiara gently worked it free. The image was sun-faded but clear. Her mother, perhaps 20 years younger, standing in a Venetian piazza beside a man Chiara had never seen. They weren't looking at the camera, but at each other, captured in a moment of shared laughter. The man held sheet music in one hand, his other rested lightly on Emilia's arm. Chiara turned the photo over, written in her mother's elegant script. Luca and me, San Marco, 1999. Luca. A name never mentioned in family conversations. She looked more closely at the case and noticed a slight bulge beneath the velvet lining. Working her fingers underneath, she extracted a yellowed envelope and a single sheet of handwritten music titled The Last Song in Venice. The envelope contained one page, written in a hand that wasn't her mother's. My dearest Emilia, by the time you read this, you'll be gone from Venice. I understand, you've always been moving towards something while I've been standing still. Perhaps that's why the universe allowed our melodies to intertwine, if only briefly, to teach us both something about time. I've enclosed our song. Play it when you're ready to remember, not before. Some music isn't meant to be heard too often. Like us, it exists in a moment. With love that doesn't require forever to be real, Luca Chiara sat on the faded velvet bench, holding the letter to her chest. Who was this man? Why had her mother, so forthcoming about her achievements, so reticent about her heart, kept him hidden? A knock at the door startled her. She wasn't expecting anyone. She opened it to find an elderly woman with sharp eyes and a cane. You must be Chiara, the woman said. Her English carried on in an Italian accent. I'm Sophia Ricci. I lived across from your mother for 15 years. I saw the lights on and thought I should introduce myself. Please come in. Sophia moved slowly into the apartment, her cane tapping a gentle rhythm. Your mother was a private woman, but I think she would want you to understand her life here. Did you know her well? Well enough to bring you this. Sophia reached into her bag and extracted a leather-bound journal. She asked me to give it to you if you came. She said you might have questions. Chiara accepted the journal, her throat tightening. Did you ever hear her mention someone named Luca? She asked. Sophia's expression softened. Ah, so you found him. Who was he? The old woman smiled sadly. That's not my story to tell, but it's all there. She gestured to the journal. Just promise me you'll read it where they played. At the Piazza della Musica Persa. The Square of Lost Music. It's not on tourist maps, but any local can point the way. After Sophia left, Chiara sat by the window, watching Venice slip into evening, the journal unopened beside her. Outside, a church bell tolled 7 times. She thought of her mother hearing those same bells year after year, keeping whatever secrets this journal held. As darkness fell, she opened to the first page and began to read. Venice, May 12th, 99. Tonight I heard jazz in the piazza. I followed the sound like a woman possessed and found him there. Fingers dancing over keys, creating worlds I've never allowed myself to enter. He plays like a man without fear. How strange it must be to make music without the certainty of notes on a page. Venice, May 99. Emilia Sartori stood on her small balcony watching evening descend on the canals. Her 51st birthday had passed uncelebrated the day before. What was there to mark after all? Another year of borrowed time. Dor Rinaldi's words echoed. 2 years, maybe 3, before the tremors make public performance impossible. She'd sought second and third opinions, but the diagnosis remained. Early onset Parkinson's disease, progressing faster than they'd hoped. Already she could feel the betrayal in her fingers, slight hesitations, moments when her legendary precision faltered. No one in the orchestra had noticed yet, but she could hear it, that microscopic space between intention and execution. For someone else, perhaps it wouldn't matter. For Emilia Sartori, first chair violinist with the Rome Philharmonic for 22 years, it was the beginning of the end. This European tour would be her last. She'd decided but told no one, not even her daughter. especially not her daughter, who had chosen her own musical path, electronic and experimental, a rejection of everything Amelia had built. The sounds came to her on the night breeze, piano notes, scattered like coins across the evening air. Not classical, something looser. Jazz. She didn't care for jazz, with its improvisation and lack of structure. But tonight the melody pulled at her. Amelia found herself walking, following the music through narrow alleys and over footbridges, until she emerged into a small piazza she'd never noticed before. A modest fountain burbled at its centre, and beside it sat a weathered grand piano. A man played, his fingers moving with casual mastery, his eyes closed. The audience was sparse, a few tourists, some locals nursing espressos at outdoor cafe tables. The music didn't seem to care. It spilled out, filling the space between buildings, climbing towards stars just beginning to appear. Amelia stood in shadow, listening. The man played like he was having a conversation with the night itself, asking questions, receiving answers, sometimes arguing, sometimes making love. She found herself holding her breath between phrases. When he finished, people applauded politely and dropped euros into a hat on the piano. Most drifted away. Amelia remained, unable to explain to herself why she stayed. The pianist noticed her. He was older than she had first thought, perhaps 50, with silver threading through dark hair and lines etched beside eyes that caught the lamplight. He nodded to her as if they were colleagues, then began another song. This one she recognised, a jazz interpretation of the Adagietto from Mahler's Fifth Symphony. The audacity of it should have offended her. Instead, she found herself stepping closer. When he finished, they were alone in the piazza. "You're still here," he said in Italian. "You must really need music tonight." "Or perhaps I'm just lost," she replied. He smiled. Nobody gets lost in Venice. They just find places they weren't looking for. He extended a hand. "Luca Moretti." "Amelia." "Just Amelia?" His eyes sparkled with mischief. "For tonight." He studied her, head tilted. "You're a musician." She raised an eyebrow. "How can you tell?" "You have the posture of someone who's spent a lifetime being watched. And you listen differently than other people. Not passively, you were analysing." "Perhaps I was judging," she said. He laughed, a warm sound that seemed to belong to the piazza. "Even better. Tell me, what was the verdict?" "Your Mahler was unorthodox." "Ah, so you know your classical music, and I'm not sure Mahler would have approved." "Mahler is dead. I play for the living." He gestured to the bench beside him. "Would you like to try?" She instinctively stepped back, suddenly protective of her hands. "No, thank you." He nodded, seeming to understand something she hadn't said. "Another night, perhaps. I play here most evenings, unless it rains. Then I move to the covered corner by the cafe. Do you live nearby?" "Just there." He pointed to a narrow building with green shutters. "Second floor, the apartment with the red geraniums. And you?" "I'm just passing through." "Ah, a tourist." "A visitor," she corrected. "For work." "And what work brings you to Venice in May?" She hesitated, then decided there was no harm in truth to a stranger. "I'm performing with the Rome Philharmonic. We have 3 concerts at La Fenice." His eyes widened, then narrowed in recognition. "You're not just Amelia. You're Amelia Sartori." She inclined her head, neither confirming nor denying. "I saw you perform in Milan years ago. Sibelius. You made the violin sound like it was breaking apart and reforming with each note." Something inside her warmed at the description. Not the usual platitudes about technical precision or emotional control. "Will you come back?" he asked as she turned to leave. "Tomorrow night?" She should have said no. She had rehearsal in the morning, a strict regimen of rest and practice that had governed her days for decades. "Perhaps," she said instead. She did return the next night, and the night after. They talked about music, about Venice, about the quality of light on water. He never asked why she wouldn't play, and she never offered. Instead, she watched his hands and wondered what it would be like to live so openly in music, without the armour of perfection she'd forged around herself. On the fourth night, he wasn't at the piano. Disappointed beyond reason, she turned to leave when a voice called her name. Luca stood in the doorway of the cafe, waving her over. "Too much rain for the piano," he explained. "They have a decent upright inside." She followed him into the warm cafe, where the owner greeted Luca like family. They were guided to a back room where a simple upright piano stood against the wall. A bottle of wine and 2 glasses waited on a small table. "I took the liberty," Luca said. "Unless you don't drink before performances." "Not usually," she admitted, "but I'm not performing tonight." The wine was rich and earthy. The room was intimate, just large enough for the piano and table. Through a small window she could see rain falling on the canal. "Tell me something," he said, refilling their glasses. "Why does Amelia Sartori, who can play in any concert hall in the world, spend her evenings listening to a street pianist?" "Perhaps I'm researching the enemy," she said, the wine making her bolder. "And am I the enemy? You and your kind. Jazz, improvisation, playing without a score, is the opposite of everything I've devoted my life to. Is that why you won't play with me? Because I'm the enemy?" She stared into her wine glass. "I won't play with you because I can't play like you." "I don't want you to play like me. I want you to play like you." "And what if—" the word stuck in her throat. "What if I can't play like me anymore either?" Understanding dawned in his eyes. "Your hands." She nodded, not trusting her voice. "Show me," he said gently. She extended her right hand, and he took it in both of his. His skin was warm, fingers calloused from years at the keys. For a long moment he simply held her hand, as if listening to it. "Play with me," he said finally. "Not for an audience, just for us." "I can't." "You can. I'll follow where you lead." "And if I falter?" "Then we'll call it jazz," he said with a smile that reached his eyes. She found herself at the piano bench, Luca beside her, her violin case open, the Guarneri gleaming in the low light. For the first time in her professional life, Amelia Sartori played without a score, without rehearsal, without certainty. Her hands trembled. Notes that should have been crisp blurred at the edges, but Luca followed, his piano weaving around her imperfections, transforming them into intentional deviations. They played for an hour, moving from classical fragments to jazz standards, to things that existed only in that room, on that night. When they finished, she was crying, not from shame or fear, but from something she couldn't name. "See," Luca said softly, "the music doesn't care if you're perfect. It just wants to be played." She looked at him then, really looked at him, and felt something calcified within her begin to crack. In her mother's journal, Chiara found a Venice she'd never known, a city of music-filled nights and sun-drenched mornings, of canal-side conversations and shared wine, of 2 musicians finding in each other what they'd lost in themselves. She read about their first kiss, on a gondola beneath the Bridge of Sighs, tourists above them completely unaware of the world shifting beneath. She read about their nights in his small apartment, how they would play music with the windows open, letting their impromptu duets spill into the piazza below. How crowds began to gather, night after night, to hear the famous violinist and the piazza pianist create something ephemeral and perfect. She read about her mother's hands, how the tremors would come and go, how some nights she couldn't play at all, and how Luca would simply hold her until the frustration passed. And she read about Luca's past, his promising career cut short when his wife fell ill, how he'd chosen love over ambition without regret, how he'd found peace in playing for the moment rather than posterity. By the time Chiara reached the final pages, dawn was breaking over Venice. She closed the journal and went to stand on the balcony, watching the city wake. The same view her mother must have had, 26 years ago when she wrote, Venice, June 19th, 1999. I leave tomorrow. The tour ends, reality waits. Luca asked me to stay. We can play until the notes run out, he said. I almost said yes, but what would we become, his hand steady while mine fail? How long before resentment replaced love? How long before I couldn't bear to touch my violin at all? Better a perfect memory than an imperfect forever. At least this is what I tell myself as I pack my case. He doesn't know I'm leaving. Cowardice, perhaps, or mercy. For him or for me, I'm not sure anymore. As the sun climbed higher, Chiara made her decision. She would find the Piazza della Musica Persa. She would understand why her mother had kept this love story hidden for so long. Why she'd returned to Venice years later to live alone with only these memories for company. She bathed and dressed, tucking the journal and the sheet music into her bag. Outside, Venice was alive with morning light and the sounds of a city built on water. "Excuse me," she asked a passing fruit vendor. "Could you direct me to the Piazza della Musica Persa?" The man's weathered face softened. "Ah, the Square of Lost Music. For the American pianist and the violinist, yes. Follow the canal to the third bridge, then left through the narrow passage. You'll hear it before you see it." "What do you mean?" He smiled cryptically. Some say music never really leaves a place where it was played with love. Chiara followed his directions, moving through the labyrinth of Venice's back streets. The passage he'd mentioned was barely wide enough for one person, walls close enough to touch on both sides. It opened suddenly onto a small piazza with a central fountain. The square was empty, save for a sleeping cat and an old piano under a weathered tarp. She approached slowly, feeling as if she were walking into the pages of her mother's journal. This was where it happened. Where Emilia Sartori, renowned for her technical perfection, had learned to embrace imperfection. Where she had loved, briefly but completely. A voice startled her. "You must be Chiara." She turned to find an elderly man emerging from the cafe. He moved with the stiffness of age, but had keen eyes that studied her carefully. "Yes, how did you know?" "You look like her." He extended a gnarled hand. "I'm Marco. I own the cafe. I knew your mother. And Luca." "Luca Moretti. Is he still?" "No," Marco said gently. "He passed 5 years ago. Heart quick, they say." Chiara felt a strange grief for a man she'd never met. Did they ever see each other again after she left? Marco gestured to a small table outside the cafe. As they sat, he said, "Not until she moved back to Venice. 10 years ago it was. She came looking for him. By then, his health was failing." Did they rekindle their relationship? The old man's smile was sad. They were different people by then, but the music, that was still the same. They played here together every Thursday evening for almost a year, until he couldn't anymore. And my mother, after he died, she came to the piazza often, just to sit, sometimes with her violin, though she rarely played in public by then. He studied Chiara's face. "She never told you about him?" "No, I only found out yesterday, after she died." Marco nodded, as if this made perfect sense. Some loves are too private to share, even with those closest to us. They belong only to the people who lived them. "I brought this," Chiara said, extracting the sheet music from her bag. "It's called The Last Song in Venice. Did you ever hear them play it?" Marco's eyes grew distant. "Only once, the last time they played together. There wasn't a dry eye in the piazza." He gestured to the piano. "It's still in tune, if you'd like to try." "I don't play piano." "But you play violin, yes? I can see it in your hands." "Yes, but I don't have—" "Your mother left her Guarneri to the museum, I know. But her first violin, the one she learned on, that's behind the bar. She left it for you," she said. Marco disappeared into the cafe and returned with a violin case. the leather cracked with age. Inside was a modestly crafted instrument, not valuable but well loved. She wanted you to have it, and to play here, if you ever came. Chiara lifted the violin, feeling its familiar weight. Different from her own modern instrument, with its aged wood and gentle curves. She tucked it under her chin and drew the bow across the strings. The sound was warm, surprisingly resonant. She placed the sheet music on the edge of the fountain and began to play the last song in Venice. The notes were simple at first, a delicate melody that spoke of tentative beginnings. As the piece progressed, it grew more complex, layering emotions like brushstrokes on canvas. Joy, passion, doubt, resignation. People began to gather, drawn by the music. Chiara played with her eyes closed, feeling her way through the story her mother and Luca had written together. When she reached the final notes, a haunting refrain that seemed to ask a question that couldn't be answered, there was complete silence in the piazza, then applause, gentle at first, then building. When she opened her eyes, the small square was filled with people, many of them wiping away tears. Marco approached, his own eyes glistening. You play like her, but also like yourself. Thank you for this, she said, gesturing to the violin, the piazza, the moment. Don't thank me, thank her. She knew you'd come one day. As the crowd dispersed, Chiara remained, holding the violin that had belonged to her mother. She thought of Emilia Sartori, not as the formidable musician the world had known, but as the woman who had stood in this same spot, finding and losing love, choosing duty over desire, carrying the music of those nights through the rest of her life. In that moment, Chiara understood something about her mother that decades of strained conversations had never revealed, and she began to understand something about herself as well. Present day Venice. Chiara spent the next week immersed in her mother's Venice. She visited La Fenice, where Emilia had performed her final concert with the Rome Philharmonic. She found the gondola stop where, according to the journal, Luca had first told Emilia he loved her. Not despite your hands, but because of everything they've played and everything they still might. She spent evenings in the Piazza della Musica Persa, sometimes playing, sometimes just listening to the ambient sounds of Venice at night. Marco would bring her espresso and tell stories about the summer of '99, when locals and tourists alike would gather to hear the unexpected duets. They weren't just playing music, he told her, they were playing each other. On her 8th day in Venice, a letter arrived from the Conservatory Museum where her mother's Guarneri had been donated. They were organising a memorial concert and wanted Chiara to perform a piece that captures your mother's essence, the director had written. She knew immediately what she would play. But first, there was one more piece of the puzzle missing. According to Marco, after Luca died, his piano had been moved to the home of his nephew, a music teacher who lived on the island of Murano. If anyone had recordings of Luca and Emilia together, it would be him. The water taxi to Murano cut through the lagoon, spray occasionally misting Chiara's face. She watched Venice recede, its spires and domes compacting into a unified skyline. Her mother had made this same journey many times during that final year with Luca, according to Marco. Alessandro Moretti lived in a modest home near one of Murano's famous glass factories. When Chiara introduced herself, his face registered immediate recognition. "I've been expecting you," he said, ushering her inside. Marco called. "He said you've learned about your mother and my uncle." Alessandro was younger than Chiara had expected, perhaps 40, with Luca's dark eyes and expressive hands. His home was filled with music, instruments in various states of repair, shelves of vinyl records and CDs, framed sheet music on the walls. "I teach piano to the children of glass blowers," he explained. "Not as romantic as playing in piazzas, but it pays the bills." "Did you know my mother well?" Chiara asked. Only in her later years, after she reconnected with Uncle Luca, she was formidable, intimidating, until you saw her with him. Then she softened. Marco mentioned you might have recordings of them playing together. Alessandro nodded, moving to a shelf of unmarked CDs. Uncle Luca recorded most of their Thursday performances, said he wanted to capture lightning in a bottle. He selected a disc and handed it to her. This was their final duet, 3 weeks before he died. Chiara held the CD carefully. "May I?" He gestured to a stereo system in the corner. As she inserted the disc, Alessandro said, "I should warn you. By this point, both of them were physically diminished. Uncle Luca's heart was failing. Your mother's condition had progressed. The music reflects that." The recording began with ambient noise, conversations, the fountain bubbling, Venice being Venice, then a piano, hesitant at first, finding its way note by note. A violin joined, equally tentative. Chiara recognized the last song in Venice, but this version was different from the sheet music, more fragile, more human. She closed her eyes, listening to her mother and Luca navigate the piece. There were missed notes, moments when tempos didn't quite align. But there was also a conversation happening between the instruments, a tenderness that transcended technique. As the final notes faded, Chiara heard something unexpected. Applause, yes, but also her mother's voice captured by the microphone. That was for everyone who's ever loved something they couldn't keep. When the recording ended, Chiara opened her eyes to find Alessandro watching her intently. "Your mother was an extraordinary musician," he said, "but I think she was at her most extraordinary in her imperfections." "May I have a copy of this?" Chiara asked. "Uncle Luca would have wanted you to have the original." As she prepared to leave, Alessandro added, "There's one more thing." He retrieved a small wooden box from a bookshelf. "After he died, we found this among his effects. It has your mother's name on it." The box contained a single item, a fountain pen. "I don't understand," Chiara said. "Neither did we at first. Then we realized it was the pen she used to write in her journal the summer they met. She must have left it behind when she departed suddenly. He kept it all those years." Chiara held the pen, imagining her mother's hand gripping it as she recorded her innermost thoughts, her fears about her failing health, her unexpected love, her agonizing decision to leave. "Thank you," she said, emotion thickening her voice. On the water taxi back to Venice, Chiara reflected on all she'd learned. Her mother, always so controlled in life, had experienced a brief period of beautiful chaos with Luca. She'd walked away from it, returned to her ordered existence, raised a daughter alone, built a legendary career. But she'd kept the memory close, finally returning to Venice when her performing days were over. Had she regretted her choice? The journal offered no clear answer, but the fact that she'd sought Luca out decades later, that she'd played with him despite her progressed condition, suggested she'd carried him with her all along. Back at the apartment, Chiara sat at her mother's writing desk and began composing a piece to accompany The Last Song in Venice, a daughter's response to a mother's hidden heart. The memorial concert at the Conservatory Museum drew an international audience. Former colleagues, students, admirers of Emilia Sartori's perfectionist brilliance filled the intimate performance space. Chiara, waiting backstage with her mother's first violin, felt oddly calm. The museum director's introduction was brief. "Tonight we honour not only a musical legacy, but the woman behind the music. Her daughter, Chiara Sartori, will perform a piece that captures something essential about Emilia that perhaps we never fully understood." Chiara walked onto the stage where, behind her, a large photograph of her mother in her prime was projected, Emilia in profile, violin raised, eyes closed in concentration. It was the image the world knew. "Good evening," Chiara began. "My mother was known for her technical precision, her unwavering commitment to the score as written. What many of you don't know is that there was another side to her musicality, one she kept private until the final years of her life. She explained about finding the journal, about discovering Luca Moretti, and the summer of improvised duets in a hidden piazza. The piece I'll play tonight is called The Last Song in Venice. It was composed by Luca for my mother, capturing their brief but profound connection. I'll be playing it on her first violin, the instrument she used during that Venetian summer. Chiara placed the CD player beside her and pressed play. The recorded piano introduction began, Luca's part, from their final performance together. When the violin would normally enter, Chiara raised her mother's instrument and joined the recording, playing not to the audience but to Luca's phantom piano. The piece unfurled like Venice itself, complex, layered with history, simultaneously melancholy and beautiful. Chiara followed the emotional arc that Luca had composed and that her mother had completed, adding her own interpretations where it felt right. When the final notes faded, there was silence, then gentle weeping from several corners of the hall, then applause, building into a standing ovation. Later, as attendees filtered out, the museum director approached Chiara. "That was unexpected," he said, "and perfect. We would like to include the sheet music and recording in the permanent exhibition alongside the Guarneri." "I think my mother would want that," Chiara said, "to be remembered not just for her perfection." The following morning, Chiara returned to the Piazza della Musica Persa one last time. She'd agreed to sell her mother's apartment, but not before making arrangements with Marco to establish a small music scholarship in Emilia and Luca's names. The piazza was empty except for Marco, who was supervising the installation of a small bronze plaque beside the fountain. "What does it say?" Chiara asked, approaching. Marco stepped back so she could read the inscription. "In this piazza from May to June 99, and again from 2019 to 2020, Emilia Sartori and Luca Moretti created music that exists now only in memory. Some songs are meant to be played just a few times. Some loves are meant to be lived just once, but both echo forever." "It's perfect," Chiara said, tears welling. "Your mother approved the text before she died," Marco revealed. "She knew she wouldn't live to see it installed." She planned all of this, Chiara realized. The journal, the violin, making sure I would find my way here. She wanted you to understand not just her story with Luca, but something about music itself, about life. "That perfection isn't the point," Chiara said softly. Marco nodded. "That beauty exists in the attempt, not just the achievement. That sometimes the notes we don't play are as important as the ones we do." As Chiara prepared to leave Venice the next day, she tucked her mother's journal and Luca's fountain pen into her carry-on bag. She would return to her own life, her own music, carrying with her a new understanding of the woman who had raised her. Emilia Sartori had lived two lives, one of public perfection and private loneliness, and another, briefer one of messy, beautiful connection. She had chosen duty over desire, structure over improvisation, but she had also, in her final years, returned to the scene of her greatest vulnerability and found it again. Chiara thought about her own career, her own choices. The electronic compositions that had so disappointed her mother now seemed less like rebellion and more like continuation. Different instruments, but the same search for something transcendent in sound. On her final night in Venice, she returned once more to the balcony of her mother's apartment. The same moon that had watched over Emilia and Luca's brief romance now illuminated the city's ancient facades and rippling canals. Below, a solitary pianist played in a different piazza, the notes drifting up like prayers. Chiara closed her eyes and listened, not just to the music, but to everything that lay beneath and beyond it. The water lapping at stone foundations, distant conversations in multiple languages, the gentle creaking of a city perpetually in dialogue with the sea that both threatens and sustains it. She understood now what her mother had found in Luca's jazz, in his philosophy of musical improvisation. Life itself was improvisation, a constant navigation between structure and spontaneity, between what we plan and what simply happens. The journal's final entry, dated just 3 months before Amelia's death, read, "Venice, January 2025. Chiara will come when I'm gone. I've arranged everything. She'll find Luca, or at least his memory, and perhaps understand why I lived as I did, why I left him, why I returned, why I never spoke of him. Don't regret the life I chose. The concert halls, the recordings, the students who now lead orchestras across the world, these matter. But I regret not telling her sooner about those nights in the piazza, about music that existed only in the playing of it. I hope she'll forgive me for keeping this part of myself hidden. I hope she'll understand that some loves aren't meant to be explained or shared, only experienced. And I hope most of all that she finds her own piazza someday, a place where her music can simply be, without judgment, without fear." The tremors are worse now. Some days I cannot hold a pen, let alone a bow, but in my mind I still play our last song perfectly. Memory at least allows for flawless performance. Chiara closed the journal and held it to her chest. In the morning she would leave Venice, carrying with her both versions of her mother, the perfectionist and the improviser, the woman who chose duty and the woman who, however briefly, chose love. But tonight, under a Venetian moon that had witnessed centuries of partings and returns, she allowed herself to simply be her mother's daughter, listening to distant music fading into night, the end. The winter of 1992 settled over Sarajevo like a shroud. Not the pristine white blanket of postcards, but something grey and oppressive, stained with soot and speckled with blood. Lena Kovacevic moved through it like a ghost, her medical bag clutched to her chest, a prize more valuable than gold in a city where morphine had become currency and antiseptic was worth dying for. The makeshift hospital had once been a primary school, now children's drawings still clung stubbornly to walls that trembled with each distant explosion. Lena worked by candlelight, the electricity having failed 2 days prior. Her patients lay on classroom desks pushed together to form beds, their groans forming a terrible chorus that echoed down hallways once filled with laughter. "Water!" rasped the boy beneath her hands, no older than 12. A piece of shrapnel had torn through his abdomen while he stood in line for bread. His mother had carried him 3 kilometers under sniper fire to reach them. "Please, water." Lena reached for her canteen, half empty, reserved for patients, and held it to his cracked lips. She had learned to ration compassion as carefully as supplies. Too much, and you'd bleed yourself dry in a week. Too little, and you became something worse than the men in the hills with their guns. "What's your name?" she asked, checking his bandages. "Emir," he whispered. "Mia, you're being very brave. Your mother is waiting outside." His eyes, glassy with pain, suddenly focused. "Did they get her too?" "No, Habibi, she's safe." The lie came easily. His mother had collapsed at the hospital entrance, a sniper's bullet having found her just as they reached sanctuary. Lena had watched the life fade from her eyes while orderlies carried her son inside. Another orphan in a city manufacturing them by the hundreds. A whistle cut through the air, the unmistakable sound of an incoming mortar. Lena instinctively threw herself over Amir, shielding his fragile body with her own. The blast hit somewhere nearby, close enough to shower the windows with debris. Glass tinkled across the floor like wind chimes. When silence returned, punctuated only by the wailing of a new victim somewhere outside, Lena straightened. An elderly doctor named Farouk approached, his face a map of fatigue. "The generator's running on fumes," he muttered. "We'll lose refrigeration for the blood supplies by morning." Lena nodded, making quick calculations. I know a way to the brewery. They have a diesel tank that... Too dangerous. The crossing is exposed to sniper positions. I've made it before, she countered, already untying her surgical apron. Twice last month. Farruk's eyes, sunken from months of inadequate sleep, regarded her carefully. Your brother would disapprove. Dragon disapproves of breathing if it isn't in service of his resistance, she replied sharply, then softening. I'll be back before dawn. Keep Emir comfortable. Outside, Sarajevo had transformed from the cosmopolitan city of her youth into a maze of dangers. Lena moved with practiced caution, keeping to walls, ducking beneath blown-out windows, traversing the sniper alleys with the quick, unpredictable movements that had kept her alive while friends and neighbours fell. She knew the snipers watched from the hills surrounding the valley, like wolves surrounding a wounded deer, patient, calculating, waiting for a clear shot. The thought of those scopes, those eyes behind them, sent a chill through her that had nothing to do with the bitter cold. Who were these men who watched day after day as civilians scavenged for survival? Did they see people through their crosshairs, or merely targets? Midway to the brewery, a distant memory ambushed her. Sitting on a sunlit hillside with Marco, their 10-year-old legs dangling, sharing a stolen cigarette and swearing blood oaths of friendship. Those same hills now harboured men who would kill her without hesitation. Was Marco among them? The childhood friend who had taught her to skip stones across the Miljacka River, whose mother had made the best tufahijja in the neighbourhood, whose last name, Yankovic, had suddenly mattered in ways neither of them understood when the troubles began. A sharp crack echoed through the street, followed by the distinctive ping of a bullet striking metal nearby. Lena froze, then dove behind an abandoned car. Her heart hammered against her ribs as she pressed herself into the cold ground, making herself smaller, invisible. Another shot followed, this one splintering the pavement inches from her hiding place. Not random fire, someone was targeting her specifically. She crawled beneath the chassis of the car, ignoring the biting cold of the metal against her back. Through the wheel well, she could see a portion of the hillside where the shot had originated. Nothing but darkness and the vague silhouette of trees. Minutes passed, stretching into an hour. The sniper was patient, but Lena had learned patience too. It was the first lesson of surviving a siege. Eventually, the distant sound of artillery drew the attention elsewhere, and she seized her chance, abandoning her mission, and instead sliding through a broken fence into the ruins of what had once been a library. The building's roof had partially collapsed, but some interior walls still stood. Lena made her way through the rubble, her boots crunching on broken glass and charred book pages. Here, at least, she might find shelter until daybreak, when movement became marginally safer. In what must have been the reference section, a portion of ceiling remained intact. Lena sank down against a bookshelf, her exhaustion finally catching up to her. She closed her eyes just for a moment and was transported back to sunlit days, to the Sarajevo that existed before the world turned upside down. A sound startled her awake, the unmistakable click of a rifle's safety being disengaged. "Don't move," came a man's voice, low and controlled. Lena froze, her eyes adjusting to the darkness. A figure stood several meters away, his face obscured by the shadow, but the outline of his weapon unmistakable. "I'm a medic," she said, keeping her voice steady. "I have no weapons." The man stepped closer, and moonlight slanting through the damaged roof illuminated half his face. Recognition hit her like physical blow. "Marco?" she whispered, disbelief coating each syllable. The rifle's aim faltered, then lowered slightly. "Lena Kovacevic," he breathed, her name emerging like a prayer and a curse entwined. For a moment, they were just two ghosts from each other's past, surrounded by the ashes of a civilization that had once prided itself on tolerance. Then reality reasserted itself. He in a Serbian military uniform, she with the green armband marking her as a Bosniak medical worker. "Have you come to kill me then?" she asked quietly, finding strange courage in the absurdity of their reunion. Marco's face, harder than she remembered, but still unmistakably his, twisted with something unreadable. "If I wanted you dead," he said, "you would never have seen me." 3 weeks earlier, Marko Jankovic had watched Sarajevo burn through the crosshairs of his rifle. From his nest in the hills, the city resembled a wounded animal, smoke rising from its flanks, its streets empty save for the desperate souls who risked death for water or firewood. He had not fired a single kill shot in 4 days. Instead, he aimed at walls, at abandoned cars, at anything that would make his targets dive for cover without actually striking them. It was a dangerous game. Twice now, Commander Radovic had reviewed sniper footage, eyeing Marko with growing suspicion. "Your grandfather fought the Nazis without hesitation," Radovic had said that morning, cleaning his sidearm with methodical precision. Yet his grandson seems to have developed an inconvenient conscience. Marko had maintained eye contact, his face a practiced mask. "Conserving ammunition, sir. The supply lines are stretched." "Ammunition is meant to be used, Jankovic, especially on legitimate targets." There was nothing legitimate about children collecting snow to melt for drinking water, but Marko had merely nodded. "Understood, sir." Now, as evening descended, Marko scanned the ruined avenues below. His spotter, Nenad, dozed beside him, having consumed most of a flask of Slivovitz to ward off the cold. The radio crackled occasionally with encoded messages from other positions, but their sector had been quiet. A movement caught his eye, a figure darting between buildings with practiced stealth. Through his scope, Marko observed the feminine form, the medical bag, the determined set of the shoulders. Something about the woman's movements triggered a memory. He adjusted the focus, bringing her face into sharp relief. The recognition hit him like a physical blow. Lena, the girl from the apartment below his, the one who had taught him to dance before his first school formal, the one whose family had abruptly stopped speaking to his when the nationalist rhetoric began heating up. She paused at an intersection, checking for danger, unaware that she had already been seen. Marko's finger hovered near the trigger, not to shoot, but in acknowledgement of a terrible irony. Here she was, saving lives while he was assigned to end them. He tracked her movement, providing invisible protection. When another sniper's bullet struck near her position, Marko swiftly located the shooter 2 nests over and did something he had promised himself he would never do. He fired at a countryman, sending a round close enough to the other sniper's position to make him duck and curse over the radio. "What the hell?" Nenad jerked awake beside him. "Did you fire?" "Thought I saw movement," Marko lied smoothly. "Just a dog." Later, after Nenad had fallen back into his drunken slumber, Marko watched Lena take shelter in the library. He knew he was crossing a line that could not be uncrossed, but after months of following orders that hollowed him out with each passing day, the sight of her had awakened something he thought long dead. He waited until full darkness before slipping away from his post, leaving Nenad snoring softly. The descent into the city was perilous. Serbian patrols were under orders to shoot deserters on sight. But Marko knew the blind spots, the gaps in coverage that resulted from months of comfortable superiority in the hills. The library's broken shell offered multiple entry points. He moved silently through the debris, guided by the moonlight and memory. When he found her, sleeping against a bookshelf, vulnerability etched across features hardened by war, he almost turned back. Almost. Instead, he deliberately made a sound to wake her, needing her to see him, to confront what they had both become. "Have you come to kill me then?" she had asked, and the question lacerated him. "If I wanted you dead, you would never have seen me. Now they stood facing each other across the ruins of literature, culture, knowledge, all the things that had once bound their city together. "You're with them," she said, her voice hollow, eyes fixed on his uniform. "I was conscripted," he replied, though it sounded hollow even to his ears. "My father was ill. They said they would provide medicine if I served." "And did they?" Marco's silence was answer enough. Lena's laugh held no humour. "So you shoot at us for nothing." "I don't shoot," he said, the confession dangerous even here. "Not at civilians, never." She studied him, looking for the lie. Finding none, she slowly rose to her feet, wincing slightly. "You're hurt," he observed. "The whole city is hurt, Marco." He stepped closer, rifle now slung across his back, hands visible and empty. "Let me see." Reluctantly, she showed him her side, where a fall during her hasty retreat had embedded a shard of glass. Without speaking, Marco removed a field medical kit from his pocket. Their fingers brushed as he handed her antiseptic wipes, and the contact sent electricity through him. Not desire, but the shock of human connection after months of isolation. "Why are you helping me?" she asked as she cleaned the wound. Marco considered the question. "'Cause I remember who I was before all this. Who we were. That Sarajevo's gone. Not all of it." He gestured between them. "We're still here." They talked through the night, voices low, sharing cigarettes and bitter truths. Lena told him of the hospital, of Emir and countless others. Of her brother Dragan, now a fierce fighter in the resistance. Of their parents killed by a mortar while queuing for bread last spring. Marco spoke of the commander's growing suspicions, of the way some men took pleasure in the killing, of his plan to desert when winter deepened and patrols thinned. As dawn approached, they both knew their time had ended. "I can help," he said suddenly. "Information, warnings about planned attacks." Lena's eyes widened. "You'd be shot for treason." "I'm dead either way," he replied, surprising himself with the certainty of it. "If not by a bullet, then by what this place is turning me into." She considered him carefully. "The east side of the central market. There's a damaged phone booth with resistance markings. Leave messages there." He nodded, memorizing the location. "Why take the risk?" she pressed. "Why now?" Marco looked at her, really looked, seeing both the girl she had been and the woman forged by suffering. "Because seeing you reminded me there are things worth dying for, and this war isn't one of them." As they parted at the edge of dawn, Lena hesitated, then pressed something into his palm, a small worn photograph. Him and her, aged 12, arms around each other's shoulders, squinting into summer sun. "In case you forget again," she whispered. And then she was gone, slipping between shadows back toward her broken city. Marco touched the photograph to his lips once before tucking it securely in an inner pocket close to his heart. Then he began the treacherous climb back to a position he could no longer stomach, to comrades who would kill him without hesitation if they knew what he now planned to do. For 3 weeks they existed in separate worlds that occasionally intersected through folded papers left in a rusted phone booth. Marco's intelligence saved lives. A warning about artillery targeting the central waterline allowed repair crews to evacuate before shells rained down. Information about sniper rotations created safer windows for civilian movement. Lena never told Dragan about her source. Her brother had become hardened, viewing the world in stark divisions of friend and enemy. The resistance fighter who had once composed poetry now spoke only of vengeance, of reclaiming, of blood debts to be paid. The gentleness that had defined him was another casualty of war. "We're moving the weapons cache tonight," Dragan told her one evening, as they huddled around a small stove in what remained of their family apartment. The building's upper floors had been sheared away by artillery, but their third-floor unit remained precariously intact, if missing most of its windows. They had taped plastic sheeting over the openings, creating a membrane that inhaled and exhaled with the wind. Lena tensed. "Why tell me this?" He gave her an odd look. "Because I need you there. 3 of our men were wounded in the last raid. If something happens, I'm needed at the hospital," she countered. "You're needed by your people." Dragon's eyes, once warm brown, like her own, had taken on a feverish intensity. "Or have you forgotten which side you're on?" The accusation stung because it brushed against her secret. Was she betraying someone by helping Marco, by accepting his help? The boundaries between loyalty and humanity had blurred beyond recognition. "I'll be there," she finally agreed, knowing she could not afford his suspicion. Later, alone, she crept to the phone booth and left an urgent warning. "Weapons moving tonight. Southeast Warehouse District. Keep watch elsewhere." She lingered longer than was safe, hoping Marco might appear in person. They had not seen each other since that night in the library, but the streets remained empty save for the occasional shadow of someone else making their furtive journey through the battlefield that had once been neighbourhoods. At midnight, Lena joined Dragon and a small group of resistance fighters. They moved in silence through a network of partially collapsed basements and sewers, emerging near a warehouse that had once stored imported furniture. Now it contained ammunition, small arms, and the grim determination of people who had adjusted their definition of victory from thriving to merely surviving. Halfway through the transfer, the night erupted. Not with gunfire, but with the thunderous approach of tanks. Dragon cursed, shooting her a look of pure betrayal that made her blood freeze. "How did they know?" he hissed, grabbing her arm roughly. "Who did you tell?" "No one!" The defense was automatic, but the guilt must have shown on her face. Before Dragon could press further, the warehouse's wooden doors splintered under the impact of a vehicle. Chaos erupted as fighters scattered, grabbing what weapons they could. Lena found herself pulled along by her brother's iron grip as they fled towards the river. "We were compromised!" he spat as they crouched behind an overturned kiosk. "Someone knew!" The accusation hung between them, unspoken but palpable. Lena's heart hammered against her ribs. Had Marco betrayed her? Had her message somehow been intercepted? Or was this raid planned regardless? Coincidental timing that now marked her as suspect. They made it back to relative safety, but the damage was done. 3 resistance fighters captured, a cache of precious ammunition lost, and Dragon's trust in his sister, already fragile, had fractured further. The next morning, Lena made her way to the phone booth, anger and confusion warring within her. To her shock, Marco was there, hunched inside the broken structure, waiting. "You betrayed us," she accused without preamble. His face, gaunt with exhaustion, registered surprise, then understanding. "The raid," he said. "It wasn't because of your message. I never received it." "Then how did you know what I was talking about?" "Because I've been demoted," he explained, voice low. "They caught me filing false reports about civilian sightings. I'm no longer in the intelligence loop. The raid was planned days ago by Commander Radovich himself." Lena wanted to believe him, needed to believe him. "Prove it." Marco unbuttoned his jacket enough to reveal angry purple bruising across his torso. "This is what happens to soldiers who show too much restraint," he said quietly. "I'm being watched now. Coming here was a risk, but I needed to warn you." "Warn me about what?" "They're executing prisoners tomorrow at dawn, public display in the central square." His eyes met hers, conveying the gravity. "Resistance fighters captured last night are among them." The blood drained from Lena's face. Dragon had told her which of their comrades had been taken. Young men she had treated for previous wounds. One was barely 19. "We have to stop it," she said automatically. "We can't. The area will be heavily guarded." "Then we need to break them out tonight, from wherever they're being held." Marco shook his head. "Suicide." "Then what?" Lena demanded, desperation rising. We just let them die? Write it off as an acceptable loss in this godforsaken war? No, he replied, reaching for her hand. The contact was electric, dangerous. We leave. Together. Tonight. The proposal hung between them, radical in its simplicity. Leave, she echoed. There's a supply convoy heading to the Croatian border. The driver owes me a favour. He'll take us if we can reach the checkpoints by midnight. I can't leave, Lena protested, though a treacherous part of her heart leapt at the possibility. The hospital, my patients. Dragan will die here, Marco said, the bluntness like a slap. So will most of the people you're trying to save, so will I, eventually. This siege isn't ending, Lena. It's just grinding everyone down until there's nothing left. She pulled her hand away. That's why I need to stay. And if I stay, I'll be forced to become something neither of us can live with. His voice dropped to a whisper. Please, we can start again, somewhere else. Help in different ways. The possibility unfurled before her. Life beyond checkpoints and snipers, beyond the daily calculus of survival. It was tempting, seductively so. I need time to think, she said finally. We don't have time, he countered. Meet me at the library at 10 tonight if your answer is yes. If not. He let the sentence hang unfinished. They parted ways, both aware they might never see each other again. Lena returned to the hospital, going through the motions of bandaging, stitching, comforting, her mind elsewhere. That evening she approached Dragan as he cleaned his rifle. If you could leave, she began carefully, would you? Her brother's hand stilled. Leave what? Sarajevo. The fighting. He looked at her as though she had suggested growing wings to fly to the moon. This is our home, our fight. But if there was a way out, there is no out, he cut her off, voice hardening. There's only through. We fight or we die, or worse, we become refugees begging for scraps at the world's table. He set the rifle down. Why are you asking this? Has someone offered you passage? The direct question caught her off guard. I was just thinking, she hedged, about options. Dragan's eyes narrowed. The only options are victory or death, he said, with the certainty of one who had simplified the world to make its horrors bearable. Anyone suggesting otherwise is not your friend. By 9:30, Lena had made her decision. She packed a small bag, extra bandages, a few precious medicines pilfered from the hospital stores, a change of clothes, and a photograph of her family from before. She left a brief note for Dragan, explaining nothing, apologizing for everything. The streets were treacherous at night, but Lena had become adept at moving through shadows. She reached the library by 10, heart pounding with the magnitude of her choice. But the agreed-upon meeting place was empty. 10 minutes passed. 20. Doubt crept in. Had Marco changed his mind? Been caught? Was this all an elaborate trap? At 10:30 she heard footsteps. Not the measured tread she associated with Marco, but something more erratic. She pressed herself into the shadows, watching as a figure stumbled into the library's ruined atrium. Marco, but not as she expected. Blood soaked his left side. His face was battered almost beyond recognition, and he struggled to remain upright. "Lena?" he called softly, voice ragged. She rushed to his side, medical instincts taking over. "What happened?" "Radovich," he managed, leaning heavily against her. "He knew about us, the messages." "How?" "Someone saw you at the phone booth." Lena helped him to a relatively clean area, laying him down to examine the wound. A bullet had torn through his side, not immediately fatal but dangerous without proper treatment. "I need to get you to the hospital," she said. Marco grabbed her wrist with surprising strength. "No, they'll be watching hospitals." He coughed, a wet, alarming sound. The convoy. We can still make it. You can't travel like this. I won't survive here. His eyes, feverish but determined, locked onto hers. Please, Lena. I'd rather die trying to escape than waiting for Radovich to finish what he started. She knew he was right. Knew also that their window was closing with each passing minute. With swift efficiency, she cleaned and bandaged his wound as best she could with her limited supplies. "Can you walk?" she asked when finished. "With help." They moved slowly through the darkened city, Marco's arm draped across her shoulders, his weight increasingly heavy as blood loss weakened him. Twice they froze at the sound of patrols pressing into doorways, holding their breath until danger passed. The rendezvous point was an abandoned garage 3 blocks from the official checkpoint. The driver, a gruff man named Amir, took one look at Marco's condition and cursed. "You didn't say he was half—" hissed at Lena. "Will you still take us?" she demanded. Emir hesitated, calculating risks versus the payment Marco had promised. "He'll need to be hidden better than I planned. Under the cargo, not just behind it." They had just begun transferring Marco to the truck when shouts erupted from the street. Flashlight beams cut through the darkness, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of rifles being readied. "Serbian patrol," Amir muttered, backing toward his cab. This wasn't part of the deal. Before Lena could protest, the driver had slipped into his truck and gunned the engine, roaring away and leaving them exposed in the empty garage. "Go," Marco urged, pushing her toward a rear exit. "I'll distract them." "I'm not leaving you." The voices drew closer. Among them, Lena recognized one with chilling clarity, her brother, Dragan. "The tracks lead here," he was saying. "Spread out and search everything." Lena and Marco exchanged a look of perfect understanding. There would be no escape, not tonight, perhaps not ever. "You shouldn't have come back for me," Marco whispered, as they crouched behind a stack of wooden pallets. His breathing had grown laboured, each inhalation a battle. "Quiet," Lena urged, though she knew it was futile. The pool of blood beneath him had grown alarmingly large. Even if they somehow escaped this immediate danger, Marco needed surgery and transfusions that she couldn't provide with a field kit. Footsteps approached their hiding place. A flashlight beam swept across the floor, stopping at the trail of blood Marco had left. Lena reached for the scalpel in her medical bag, a pathetic defense against rifles, but the only weapon she had. "Here!" called a voice, and the beam locked onto their position. Rough hands dragged them into the open. Lena found herself staring into Dragan's face, contorted with a mix of fury and betrayal. "So it's true," he said, voice eerily calm. "My sister and a Chetnik." "He's not," Lena began, but Dragan's open-handed slap silenced her. "Don't," he warned. "Don't defend him to me." Marco, barely conscious, was thrown to the ground by 2 resistance fighters. A third pressed a rifle barrel to the back of his head. "Wait," Lena cried. "Dragan, please, it's not what you think." "Really?" Her brother circled her like a predator. "'Cause I think my sister has been feeding information to the enemy. Information that got Hassan and Edin captured." His voice broke slightly. "They're scheduled for public execution tomorrow." "I was trying to prevent that," she pleaded. "Marco has been helping us, warning us about attacks." "Helping?" Dragan laughed bitterly. "Is that what you call it when tanks show up at our weapons transfer? When snipers know exactly when our water teams will attempt repairs?" "The weapons raid wasn't me," Marco managed to say, earning himself a boot to the ribs. "Shut up, dog," spat one of the fighters. "We know what you are." Dragan turned to his men. "Take him to the cellar beneath the old bakery. We'll decide what to do with him after we deal with more pressing matters." "And her?" asked one of the fighters, nodding toward Lena. Dragan's expression hardened. "My sister is confused. She needs time to remember which side she's on." "I know exactly which side I'm on," Lena shot back, finding courage in desperation. "The side of people who are suffering. All of them." She gestured around the devastated cityscape. Look at what we've become, Dragan. Serb, Croat, Bosniak. We're all just starving and dying together while the world watches. Pretty words, her brother replied. Tell them to Edin's widow, to the parents of children killed by snipers from his side. He jabbed a finger toward Marco. As the fighters began dragging Marco away, he locked eyes with Lena one last time. Don't give up, he mouthed silently. Dragan led Lena back to their apartment in silence, his grip on her arm bruising. Once inside, he secured the door and faced her. What were you thinking? He asked quietly, and the genuine confusion in his voice was somehow worse than anger. I was thinking that not everyone in uniform is a monster, she replied, sinking onto their threadbare couch. Maybe there are people on both sides who want this madness to end. Naive, he muttered. Dangerously naive. Is it naive to remember that Marco's family shared Eid meals with us? That his mother taught me to make baklava? That world is dead, Lena. Dragan ran a hand through his unkempt hair. They killed it. What's left is just survival. Survival isn't enough. He studied her, as though seeing a stranger. You were going to leave with him, weren't you? Leave all of us to die here. The accusation struck deep because it contained a kernel of truth. I thought, maybe we could find help outside, bring attention to what's happening. The world knows, Dragan replied bitterly. They watch it on television with their dinners. Our suffering is background noise to them. Exhaustion suddenly overwhelmed her. What will you do with Marco? That's no longer your concern. If you kill him, I'll never forgive you. Dragan laughed humorlessly. Add it to the list of things we won't forgive each other for. He moved toward the door. Stay here. I've posted Tarek outside. Don't try to leave. After he departed, Lena sat motionless, mind racing through possibilities, each more desperate than the last. A daring rescue? Impossible without knowing exactly where they'd taken Marco. An appeal to reason? Her brother had abandoned reason months ago, replacing it with the clarity of hatred. Around midnight, the door opened to reveal Nera, the elderly woman who ran a shelter for orphaned children in the building's basement. Her lined face was solemn as she placed a small bundle on the table. Your brother asked me to check on you, she said, to make sure you had eaten. Lena hadn't, but food was the furthest thing from her mind. Thank you, Nera. The old woman lingered, seemingly hesitant to leave. I've lived through 3 wars, she said finally. Always the same story. Young people dying for old hatreds they didn't create. This one feels different, Lena replied. More personal. They all feel personal to those living through them. Nera's gnarled hand covered Lena's. You're Serbian, boy. You love him? The question caught Lena off guard. Did she love Marco? Or was it simply that he represented everything the war had stolen? Normalcy, possibility, a future? I don't know, she admitted, but I can't let him die. Nera nodded, as though the answer confirmed something. The bakery cellar has a secondary entrance, through the adjoining building that once sold fabric. The entrance is hidden behind a fallen beam. She rose to leave. I tell you this because I buried 2 sons in the last war. Enough mothers have lost children in this cursed place. After Nera departed, Lena waited until the building fell silent before gathering essentials, her medical bag, a kitchen knife, a small flashlight. Tarek was slumped outside her door, snoring softly, a half-empty bottle of rakia explaining his negligence. The journey to the bakery was perilous. Serbian patrols had increased, likely in response to Marco's capture. Twice, Lena had to hide for long minutes, pressed against cold stone, barely breathing as boots passed within meters of her position. She found the fabric shop as Nera had described, its elaborate storefront now reduced to rubble. Inside, the darkness was near complete. forcing Lena to risk using her flashlight in brief controlled bursts. The fallen beam concealed a narrow passage that might once have been used for deliveries between businesses. The air grew thick with dust and the lingering smell of flour as she descended into the bakery's cellar. Voices reached her from below, two men speaking in hushed tones. "Execution at dawn along with the others," one was saying. "Dragan wants it done publicly, a message." "Seems excessive," replied the second voice. "The Chetnik is half dead already." "Orders are orders." Lena extinguished her light and proceeded by touch alone, each step carefully placed to avoid creating noise. The cellar opened into a larger space, dimly lit by a single kerosene lamp. Through a partially open door, she could make out two resistance fighters playing cards at a small table. Beyond them, barely visible, lay a figure on the ground, Marco, unmoving. She retreated, mind racing. Direct confrontation was suicide. She needed a distraction. Inspiration came from an unexpected source, the building's ancient electrical system. Though power was unreliable in the besieged city, the Resistance had rigged a generator for essential operations. If she could trigger a short circuit, using her scalpel, Lena carefully exposed wiring in a junction box she found near the stairs. The resulting spark when she connected two frayed cables was more dramatic than she'd anticipated. A flash, a pop, and then total darkness as the building's limited electricity failed. Confusion erupted below. Lena seized the moment, rushing toward the guards with surprising ferocity. The kitchen knife caught the first man across the forearm, his cry of pain masked by the general confusion. The second received a strategic elbow to the throat, an efficient method Dragan himself had taught her just in case. "Marco," she hissed, kneeling beside his prone form. "Can you hear me?" A faint groan was her only answer. His skin burned with fever. The bandages she'd applied earlier now soaked through. Moving him would be dangerous, but leaving meant certain death. "I need you to try standing," she urged, "just for a little while." With monumental effort, she helped him to his feet. His weight threatened to topple them both as they staggered toward the passage she'd used to enter. Behind them, shouts indicated reinforcements were arriving. The journey back through the war-torn streets was an exercise in agony. Twice they had to hide from patrols, crouched in rubble as searchlights swept past. Each time they resumed their painful progress, Marco's condition deteriorated further. His breathing grew more his skin clammy despite the fever. Blood seeped through the hasty bandages, leaving a trail Lena desperately tried to conceal. She knew the signs of shock, knew that without proper medical intervention, he had hours at most. The hospital was too risky. Dragan would check there first. Instead, she guided their faltering steps toward Nera's orphanage in the basement of her apartment building. The old woman had basic medical supplies and, more importantly, decades of experience treating wounds with limited resources. They arrived just before dawn, Marco barely conscious. Nera took one look at him and gestured toward a small back room where a narrow cot stood ready. "The children mustn't see," she explained, helping Lena lay Marco down. "It frightens them to see adults so vulnerable." Working together by candlelight, they cleaned and redressed his wounds. The bullet had passed through cleanly, but infection had set in. Without antibiotics, his chances were slim. "I know someone who might have medicines," Nera said, reading Lena's thoughts. "It will take time." Time was the one thing they didn't have. By now, Dragan would have discovered Marco's escape and Lena's involvement. The city would be crawling with resistance fighters searching for them. "We need to leave Sarajevo," Lena said quietly as they finished their work. "Tonight, if possible." Nera nodded, unsurprised. "There is a tunnel," she said, "under the airport. The Resistance uses it for supplies. Dragan never mentioned it to me, because it is reserved for the most essential personnel and goods, not for deserters." She spoke the word without judgment. How do we access it? There is a house on the edge of the Dobrinja district, marked with 3 red lines on the door. Tell them Nera sent you. Lena squeezed the old woman's hand in gratitude. Why are you helping us? Nera's smile was tinged with ancient sadness. Because love is rare in wartime. When you find it, you must protect it. She moved toward the door. Rest now. I will bring medicines when I can. Hours passed like centuries in the dim confines of Nera's back room. Lena dozed fitfully beside Marco's cot, waking at each change in his breathing, each small sound from the children's quarters beyond the thin wall. His fever neither broke nor worsened, a precarious plateau that could tip either way. Near noon, the door opened to reveal Nera accompanied by a stranger, a gaunt man with a doctor's careful movements. Dr. Karacha, he breathed, recognizing a surgeon from the central hospital. Your friend here has been quite insistent, he said, nodding toward Nera as he set down a small case of supplies. Something about a patient who couldn't come to the hospital. He examined Marco with professional detachment, the kind necessary when practicing medicine in a war zone. Gunshot wound, infected, beginning stages of sepsis. He should be dead already. But, Lena prompted, hearing the unspoken qualification, but he's young and apparently stubborn. Dr. Karich opened his case, revealing several vials of antibiotics, precious beyond measure in the besieged city. I can give him enough to fight the infection, if his body is strong enough. As he administered injections and changed dressings, the doctor maintained a deliberate ignorance about his patient's identity. Better not to know, his silence suggested. Better not to ask why a young woman was hiding an injured man who clearly wore parts of an enemy uniform beneath his civilian clothes. Keep him still for at least 12 hours, Karich instructed as he prepared to leave. After that, if he's stable enough to move... He left the sentence unfinished, but his meaning was clear. Get him out of Sarajevo if you can. Nera returned later with troubling news. Your brother has men watching the hospital, the checkpoints, even the black market areas. They're showing Marco's photograph. And mine? Lena asked. No. Dragan tells people his sister was kidnapped by a Serbian soldier. He's positioned himself as the grieving, vengeful brother. The revelation wasn't surprising. Dragan would never publicly admit his sister had chosen to help, much less flee with, a man he considered the enemy. It would undermine his standing in the resistance, call his own loyalty into question. How long until the tunnel? Lena asked. Tonight, after curfew. Nera hesitated. There's a complication. I've arranged passage, but my contact says only one of you can go. Space is limited. Priority is given to wounded resistance fighters being evacuated for treatment. Then Marco goes, Lena said without hesitation. And you? I'll find another way out. Or she left the alternative unspoken. Staying in Sarajevo meant eventual discovery, and Dragan's sense of betrayal would not allow for mercy. As evening approached, Marco regained consciousness. His eyes clearer now as the antibiotics fought back the infection, found Lena's. You came for me, he said, voice hoarse. Of course I did. He reached for her hand, his grip weak but determined. They'll kill you if they find you helped me escape. They'll have to find me first. She tried for a lightness she didn't feel. When Nera explained the plan, the tunnel, the single passage available, Marco's response was immediate. No, I won't go without her. You'll die here, Lena argued. I'm not leaving you behind to face your brother's wrath. His attempt to sit up ended in a grimace of pain. Stop being a hero, she snapped, frustration born of fear making her voice sharp. One of us needs to survive this. Otherwise, what was any of it for? Their argument was interrupted by a commotion outside. Through the small window, Lena could see people running, hear distant shouts. Nera hurried in moments later, her usually composed face tight with anxiety. "They're searching the building," she said. "House by house, room by room. Someone must have talked, perhaps saw you arrive." Lena's mind raced. "The children are my concern," Nera cut her off. "You must go, now, through the back alley. My contact will meet you behind the collapsed school, the one with the blue door." "Marco can't walk that far yet." "Then you must help him, or you both die here." The old woman's bluntness left no room for argument. With desperate efficiency, Lena gathered their meagre supplies. Marco insisted on trying to stand, his determination compensating somewhat for his weakness. Together they slipped out through a narrow door as the sounds of the search grew closer. The journey to the meeting point was excruciating. Marco leaned heavily on Lena, each step clearly agony. Twice they had to hide as patrols passed, crouched behind debris, his laboured breathing seeming impossibly loud to her terrified ears. Their guide, a thin boy who couldn't have been more than 15, appeared as promised, leading them through a bewildering series of passages that wound beneath and between bombed-out buildings. The route was clearly designed to avoid open areas where snipers might have clear shots. "How much further?" Lena whispered, as Marco's weight grew heavier against her shoulder. "Almost there," the boy replied. "There's a problem. The entrance area is guarded tonight." "By whom?" "Your brother's men," he said, glancing at her with something like pity. "They were not there earlier today." Dragan had anticipated their plan. Perhaps not the specific route, but he knew the tunnel represented the only real hope of escape. The question was whether he had shared this suspicion with others, or kept his own counsel, unwilling to admit publicly that his sister had betrayed him. "Is there another way in?" Marco asked, each word a visible effort. The boy hesitated. "Yes, but it's exposed. You'd have to cross about 50 meters of open ground. The snipers would be on our side of the siege line," Lena finished. "Serbian positions." Marco straightened slightly. "That might work in our favour." "How?" she demanded. "I'm still wearing parts of my uniform under these clothes. If they see me clearly enough, they might hesitate," Lena realised. "But it's a desperate gamble." "We're down to desperate gambles," he replied. The alternative entrance was through the cellar of a partially collapsed apartment building. From their vantage point in a neighbouring structure, Lena could see the two resistance fighters guarding it, men she recognised from Dragan's inner circle. "I'll create a distraction," the boy offered unexpectedly. "Draw them away for a few minutes. That's all I can give you, before they could protest." He was gone, slipping through the ruins with the agility of youth. Moments later they heard a crash from the opposite direction, followed by shouts. The guards, after a brief hesitation, moved to investigate. "Now," Lena urged, helping Marco to his feet. They crossed the open space as quickly as his condition allowed, painfully visible against the moonlit rubble. With each step, Lena expected gunfire, expected to feel the punch of a bullet, but only silence followed them to the cellar entrance. Inside, the passage narrowed to a crude tunnel barely wide enough for one person. The ceiling was so low they had to crouch, making their progress even more difficult. Water dripped from above, the ground beneath their feet a mess of mud and debris. "Keep moving," Lena encouraged when Marco faltered. "We're almost there." The tunnel seemed endless, winding beneath the airport runway in near total darkness. Air grew scarcer, the close confine threatening to trigger claustrophobia even in the most stable mind. For Lena, each metre was a battle against panic, not for herself, but for Marco, whose breathing had grown increasingly laboured. After what seemed like hours, a faint glow appeared ahead. The tunnel's end, and with it the promise of safety beyond Sarajevo's death grip. They emerged into a small clearing surrounded by trees, the open space disorienting after the tunnel's confines. Several resistance members manned a small outpost that marked the tunnel's exterior entrance. They eyed the newcomers with suspicion that quickly turned to recognition. "That's him," one said, gesturing toward Marco. "The Serbian, the one we're supposed to watch for." "And her, Dragon's sister." Lena felt hope slipping away as hands reached for weapons. Then, unexpectedly, an authoritative voice cut through the tension. "Stand down." A tall figure emerged from the shadows, Commander Usich, the overall leader of this sector's resistance. His weathered face betrayed nothing as he approached them. "Dragan Kovacevic claims his sister was taken against her will," he said evenly, addressing Lena directly. "Yet here you are, supporting this man rather than fleeing from him." Lena lifted her chin. "My brother knows the truth. He simply can't accept it." "And what is the truth, Ms. Kovacevic?" "That I choose humanity over hatred. That this man risked everything to save lives on both sides." Usic's expression remained neutral. "You realize I could have you both shot as traitors?" "Yes," she replied simply. A long moment passed as the commander seemed to take their measure. Finally, he turned to his men. "I saw no one come through the tunnel tonight," he said. "Is that clear?" Confusion gave way to understanding as the fighters nodded their assent. "The supply truck leaves in 20 minutes, Usich continued, addressing Lena again. "It can take you as far as the UN checkpoint at Kisseljak. After that, you're on your own." He stepped closer, voice dropping. "This is not forgiveness. This is recognition that this war has stolen enough from all of us." 19 minutes later, hidden beneath tarps in the back of a battered truck, Lena felt the vehicle lurch into motion. Beside her, Marco's hand found hers in the darkness. "Why?" he whispered. "Why did Usich let us go?" Lena thought of the commander's final words to her, spoken privately as they boarded the truck. "He lost his son and daughter in the first months of the siege," she replied. "He said sometimes mercy is the only victory left." The truck wound its way through mountainous roads, each kilometre increasing the distance between them and the broken city they had once called home. Neither spoke of the future. Such planning seemed presumptuous when survival itself remained uncertain. Hours later, as dawn broke over unfamiliar hills, the truck slowed at a checkpoint manned by blue-helmeted UN peacekeepers. The end of one journey, the uncertain beginning of another. "What happens now?" Marco asked as they prepared to reveal themselves. Lena looked eastward, where the rising sun had begun to illuminate the landscape. Beyond their vision, Sarajevo continued its struggle. Her brother continued his fight, and countless others faced another day of a siege that seemed without end. "Now we live," she said simply. "We live, and we remember, and someday we find a way to help rebuild what was broken. Together." Her hand tightened around his. "Is there any other way?" As they emerged from hiding, stepping onto ground free from the constant threat of snipers and shells, Lena felt the weight of guilt and grief that would always accompany their escape. But alongside it grew something she had thought lost forever in the ashes of Sarajevo, the fragile, defiant bloom of hope. Sarajevo, 2005. The rebuilt bridge spanned the Miljacka River like a declaration, not of victory, but of survival. Lena stood at its centre, the spring sunlight warm on her face, watching the city that had once been her entire world. Beside her, Marco adjusted the camera hanging around his neck. The years had added silver to his temples, lines at the corners of his eyes, but had softened nothing of the intensity with which he observed the world. His photographs of the siege, published years after they had found safety in Germany, had helped ensure the world remembered what had happened here. "Smaller than I remembered," she said, gazing at the hills that had once held such terror. "Most battlefields are," he replied. They had returned for the memorial 10 years since the official end of the siege, though the true end had come earlier for them. Their presence was both pilgrimage and penance. They had survived when so many had not. The cemetery had expanded beyond what Lena could have imagined. White stones stretching across the hillside in ordered rows. They moved among them slowly, reading names, placing flowers. At one marker, more elaborate than the others, Lena knelt longer. Dragan Kovacevic, beloved son, brother, defender of Sarajevo. He had survived the war, only to die in a car accident 3 years later. They had never reconciled. Some wounds, Lena had learned, remained beyond healing. "Do you regret it?" Marco asked quietly as they walked away from the cemetery. "Leaving?" The question surfaced periodically between them, less frequently as years passed, but never fully laid to rest. "No," she answered, the same response she always gave. "But I regret that it was necessary." They made their way toward the old library, its reconstruction finally complete after years of international fundraising. Inside, beneath the magnificent restored dome, children sat reading while sunlight streamed through stained glass windows. This was why they had returned, not just to remember, but to witness the city's rebirth, to see that life had continued, that beauty had managed to emerge from the rubble of hatred. Later, as the evening settled over Sarajevo, they stood on the balcony of their hotel room. In the distance, lights twinkled from homes built atop the ruins of others. Music drifted up from a cafe below. Young people laughed, living their lives in a peace that must sometimes seem fragile, but was peace nonetheless. "We did the right thing," Marco said softly, arms encircling her from behind. And for the first time since they had fled through that dark tunnel, Lena believed it without reservation. Their love had not been a betrayal of her city or his duty, but rather an affirmation of the humanity that war sought to destroy. In a city that had once burned with hatred, they had found a love worth surviving for, and in surviving, they had kept alive the memory of what was lost, and the promise of what might yet be rebuilt from the ashes. The end. Rain pelted the glass roof of the Parisian auctioneer's, where high society mingled in tailored suits and glimmering gowns. The item of the night, the coveted blue siren sapphire, was rumoured to be worth more than a king's ransom. Its origin was steeped in myth. Sailors once believed the gem called out like a siren song to drag men beneath the waves. Tonight, it was perched on a rotating pedestal under bulletproof glass, surrounded by an aura of impossible desirability. For Jade Kaufman, the blue siren was just another job, albeit one with a higher risk and an even higher reward. 27 years old, resourceful and infamous in the underground for her flawless thefts, she prided herself on leaving no trace behind except rumours. Growing up in the foster system had taught her not to expect loyalty or kindness, but it had also forged her into someone with unbreakable survival instincts. She moved like a shadow across the rafters, invisible to the partygoers below. Though she wore a form-fitting black jumpsuit that allowed for maximum flexibility, she felt the weight of the hidden compartments carrying her tools, glass cutters, specialised wires, and lock-picking devices. She had a plan for each step of this heist, but plans could always go wrong. The stakes, more than she liked to admit. The auctioneer's gavel fell with a resounding crack, announcing the final sale, 50 million euros. Polite applause rose from the crowd, cameras flashed, and the tension in Jade's chest tightened. Now was her moment. She exhaled slowly, counting heartbeats, and rappelled down a near-invisible cable toward a section of the glass roof that was briefly out of view of the security cameras. Once on a narrow ledge, she inserted a small disc that scrambled the alarm system for precisely 30 seconds. The hush of the device felt like a countdown in her mind. 30 seconds to cut through the glass, descend, snatch the sapphire and vanish. She executed each move with a precision that came from years of practice. The glass cutter made a near silent hiss, and a perfect circle fell into her gloved hand. Another breath, and she dropped onto the pedestal's platform. The vaulted ceilings and the swirling lights created a surreal glow around the blue siren. Jade's heart pounded in her throat as she lifted the gem from its cushion. For a millisecond, the large sapphire shimmered in the palm of her hand, its facets catching every glare of gold from the overhead chandeliers. 15 seconds left. She braced herself, replaced the gem stand with a weighted dummy to keep the sensor from triggering, and latched onto her cable. She soared upward gracefully, adrenaline singing through her veins. She'd done it again, or so she thought. The instant she cleared the roof, an alarm shrieked through the building. An edge of panic touched her as she darted across the dark rooftop, hooking up a rappelling line to the next structure. Something was off. Her scramble device wasn't supposed to fail so suddenly. She reached the alley, the sapphire tight in her grip. The plan had been to pass the gem to her contact, a fence known simply as Rodin, a man with a reputation for under-the-radar dealings. He waited near a sleek black car, a grin slashing his face. "Jade, you truly never disappoint," he said in a low murmur, taking the gem from her. His voice quivered in that excited, greedy way she'd heard countless times. "Payment's in the bag." She unzipped the small satchel he handed her. Her stomach twisted when she noticed it was empty except for a single bullet rolling at the bottom like a cruel joke. "I'm sorry about this," Rodin whispered, voice trembling with guilt or maybe fear. She whirled around to see more men stepping from the shadows, men she recognized from hush-hush rumours in the black market gem trade. Their suits were immaculate. Their eyes were cold. One of them stepped forward. "Mr. Castellano wants to see you." The name Castellano rang like thunder in her mind. The Castellano cartel dominated the illegal gemstone circuit across continents. The rumour was that Adrian Ash Castellano was the new kingpin, after a messy, bloody power struggle within his own family. He was known for his iron grip, for incinerating enemies in terrifying ways. Jade's heart thundered like a war drum. Rodin had set her up for them. Before she could think, arms seized her, pinning her body. She lashed out, elbowing one of the men in the face, and a burst of satisfying pain shot up her arm, and the man cursed, stumbling back with a bleeding nose. But there were too many of them, 4 or 5, maybe more. Cloth drenched in something acrid was clamped over her mouth. She tried to scream, but everything blurred. She fought the encroaching darkness with every fibre of her being, mentally counting down her last conscious moments. The smell of the city's wet pavement turned nauseatingly sweet. Her knees buckled, and the last thing she saw was Rodin's pale face as he backed away, eyes skittering with regret. Jade's final coherent thought was that she had lost the blue siren, and that she was about to be delivered like stolen goods to the most dangerous man in the underworld. She drifted in and out of a fever dream. Memories twisted with illusions, a soft mattress beneath her, the steady hum of an engine, possibly on a plane, then the bass thump of loud club music, felt rather than heard. A cold compress on her forehead that smelled faintly of citrus. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a silent car ride over uneven cobblestones. When she surfaced from the haze for real, she found herself in a room that screamed wealth. Mahogany floors, marble walls, a chandelier made of glass so clear it seemed to float in mid-air. Her lips were chapped and her wrists bore bruises, but she was free of handcuffs. If this was a prison, it was the kind lined in silk. She swung her legs over the bed's edge, noticing that someone had changed her into a satin robe likely to check for concealed weapons or trackers. A jolt of revulsion shot through her. There was a large mirror on the adjacent wall, reflecting the warm glow of wall sconces. She scanned the space, An ornate door in front, plus a smaller side door that might lead to a bathroom. No visible cameras, but given whose den she had likely ended up in, she assumed they were hidden. On the nightstand, a single red rose in a crystal vase stood next to a folded note. She lifted it with trembling fingers. "Your talents precede you. Welcome to Barcelona. AC." Suddenly, footsteps approached. The door opened to reveal a man with broad shoulders, dark hair precisely swept back, and eyes the colour of onyx. He wore a crisp vest over a black dress shirt, sleeves rolled up to reveal corded forearms. A faint scar traced his jawline, as if to declare he'd been through real violence. He studied Jade with a predatory calm. This had to be Adrian Ash Castellano. The air in the room thickened, and Jade's pulse pounded. "You made quite an impression in Paris," he finally said, voice quiet but resonating with power. "I've wanted to meet the elusive Jade Kaufman for a long time." His gaze flicked down to the note in her hand, before returning to her face. The corners of his lips curled into a smile that was neither warm nor cold. It was the smile of a man used to having control. His throat felt dry. She wanted to fling the rose in his face to demand her freedom, but something about the lethal confidence in his posture stopped her. She remembered the stories. Men who crossed Ash ended up missing or worse. He gestured with a slight tilt of his head. "You have something of mine, or rather, you stole it in Paris. Now, you'll repay that debt, one way or another." Jade swallowed, her mind racing for an exit strategy. She had always survived on her own terms, but this time she had a sinking feeling she was about to discover just how complicated survival could become. Jade stood at the threshold of the lavish penthouse suite in Barcelona, her bare feet against the cool marble, a swirl of dread and defiance clashing in her chest. She had no illusions. She was a captive, just one with gilded shackles. Adrian Ash Castellano's presence was a suffocating force. Though polite on the surface, he exuded that brand of quiet menace only the truly powerful possess. Every object in the penthouse, from the imported rugs to the antique paintings, declared wealth. Yet it felt sterile, as if no real life ever thrived there. Jade wondered if that reflected Ash himself, all shine, no warmth. He lounged on a leather chair near a panoramic window that overlooked the Barcelona skyline. Night lights gleamed over the city like fallen stars. In front of him lay a mahogany coffee table bearing a folder, an elegant crystal decanter, and 2 tumblers. "Sit," he said calmly, motioning to the sofa across from him. Jade hesitated, scanning for potential weapons or escape routes. Her instincts told her there might be a chance if she caught him off guard, but his men were undoubtedly outside the door, and she lacked her gear. Reluctantly, she settled onto the sofa. Ash handed her a tumbler. "Drink," he commanded. When she made no move, he rolled his eyes and took a small sip from his own glass. "It's not poisoned, if that's what you're afraid of." Jade sniffed it. Whiskey, smooth and strong. She took a measured sip, hoping the burn would sharpen her frayed nerves. He leaned forward. "So, let's talk about the blue siren. You cost me a great deal of inconvenience. And money." "You don't strike me as the type to worry about loose change," Jade replied, her tone biting. She wanted to provoke him, to see cracks in his composure. A flicker of amusement lit his gaze. Bravado. Admirable, if not misguided. I knew you would try for the sapphire in Paris. That's why I had Dan in place. She set her glass down. "Then you know I'm worth more to you alive than dead. So what's your plan? Ransom? Torture for kicks? Would you fancy turning me into your personal cat burglar?" Ash's jaw tightened, but his voice remained calm. "You're perceptive, Miss Kaufman. Indeed, I want your services. You owe me, and I prefer to collect debts through utilization of talent rather than brute force. If you refuse, I'll deliver you to a less forgiving party, Interpol, or certain other individuals who'd relish your downfall. Alternatively, you can work off your debt stealing for me." She hated the chill of his words, more so because they were true. She doubted there was a safe corner of the world where she could run now that Ash Castellano had her in his sights. "What if I say no?" she challenged. He shrugged, a gesture too casual. "Then you spend the rest of your life in prison, or in a shallow grave, depending on who claims you first. You're smart enough to see that's not a bluff." A knot of fury formed in her throat. She had always loathed having her freedom stripped away. Memories of her childhood in foster homes, where every rule felt like a cage, came rushing back. She clenched her fists. "Fine, I'll do it. But on one condition. Once this is done, you let me go. Clean break." He paused, swirling the whiskey in his glass, as though contemplating. "That's what a bargain is, Jade," he said at last, letting her name roll off his tongue with a strange intimacy. "You deliver, I release you, no strings, for now." Over the next few days, Jade explored the penthouse's halls, each corridor leading to opulent rooms decorated with priceless art. The windows, however, were bulletproof and impossible to open from inside. Security cameras were discreetly embedded in corners. At intervals, she saw well-dressed guards who politely averted their eyes, but she could sense their readiness to pounce. A private tailor arrived with racks of designer clothing just her size. Jade scowled, feeling like a doll being dressed for display. She selected only practical items: black trousers, form-fitting tops, boots that wouldn't hinder her movement if she decided to make a run for it. She hadn't seen Ash much. Rumour had it he was dealing with fallout from a smuggling ring on Sour, but on the third day, he summoned her to a penthouse library. Jade stepped inside cautiously. Shelves of leather-bound books rose to the ceiling, and a single massive window offered a breathtaking view of the city. Ash stood behind a carved wooden desk, pressing a phone to his ear. A silver laptop was open, showing an array of security feeds, warehouses perhaps, or secret vaults. He ended the call abruptly upon her entrance, then gestured for her to come closer. "I have your first assignment," he said, sliding a folder across the desk. She flipped it open. Photographs and blueprints revealed a grand mansion in Amsterdam with a vault rumoured to contain a rare emerald pendant. A note at the bottom read, "Owner under watch by Interpol, proceed with extreme caution." Jade's adrenaline spiked. He continued, "My buyer wants that emerald. Your partner for this job will be Valentina Yates, my second in command. Do as she says." She's thorough. Jade's eyes narrowed. "I don't do well with partners." "Neither do I," Ash replied, his voice tinged with bitterness. "But you'll cooperate if you value your continued existence." Before she could retort, he nodded to a side door. Valentina Yates strode in, a tall, raven-haired woman with a gaze so cold it could crack glass. She wore a tailored suit, exuding an aura of no-nonsense efficiency. "Ready, Kaufman?" Valentina asked without preamble. Her tone was clipped, her posture ex-military. Jade matched her stare. "If it means getting out of this penthouse, absolutely." They departed at dusk via a private jet from Barcelona's El Prat airport. Valentina barely spoke, lost in her laptop. Jade used the time to memorize the mansion's layout. She noted security cameras, potential infiltration points, and an intricate plan to bypass motion detectors. The air hummed with an unspoken tension. Jade suspected Valentina disapproved of her, maybe even resented that Ash had singled Jade out. But Valentina's loyalty to Ash seemed unbreakable, which made Jade wary. Hours later, they arrived in Amsterdam's cold drizzle. A sleek black SUV whisked them away to a discreet hotel. Valentina gave Jade a final set of instructions. "We strike tomorrow night. Our insider at the mansion has arranged a window of opportunity lasting exactly 15 minutes. There will be Interpol presence in the area, so keep your head down. Jade nodded. And Ash? Where is he? Valentina's expression hardened. He's got his own matters to handle. Don't worry yourself about him. Focus on the job. Under the cover of darkness, they approached the mansion, a palatial estate with manicured lawns, stone fountains, and patrolling guards. Jade wore a black bodysuit under a dark hooded cloak. Valentina coordinated from a vantage point near the gates, scanning security frequencies. Once Jade scaled the high fence, her muscle memory took over. She avoided the cameras by slinking along the estate's blind spots. The drizzle turned the grass slick, forcing her to dig her fingers into the soil for stability. Near the side entrance, she used a keypad scrambler to unlock the door, stepping inside with cat-like silence. Her heart pounded in her ears, but she kept her breath even. The mansion's interior was an opulent labyrinth. She crept to a hidden corridor leading to the vault. The informant had guaranteed no guards would patrol there for precisely 5 minutes. The vault's lock was a complicated puzzle of rotating discs, but Jade's nimble fingers deciphered the mechanism swiftly. When the heavy door finally swung open, she saw it. An emerald pendant resting on a velvet cushion. It was mesmerizing, the gem reflecting a deep green glow in the dim light. Her earpiece crackled with Valentina's voice. "Move quickly! We have 2 minutes left." Jade slipped the pendant into a protective pouch. Just as she closed the vault door, footsteps echoed down the corridor. The insider's timing had failed, or perhaps Interpol had changed their pattern. She had no time to worry about whether it was a double cross or mere bad luck. She pressed herself against the wall, listening to the footsteps pass. After the guard disappeared around a corner, Jade sprinted back the way she'd come. She nearly collided with a second guard rounding a corridor, forcing her to slide behind a potted plant. He paused, scanning the area, but moved on. Heart hammering, Jade made it outside and scurried across the lawn toward the fence. Once over, she darted into the cluster of hedges where Valentina was waiting, disguised as a groundskeeper. Valentina slid a glance at the emerald pouch. "Got it?" Jade held it up, panting. "Good. Let's get out of here." Back at the hotel, Valentina examined the emerald pendant under a small flashlight. She nodded, satisfied. Ash will be pleased. They flew back to Barcelona that same night, exhaustion creeping into Jade's bones. She wondered if completing the job actually brought her closer to freedom, or just pulled her deeper into Ash's world. The next evening, Ash summoned her to his study. She entered, tossing the emerald to him with a forced casualness. He caught it mid-air. "Nicely done," he murmured, a hint of approval lighting his features. "You continue to impress." Jade folded her arms. "So that's one job done. How many more before I'm free of this arrangement?" He set the emerald on his desk. "See, Jade. Trust is earned piece by piece. Rest for now. New instructions will follow." Before she could protest, "Come here." He turned away, his posture dismissive. Jade left with her teeth clenched, hating how he played her like a chess piece. Yet, an unsettling warmth flickered inside her. Had she seen a spark of admiration in his eyes, or was it simply her imagination? Life in Ash Castellano's penthouse turned into an odd dance of tension and anticipation. Jade no longer felt like a caged animal. She had partial freedom to roam the estate, but only under the watchful eyes of discreet guards. She was part prisoner, part asset, and when Ash was near, she felt something else entirely. He invited her to high-stakes poker nights where the world's elite and underworld met in a swirl of tuxedos, diamonds, and swirling cigar smoke. Jade, despite her distaste for such gatherings, recognized an opportunity to glean information about Ash, his operations, and a possible weakness to exploit. Yet each time she studied him, she found his guard up, face unreadable except for fleeting moments of curiosity when their eyes met across the room. Late one evening, after a particularly tense game, Ash pulled Jade aside. He handed her a small velvet box. Inside was a sapphire pendant, darker in hue than the blue siren but still mesmerizing. "For the fire in your eyes," he said, his voice low. Jade laughed bitterly, unsure whether he was mocking her or sincerely offering a gift. The tiny sapphire felt heavy with meaning. She hesitated. "Why?" she finally asked, eyes drifting to the gem in her hand. His lips curved into a half-smile. "Because I can." It was an answer that told her everything and nothing. The power dynamic was still in his favour. He might view her as a treasure he'd acquired, but there was a peculiar gentleness in his tone, as though he saw something in her that mirrored a part of himself. That night, she paced in her room, the sapphire pendant glinting on the bed. She wanted to throw it out the window to demonstrate she couldn't be bought. But a deeper part of her ached. For years she'd kept the world at arm's length, relying only on her skill. Yet something in Ash's eyes, his loneliness perhaps, resonated with her own sense of isolation. While she wrestled with her thoughts, there came a soft knock on the door. Ash stepped inside without waiting for permission. He wore a black silk shirt, unbuttoned at the collar, and the tension in his posture hinted he was waging a silent war within himself. "I should have knocked properly," he said quietly, glancing around her room. Jade raised an eyebrow. "Surprised you bother with politeness now," he let out a soft chuckle. "You're free to kick me out." "Am I?" she asked, bitterness lacing her tone. A flicker of pain crossed his face, but he pressed on. "I want to show you something." He gestured toward the hallway, and curiosity, along with a desire to end the suffocating tension, made her follow. They walked to his study. This time, instead of taking her behind the desk, he led her to a large painting on the wall, an abstract piece with violent streaks of red and black. He pressed a hidden latch, and the painting swung open, revealing a safe. Punching in a code, he opened it. Inside were documents, stacks of cash, and a single photograph that he took out carefully. It depicted two young boys with bright smiles, arms around each other, standing on a sunlit dock. "This was me and my brother Diego years ago," Ash said, his voice wavering slightly. "We were close once. Our father ran the family business, smuggling gems. Diego was older but reckless. We had dreams of taking the business legit, but things changed." He paused, gaze turning distant. "Diego betrayed us. He tried to align with a rival cartel, nearly had me and our father killed to seal the deal. I had no choice but to confront him. The confrontation escalated. Our father died in the crossfire. Diego fled. I never forgave him, or myself." Jade studied his face in the dim light, seeing the raw torment etched into his features. She'd expected a hardened criminal, not a man burdened by regret. "Why tell me this?" she asked softly. "Because you might understand," he replied, setting the photo back. "That feeling of always being alone, mistrusting everyone, including your own blood, and because you're not just a pawn in my game." His final words lingered, heated by an undertone of longing. It happened unexpectedly. Perhaps it was the weight of confessions or the vulnerability Ash rarely displayed, but Jade found herself leaning closer. The tension between them ignited. He reached out, brushing a strand of her hair aside. She closed her eyes, inhaling the faint scent of his cologne, smoke and spice. His lips hovered near hers, and in that breath of uncertainty she realized she wanted it. She wanted to feel alive in a way she'd never allowed herself. Their mouths met in a fierce bruising kiss that tasted of desperation and pent-up desire. They stumbled against the desk, scattering papers. Jade poured years of anger and longing into that moment. Ash responded with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. This was more than a power play. It was two people drowning in the same darkness, clinging to each other for a taste of light. When they finally broke apart, gasping, Ash's forehead rested against hers. "You're the storm I never saw coming," he whispered. Jade opened her eyes, heart pounding. She saw fear in his, a fear of losing control, of caring too much. Before she could speak, the phone on his desk buzzed, shattering the quiet intimacy. Ash pulled away, breath ragged. He grabbed the phone. "Yes?" A flash of anger crossed his features. "What do you mean we have a problem?" He muttered a curse, his gaze flicking to Jade with a mix of apology and frustration. "I have to handle this." Jade swallowed hard, stepping back. The moment had ended, but it left a crack in the walls she had built around herself and a fissure in his stoic persona. A week later, word reached them from Dubai. Diego Castellano, Ash's older brother, had resurfaced after years of staying hidden. The rumour was that he'd commandeered a rival cartel, forging alliances with extremist groups that valued precious gems as untraceable currency. The atmosphere in Ash's penthouse chilled overnight. Guards appeared at every corner. Valentina doubled security protocols. One evening, Jade was in the library, pretending to browse books while eavesdropping on a hushed conversation between Valentina and Ash. She overheard enough to catch that Diego was planning something big, something that threatened Ash's entire operation. Later, an anonymous message reached Jade on a secure phone she'd hidden in her room. The voice on the line was scrambled, but she recognized the slight Spanish accent. The caller's content was more startling than the voice itself. "Ash killed our father. He's lying to you. Everything he's told you is a facade. Don't let him make a fool of you." The line went dead before Jade could respond. She tried calling back, no luck. Was it Diego? If so, was he telling the truth? A knot formed in her stomach. Ash had said Diego's betrayal led to their father's death. But what if the blame wasn't so simple? As the days passed, Jade's thoughts turned restless. She was falling for Ash, or at least the tender illusions he allowed her to see. But if he'd lied about his father's death, what else might he have concealed? She couldn't openly ask him. That would raise suspicions. Instead, she spent nights in the penthouse's small office, hacking into restricted files. She found references to the Castellano patriarch's demise, but the documents were heavily redacted. There were hints that their father had been shot in a warehouse, both sons present, but no official conclusion on who pulled the fatal trigger. Jade's heart pounded with each new clue. Was she letting desire blind her to Ash's darker secrets? She recalled how effortlessly he manipulated her life. Could he have done the same with the truth about his father? Valentina summoned Jade to a private lounge for a briefing. She laid out the next operation, a black opal heist in Italy that promised to fetch an obscene sum. But Jade's mind was elsewhere, on Diego's warning, on Ash's possible deception. At the end of the briefing, Valentina stared hard at Jade. "Something's off with you lately. Don't let your personal entanglements compromise your focus." Jade bristled. No risk there. Valentina's gaze was icy. Good, because Diego Castellano isn't playing around. If you get tangled in his web, you'll regret it. Jade forced a cool nod. Inside she was torn. If Ash had lied, Diego might be the lesser evil. Or maybe both were devils. She was caught between warring shadows, uncertain which flicker of light to follow. On the eve of their departure to Italy, Ash found Jade pacing by the balcony, the city lights shimmering below them like restless spirits. The tension between them was suffocating. She wanted answers, but feared what she might discover. He approached from behind, gently laying a hand on her shoulder. She flinched, fighting the urge to confront him right then. Instead, she turned and pressed her lips to his in a desperate kiss. For an instant, his arms wrapped around her, and she leaned into the solace of his warmth. trying to forget the serpents of doubt coiling in her mind. But as they parted and their gazes locked, Jade saw that same wariness. Something had shifted irreversibly. Tomorrow they would face dangers from the outside world, but tonight it felt like the real battle was already raging inside them. Italy beckoned with promises of beauty and danger. Jade, Ash and a small team landed in Florence under cover identities. Their target was a secluded estate owned by a private collector rumoured to harbour an exquisite black opal necklace worth millions on the black market. But Jade carried more weight than her infiltration gear. Diego's warning, "Ash killed our father," echoed in her mind. She had not confronted Ash yet. She needed tangible proof. Anxiety gnawed at her, threatening to undermine her razor-sharp focus. They scouted the estate, noting guards armed to the teeth, advanced surveillance and a treacherous layout. Valentina was in charge of logistics, while Jade was once more the point person for the break-in. The plan was airtight, until it wasn't. Halfway through disabling the estate's security grid, the lights flared back on. Sirens blared. "Ambush!" Valentina's voice crackled through Jade's earpiece. "Get out, now!" Jade sprinted down a corridor lined with Renaissance paintings. She found Ash cornered by armed men. Without thinking twice, she hurled a smoke grenade covering their retreat. Gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off marble. As the smoke thickened, she seized Ash's hand, guiding him toward the exit. The moment they were clear, Ash whipped around, suspicion blazing in his eyes. "You told Diego, didn't you? You sold me out." Jade's chest tightened in outrage. "I never—" He cut her off, voice razor sharp. "Don't lie. My father's memory might mean nothing to you, but I won't die in a trap orchestrated by my own blood." Something inside Jade snapped. "If you trusted me, you'd know I'd never do that. But you don't, do you?" She almost spat out the question about his father's death, but held back at the last second. The chaos surrounding them wouldn't allow for deep conversations or confessions. Valentina appeared, helping them fight off 2 more guards. The team evacuated into black SUVs, speeding through the Tuscan countryside until they reached a safe house. The heist was a complete failure. They'd barely escaped with their lives and a few flesh wounds. Back at the safe house, tension sizzled like a live wire. Ash paced the floor, Valentina cleaned her pistol in brittle silence, and Jade fumed in a corner, her heart banging against her ribcage. Finally, Jade rounded on Ash, fury fueling her words. "You accuse me of betrayal, but maybe you're the one who set this up. A test of loyalty or something twisted to confirm your paranoia." Her voice cracked with pent-up frustration. Ash glared. "I lost men out there. Don't suggest this was a game." "Then maybe you're just incompetent," she fired back. The regret stabbed her immediately. She knew that would sting. Ash's jaw clenched, but he said nothing. Valentina intervened, stepping between them. "Enough. We need to regroup and figure out how Diego orchestrated this. One of our inside men must have flipped." Her gaze lingered on Jade, implying Jade might be that flipped asset. Jade scoffed in exasperation, whirling around to go to her room. She needed to get away before she said something she couldn't take back. That night, Jade made a decision. She couldn't continue drowning in half-truths and accusations. She needed to know the truth about Ash, about the father he might or might not have killed, and about Diego's real motivations. While the rest of the team was busy securing the perimeter, Jade slipped away. She found an unlocked car in the safe house garage and hot-wired it. She realized she had no clear destination, only an overwhelming urge to be free from the swirl of lies. Driving down a moonlit road, she called a contact in Paris, someone who specialized in forging new identities. If she could confirm Ash's story and find a safe place, she'd decide her next step. Yet, she'd barely gotten a few miles when headlights flared behind her. A black motorcycle roared up, weaving dangerously close. Jade recognized the rider, Ash. He pulled up beside her window, motioning for her to pull over. Fear and anger clawed at her. She accelerated, hoping to outrun him, but he cut in front, forcing her to stop. They screeched to a halt on the deserted roadside. Ash yanked off his helmet, eyes ablaze. "You're running!" he demanded, stepping toward her car. Jade jumped out, slamming the door. "I have no choice. You won't tell me the truth. You don't trust me. You treat me like a thief in a gilded cage." He grabbed her arm. "You are a thief, and you've stolen more than you realize." She met his gaze, tears threatening to blur her vision. "Let go." His grip loosened, but he didn't release her. The road was silent except for the hiss of the wind through olive trees. Emotions warred on his face. Anger, desperation, something else unspoken. Finally, he let her go. "If you truly want out, go. But know this. If you walk away, Diego will come for you. He wants to use you against me. He's even more ruthless than I am." Jade swallowed the lump in her throat. "And that's my burden to bear." For a long moment, neither spoke. Then Jade got back into the car and drove off, leaving Ash standing in the glow of the motorcycle's headlight, his expression a portrait of heartbreak and rage. Jade returned to Paris, the city where this nightmare began. She rented a cheap room in a nondescript building, feeding the landlord a fake name. Days turned into a week marked by paranoia and isolation. She kept to back alleys, changed her appearance with a wig, avoided her usual hangouts. A gnawing emptiness followed her every step. The more she tried to forget Ash's haunted eyes, the more they consumed her thoughts. She felt fractured, unsure of where she stood in this war between brothers. Then one evening, as she slipped into a dimly lit cafe, she spotted Valentina, sitting alone at a corner table. Jade's pulse spiked, suspecting a trap, but Valentina waved a white napkin in a gesture of peace. Cautiously, Jade joined her. The hush of the cafe enveloped them, the smell of espresso cutting the tension. "Why are you here?" Jade demanded, ready to flee at the slightest threat. Valentina leaned forward, voice low. "Diego has mobilized a personal army. He's planning to assassinate Ash at a meeting in Istanbul. You might not care about the cartel, but I know you care about him." Jade's heart thumped. "Why should I believe you?" Valentina's eyes flashed. "Because I know Ash better than anyone. He made mistakes, yes, but he didn't kill his father. Diego's the one who set up the entire thing, possibly even pulled the trigger. Diego's men have been feeding you lies to turn you against Ash. I came because, despite everything, he still trusts you, and I don't want him dead." After Valentina left, Jade couldn't sleep. She roamed the Paris streets until dawn, mind roiling. If Valentina was telling the truth, Jade had been a pawn in Diego's revenge plot. The realization made her blood run cold. She pictured Ash, his guarded smiles, the vulnerability he'd shown, the way he'd risked everything to build an empire after losing his father and brother. A sharp pang of longing and regret speared through her. She might be the only one who could warn him in time, but returning to him meant trusting again, an act that felt alien and perilous. Yet something stronger than fear pulsed in her veins. She wanted to protect the only man who had ever dared to see through her hardened exterior. Whatever twisted form their connection took, it was real to her. As dusk fell the next day, Jade packed her gear. She made some calls, calling in old favours for travel documents. By midnight, she was on a cargo plane bound for Istanbul, determined to reach Ash before Diego struck. All the while, she clung to the memory of that shared kiss in the study, the raw honesty in his eyes. If she was risking her life, it might as well be for the one person who made her feel alive. Istanbul's Grand Bazaar pulsed with life, a chaotic blend of colours and scents. Beneath its vibrant exterior, an underworld deal was about to happen. Ash Castellano stood in a secluded corner of a warehouse near the Bosphorus Strait, accompanied by a handful of loyal guards. He looked more tense than ever. Word on the street was that Diego had orchestrated this meeting to negotiate, but everyone knew it was a trap. Jade watched from the rafters, heart pounding. She'd arrived just in time to witness Diego's men slipping into position, rifles gleaming under fluorescent lights. A chill ran through her. She had to act now or Ash would be cut down in a hail of bullets. When the first shot rang out, Jade leaped into action, dropping from the rafters behind a stack of crates. She lobbed a flash grenade that disoriented Diego's men, then darted forward to where Ash took cover behind a steel pillar. He started to aim his gun, until recognition flickered in his eyes. "Jade?" She gave a nod, breath ragged. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. Diego, he lied to me. I'm here to help." Emotions cascaded across his face, shock, relief, anger, maybe even a hint of gratitude. But there was no time to talk. Diego himself strode into view, flanked by bodyguards. The older brother's face wore a triumphant sneer. "This ends now, Ash," he spat, levelling a pistol. "And this time, I won't miss." Gunfire erupted from every direction. Jade and Ash fought back to back, covering each other in a deadly dance of bullets and cunning. At one point, Jade rolled across the concrete floor to grab a fallen weapon, taking out 2 of Diego's men. She realised she was fighting not just for survival, but for a chance at redemption, for both her and Ash. Valentina arrived with reinforcements, pushing Diego's men into retreat. But Diego himself remained, determined to kill his brother. He cornered Ash behind a shipping container, pistol aimed at Ash's chest. Jade, hidden behind a nearby crate, took a shot that grazed Diego's arm. He howled in pain, pivoting the gun toward her. Ash seized the moment. He lunged, wrenching the weapon from Diego's grasp. A scuffle broke out, brutal and personal. In the end, Ash pinned his brother to the ground, chest heaving, gun pressed to Diego's temple. Diego glared, panting. "Do it, brother. Prove you're just like me." Jade felt her heart spike. Would Ash pull the trigger? The seconds stretched like wire about to snap. Finally, with a growl of rage, Ash hurled the gun aside. "No," he said, voice shaking. "I'm not you." Valentina's men secured Diego, who spat curses as they dragged him away. Jade knelt next to Ash, heart in her throat. He had a bleeding gash on his arm, but it seemed superficial. Cradling his face in her hands, Jade looked into his eyes, tears wetting her lashes. "I'm sorry I doubted you," Ash exhaled, a shuddering breath. "You saved my life. Twice now." They helped each other up, battered but alive. The city lights of Istanbul glittered outside like 1,000 possibilities. For the first time, Jade believed in something more than just survival. A gentle ocean breeze caressed Jade's skin as she stood on the sun-drenched balcony of a secluded island villa. The horizon was a tapestry of turquoise waves and golden sunlight. She sipped from a cup of spiced tea, letting the salty air soothe her. Behind her, Ash emerged, dressed casually in linen pants and a half-buttoned shirt, a faint scar visible on his forearm, one of the many they'd both acquired. After the showdown in Istanbul, rumours spread that Adrian, Ash Castellano, and his infamous jewel thief accomplice had vanished, presumed dead or in hiding. The truth was more nuanced. They'd decided to step away from the black market empire altogether, leaving Valentina to handle the transition to legitimate ventures, or dismantle them if she wished. Now, on this remote island, they ran a private security firm specialising in the protection and recovery of rare artefacts, flipping their skills from theft to preservation. It felt like a surreal twist of fate, yet it also felt right. Jade's hand absently touched the ring on her finger, its centerpiece, the blue siren sapphire. Once a symbol of her captivity, now it sparkled as a testament to a shared destiny. The memory of their stormy path still brought flashes of pain and regret, but they found solace in building something honest, side by side. From the open doorway, Ash smiled. "Ready for our next job? There's a lost manuscript in an auction house that needs protecting." She turned, a playful glint in her eye. "Let's go steal it before anyone else tries then. Old habits die hard after all." He chuckled, crossing the balcony to stand beside her, their hands entwined, and for a moment the ghosts of their pasts receded, replaced by the pounding of the ocean against the shore and the simple warmth of each other's presence. No matter the shadows that lingered, they had found a form of freedom in the very thing that once bound them: trust in one another. Even if tomorrow brought fresh storms, tonight they stood together, hearts still beating in unison amidst the quiet hum of the surf. Carmen Green felt the prick of the IV in her arm, the slow rhythmic beep of the heart monitor, and the unspoken tension that lived inside those 4 hospital walls. She'd been stuck there for weeks, the Phoenix Children's Hospital, room 512, 16 years old, newly diagnosed with leukemia, and still trying to figure out why the universe had singled her out for this unfair battle. Across the hallway, nurses bustled in bright scrubs. Families walked in and out trying to hide tears, and the clink of medical carts was as constant as the Arizona sun. If Carmen closed her eyes, she could almost picture herself anywhere else, in a movie theatre with friends, under stadium lights at a Friday football game, or even just lazing around in her bedroom with a music playlist turned way up. But every time she opened them, the reality of her fight drifted back. On a hot June afternoon, she heard a stir of excitement from the hallway. Whispers. A nurse flustered at the nurse's station. Carmen sat up straighter, curiosity piqued. A few seconds later, the handle turned and in walked a young man who looked both ridiculously out of place and exactly like someone you'd see on a national sports magazine cover. He was tall and lean with the broad shoulders of an athlete. His short chestnut hair peeked out from beneath a grey LA Angels cap, and his face, still soft enough to reflect his youth, lit up with a warm grin. In his left hand he clutched a gift bag decorated with cartoon baseballs. "Hey there, I'm Colton Hayes," he said, leaning against the doorframe. He cleared his throat. "You probably, well, maybe you don't know me, but I play for the Angels," Carmen said, tilting her head with a knowing smile. "That means you crush my Diamondbacks whenever you're in town." His grin turned wry. "I mean, we try our best, but the Diamondbacks aren't an easy team to beat." Carmen laughed. She didn't consider herself a baseball fanatic, but living in Phoenix, she'd picked up the basics. And it was kind of impossible to be sports averse when your family watched baseball religiously, especially once they heard about Colton Hayes, the 20-year-old phenom who was making waves on every sports highlight reel in America. "How are you feeling today?" he asked, stepping closer. I brought you this." He held out the gift bag. Inside was a small plush teddy bear wearing a miniature baseball jersey, along with a foam baseball that had been signed by the entire LA Angels roster. Carmen let out a small gasp, her eyes darting across the scribbled signatures. "It's just something the team does," he explained, rubbing the back of his neck. "We heard there was a big baseball fan on this floor. And, well, might be you, might not be, but I figured it was worth a shot." Carmen's heart warmed, and not just because of the gift. There was something in his voice, a genuine nervousness. He was big-time famous. She'd definitely seen him in a commercial or two, yet he seemed almost shy talking to her. For the next 15 minutes, they chatted about everything from hospital cafeteria food. She gave it a solid 5 out of 10, although the jello is suspiciously bland, to the latest Marvel movies, to how unbelievably hot an Arizona summer could get. Carmen found herself cracking more jokes in that short time than she had in her entire hospital stay. The conversation was easy, like they'd known each other for months. At one point a nurse peered in, making subtle time's up gestures, but Carmen didn't want him to leave. There was something comforting about having someone so full of life in her sterile room. Before he left, Carmen acted on impulse. Hey, you know how people sometimes become pen pals in these, really old black and white movies? He stuffed his hands in his pockets, curious, like writing letters. Letters, postcards, Instagram, whatever. You see, being stuck here, I can't exactly get out and do normal stuff, but maybe we could keep in touch? Colton broke into a relieved grin. That sounds awesome, actually. He scribbled his Instagram handle on a piece of scratch paper from the nurse's station at Colton Hayes 24 and gave it to her. Carmen stared at it like it was a golden ticket. She wasn't delusional enough to think a famous athlete would keep messaging her, but it was nice to pretend. One condition, she teased. You better respond when I message you. No ghosting allowed, even if you're some big baseball star. He laughed. Deal. Although my DMs might be a dumpster fire, I'll keep an eye out for your name. Promise. And with that, he left, giving her a quick wave from the threshold. The moment the door closed behind him, Carmen squeezed the foam baseball in disbelief. Yes, he was a national star, rumoured to be the next big thing in the MLB. But in that short visit, he'd felt more like a friend than a celebrity cameo. Days passed, and Carmen was sure it was just a fun memory, one she could replay in her head on nights when chemotherapy made her feel lonely. Then early one morning, her phone buzzed with a new notification on Instagram. She opened it, her mouth dropping when she saw the direct message. At Colton Hayes 24. Hey Carmen, how's it going in there? On a scale of 1-10, how terrible is the hospital food? Her heart flipped, she typed back. Carmen G. Probably a 6. However, the lemonade is worse than dish soap, so that drags the overall rating down to a 4.5. He responded almost immediately, sending back an audio clip of him pretending to interview her about culinary atrocities in the healthcare system. Carmen laughed so hard that a nurse poked her head in to make sure she was okay. From there, they talked every day, or as close to every day as possible. Between his workouts, travel schedules and interviews, Colton always found a moment to reply to her messages, and Carmen looked forward to each notification. She would send him photos of the silly craft she made with other patients, or jokes on sticky notes plastered to her IV pole. He reciprocated with behind-the-scenes glimpses of the Angels' training facilities, short video clips of him signing merchandise, or telling cringily dad jokes that his teammates apparently loved. It felt surreal. Two people from very different worlds forging a bond through phone screens and hospital walls. Then, against the odds, Carmen's doctor delivered miraculous news. Her white blood cell counts were back to near normal range, and the latest scan indicated that her leukemia was in remission. We're moving in the right direction, the doctor said, smiling for the first time in what seemed like forever. If this continues, you'll be home soon. It happened so fast that Carmen barely had time to process it. One day she was reviewing the next chemotherapy appointment. The next she was packing up her things, hugging nurses who'd become her surrogate family. As the elevator doors opened to the hospital lobby on her last day, she inhaled the sweet, antiseptic-free air of freedom. Outside, her mother waited, tears streaming down her face as she embraced her. For Carmen, it felt like stepping into a brand new life. She returned home to a surprising package on the doorstep. Inside was a large baseball-themed gift basket. Peanuts, Cracker Jacks, a plush blanket stitched with angels across the front, and a simple handwritten note. Congrats on beating the biggest rival of them all. I always knew you could do it. Colton. Carmen's heart hammered in her chest. It was a friendly note, sure, but something about it told her he'd been thinking of her. Already she felt excitement bubbling up. She was 16, healthy again, and there was this unbelievably kind, funny, handsome baseball player who cared. But then life slowly returned to normal. Carmen went back to high school, where the biggest dramas involved homecoming dresses, pep rallies, and who asked whom to the dance. She studied, joined yearbook club, and tried to make up for lost time with her friends. Colton remained in her periphery. He was travelling around the country, doing press appearances, playing in sold-out stadiums. Occasionally the gossip columns would mention him dating a certain actress or musician. The first time Carmen saw a headline, something about him being photographed with a rising pop star, her stomach twisted. But she reminded herself they were just friends, pen pals who lived worlds apart. That was the reality, or so she thought. Carmen counted down the days to her high school graduation with a mix of giddiness and anxiety. Sure, she was now healthy, brimming with energy, but the world was about to shift on its axis again. She was almost an adult, about to leave behind the safety net of high school for whatever came next. In her senior year, she piled her schedule with normal teenage stuff. The Friday football games, a part-time job at a local coffee shop, and the quest for perfect prom photos. Meanwhile, she and Colton texted or DM'd on Instagram sporadically. She'd see glimpses of his life, charity events, glimpses of awards he'd received for his performance on the field, and occasional red carpet appearances that made her realise how big his world really was. Yet he was never too busy to answer her messages, usually with a playful sense of humour. One night in December, when she was stressing about an upcoming calculus exam, she typed, "Carmen G, I swear if I fail this test I'm going to join a travelling circus." Within minutes, Colton replied, @ColtonHayes24. "Good. We need a math whiz to count the lion's teeth. Don't leave me hanging." They teased each other that way, light-hearted banter that somehow felt deeper than it looked. Sometimes, though, Carmen's mind drifted to thoughts of him in a more serious, longing way. She had to remind herself not to get carried away. He was a rising MLB star who had cameras chasing him at every turn. She was a normal, albeit resilient, high school senior whose biggest accomplishment thus far was beating cancer. Still, as her mother once said, the heart doesn't care about logic. A few months before graduation, Carmen was scrolling through Instagram during study hall. She stumbled on a paparazzi shot. Colton at a movie premiere, arms around a famous actress. The actress beamed at him, leaning in close, wearing a glamorous gown. Carmen felt a pang in her chest, an uninvited wave of jealousy. She knew it wasn't fair. He was free to date whomever he pleased. Yet she couldn't ignore the knot in her stomach. So she threw herself into normal teenage life. She let her friends talk her into going to prom with a boy from her Spanish class. He was tall, polite, academically gifted, but no sparks flew. Carmen danced, took photos for social media, and tried to pretend she was just a regular girl. Deep inside, she knew that since beating leukemia, nothing in her life had really felt routine or regular at all. Graduation day arrived with a scorching Arizona sun overhead, heating up the metal bleachers at the outdoor stadium. Carmen's bright red hair ribbons fluttered in the breeze as she lined up with her classmates. She wore the standard cap and gown, decorated with a few honor cords for her extracurricular achievements. Her parents waved from the stands, and her younger brother was there too, busy taking photos on his phone. The principal gave a speech about resilience, about how these seniors had persevered through adversity. Carmen noticed her father wiping his eyes during the part about challenges that tested our faith. After all, he nearly lost his daughter. It was a day of celebration beyond just academic achievement. Then, from the corner of her eye, Carmen saw something that made her heart pound. Toward the back of the bleachers, half hidden by a pair of sunglasses and a baseball cap pulled low, was Colton Hayes. No entourage, no camera crew, just him, leaning forward slightly to catch a glimpse of the ceremony. She nearly tripped walking across the stage to get her diploma. When her name was called, Carmen tried to look poised, but she was all too aware of him in the crowd. How had he found the time or even the desire to come to her high school graduation? The idea both thrilled and terrified her. As soon as the ceremony ended and they tossed their caps into the air, the stadium erupted into cheers and general chaos. Carmen wove through the crowd, scanning for that baseball cap. Family and friends pressed in and she offered quick hugs, but her eyes kept searching. Finally, on the edge of the bleachers near the exit, she found him, sunglasses perched on his nose, a grin so big it seemed to radiate happiness. "You made it," she breathed, throwing her arms around him for a tight hug. The adrenaline of the moment made her bold. "Are you kidding? I wouldn't miss this for the world," he said, stepping back just enough to look into her eyes. "Congratulations, graduate." She felt her cheeks warm. "Thank you. Oh my gosh, do my parents know you're here? They'll flip out." "Not sure," he said with a chuckle, "but I'm prepared for anything." Sure enough, her mum and dad came rushing over, starstruck. They welcomed Colton with open arms. Everyone knew him from the baseball highlights, but it was the personal connection that mattered more. Her mother was practically speechless, only able to stammer out how proud she was of Carmen, and how grateful she was that Colton would come all this way just for a commencement ceremony. "I've got a couple of days here in Phoenix before heading to Chicago for a series," he said, glancing at Carmen. "I'd love to take you and your family out to dinner, celebrate your big day properly." Carmen hesitated, a swirl of excitement and apprehension. Her father nodded immediately. "We'd be honoured." That evening they gathered at a local southwestern grill. The hostess nearly dropped her pen when she realised who was in the party. A mild commotion ensued, but once they were seated, the haze effect seemed to mellow. Everyone gave them space to enjoy the meal. Colton asked Carmen how she felt about finishing high school, what her plans were for college. She spoke animatedly about possibly attending Arizona State, maybe majoring in journalism or something communications related, but she wasn't locked in. Afterwards, on the short walk back to their cars, Carmen's mother pulled her aside for a moment. "I might be imagining things," her mum whispered, "but you two have an incredible connection. Are you sure there's nothing more going on?" Carmen gave a wry smile, shaking her head. "He dates movie stars, Mum, and I'm just a kid fresh out of high school. This is just a friendship that started when I was sick, that's all." But her mother's words played over in her mind all night. She couldn't deny the truth. Seeing him had jolted something inside her, something that felt like more than just appreciation. But then again, it was one magical night and he was heading out soon. No sense turning it into a daydream. Still, fate sometimes laughs at our attempts to keep life simple. Weeks later, Carmen's acceptance to Arizona State University came in. She squealed with delight, calling up friends and family to share the news. She posted a celebratory picture on Instagram, then typed a quick message to Colton. "Carmen G. Got into ASU, officially a Sun Devil next year. Might see you at spring training if you're still in Arizona then." P. He responded with an immediate swirl of emojis, fireworks, baseballs, confetti, and a promise at Colton Hayes 24. "That's awesome. Let me know when you're settled on campus. And definitely come visit during spring training. I owe you a celebratory lunch at least." Carmen felt a fresh wave of excitement. For once, the future didn't seem so uncertain. It felt full of promise. The desert sun was beginning to mellow, slipping into the mild warmth of early March. Carmen, now 18 and a freshman at Arizona State, couldn't believe how busy college life was. She juggled classes, study groups, and the thrill of living in a dorm with new friends. It was everything she'd hoped for and more. Independence, a chance to reinvent herself, and a schedule that bordered on chaos in the best possible way. Mid-semester, Colton messaged her. "At Colton Hayes 24, spring training is in full swing. Want to swing by and watch us practice?" He attached a digital pass to the team's training facility, complete with VIP access. Carmen's pulse sped up. For some reason, even though they'd been in touch for years, every new invitation from him felt like stepping into a surreal dream. She asked two of her closest college friends, Haley and Denise, if they wanted to come along. They screamed "yes" in unison the moment she mentioned Colton's name. When they arrived at the practice field, Carmen expected to feel awkward or out of place. Instead, an official usher guided them to a shaded seating area near the dugout. For the next couple of hours, they watched batting practice, fielding drills, and pitchers warming up. Colton, wearing his red Lay Angels jersey with the number 24 on the back, snuck them ways between drills. Each time Carmen's stomach fluttered. When practice ended, Colton jogged over, still catching his breath. Sunlight glistened off the fine layer of sweat on his arms. Hayley and Denise were starstruck. Carmen, for her part, wasn't sure if her sudden warmth was from the Arizona heat or from seeing him in action. "You made it," he said, beaming, as he gave Carmen a half-hug. "Thanks for coming." "You kidding? Thanks for letting us watch," Carmen replied. "You were amazing out there." He shrugged, but she could see the pride in his eyes. "We're still working out the kinks before the regular season starts." Before long, he proposed taking them all out to dinner. "I know a place nearby, good tacos, great music," he said, pulling off his batting gloves. "We can just relax and catch up." The four of them ended up at a lively Tex-Mex joint. The walls adorned with colourful murals and neon signs. A local band played upbeat tunes on a small stage in the corner. The energy was infectious. Hayley and Denise teased Carmen relentlessly, describing embarrassing stories from the dorm. You should see her at 2 a.m. with a mountain of flashcards. Colton took it all in stride, matching their humour with a playful banter of his own. While the others were busy trying different hot sauces, Carmen and Colton slipped into easy conversation at the corner of the table. He asked how her classes were going, whether she'd chosen a major yet. She told him about her interest in broadcast journalism, how she dreamed of telling stories that mattered, especially stories of resilience, like the patients she'd met at the children's hospital. He listened intently, nodding along. At some point, Hayley suggested they go dancing. The restaurant had a small dance floor near the band, and couples were already swaying to the beat. Denise dragged Carmen out there, and Colton followed, leaving his baseball cap behind at the table. Under the twinkling lights, with the band switching to a slower romantic tune, Carmen found herself paired with Colton. He placed a hand gently on her waist, and she slid her arms over his shoulders. It felt like the rest of the world blurred out, leaving just the hum of the music and the thump of her heart. They talked quietly as they swayed. He told her about the pressures of being the youngest star on the team, how the media hype sometimes made him want to crawl into a bunker just to breathe. She confessed her fears about post-cancer checkups, the lingering worry that overshadowed her future plans. Their honest words created a bubble of closeness, a tether that seemed to draw them even nearer. By the time the evening wound down, all four were buzzing from the experience, good food, dancing, and that intangible spark that lit the air. Carmen's friends teased her on the drive back to campus. "Girl, he's into you," Denise insisted. "He looks at you like you invented baseball." Carmen laughed it off. "We're just good friends," she insisted. But inside, a swirl of confusing emotions tugged at her. Part of her wanted to believe it might be something more. Another part was scared to imagine what it would be like if the tabloids got hold of any of this. Then came Colton's next invitation a week later. "Want to hang out after our scrimmage this Saturday? Just you and me, if that's cool." On the designated evening, Carmen arrived at the training facility after the stands had emptied. Players milled about, heading to the locker rooms or chatting with staff. Colton emerged wearing casual jeans, a plain black t-shirt, and a hat turned backward. He flashed a grin that made her pulse quicken. "Hungry?" he asked. "We can go grab a milkshake or something." They ended up at a hole-in-the-wall burger joint. The neon sign out front flickered, and inside the decor seemed frozen in the 1950s. They slid into a vinyl booth, ordered 2 chocolate milkshakes, and talked about everything from music tastes to childhood memories. He spoke with passion about his father, who had passed away a few years prior, and how baseball was their shared dream. She opened up about the existential fear she felt after beating leukemia, like her life was on borrowed time, so every moment had to count. After the milkshakes and burgers, they stepped back out into the warm desert night. The distant city lights of Phoenix stretched across the horizon. In a nearby empty lot, someone had strung fairy lights around a battered chain-link fence, an odd but whimsical sight. Colton glanced around, then guided her gently by the elbow toward the fence. It felt private, illuminated by soft light and the hum of the city. They walked in comfortable silence for a minute, his hand resting lightly at the small of her back. Carmen sensed a trembling excitement building with every step. She turned to him, intending to say something witty, but the moment their eyes locked, words faltered. The vulnerability in his gaze, like he was both terrified and exhilarated, mirrored her own feelings. Then he leaned in, hesitant at first, almost to give her a chance to stop him. She didn't. Their first kiss was tender, laced with the sweetness of chocolate milkshake and the thrill of a million what-ifs. A gentle press of lips that seemed to ask an unspoken question. Could this be real? And the answer, at least for that moment, felt like an undeniable yes. A flash interrupted them, bright and unmistakable. Carmen jerked away, startled, her heart thudding. Across the street, half hidden in the shadows, someone held up a phone or camera. The figure snapped another picture, then rushed off. She felt panic coil in her stomach. "Oh God, what was that?" Colton cursed under his breath. Paparazzi, probably. I should have been more careful. Her mind flooded with anxiety. Would they post it? Of course they would. And soon. The tabloids would have a field day with the headline, "LA Angels Phenom Kisses Mystery Girl," and that mystery girl was her. She covered her mouth, trying to steady her breath. But how? What? He placed both hands gently on her shoulders. Hey, look at me. His eyes were calm, though tinged with regret. We'll figure it out, all right? I'm so sorry. I wanted this to be just our moment. Carmen swallowed hard, her cheeks burning from both embarrassment and fear. She was old enough to understand the ramifications, but also so new to this kind of spotlight. She'd read about celebrities and the mania that followed them, but never envisioned she'd be caught up in it. All she wanted was to savour that magical first kiss under fairy lights. Now, it was compromised by the glare of a camera lens. Still, one thing felt irrevocably clear. Their connection had shifted. This was no longer just a pen-pal friendship or a casual bond formed in a hospital room years ago. It was something deeper, more fragile, and definitely more complicated. They clung to each other a moment longer before heading to their cars. Even with the swirling chaos in her mind, Carmen's lips still tingled from the kiss. She felt a thrill that overshadowed the fear, because for the first time she fully understood that whatever was happening between her and Colton was undeniably real. It didn't take long for the photos to appear online. By the next morning, Carmen's phone pinged relentlessly. Her social media was ablaze with tags and messages. Who is she? Colton's mystery girl. She's in college? Worse, the paparazzi had found her full name, rummaged through her public posts and spun a dramatic backstory. A couple of fan blogs tried to cast her as a gold digger, or a small town girl chasing fame, while others ran with the angle of her being a leukemia survivor. Carmen barely slept that night. The next morning she had a mild panic attack walking across campus, feeling every glance as though it carried judgment. Was she imagining the stares? Possibly, but then a local news crew actually showed up outside one of her lecture halls, which proved it wasn't all in her head. Her phone lit up with Colton's name. She answered in a hushed voice, hand trembling. "Carmen, I'm so sorry," he said, his tone laden with guilt. "I really am. The last thing I wanted was for you to be harassed like this." Tears pricked her eyes. She knew he meant well, but the avalanche of sudden fame felt crushing. "I just don't know what to do," she whispered. "My professors are giving me weird looks. Students whisper my name in the hallway. It's like I can't just be me anymore." He sighed heavily on the other end. "This is part of my world I wish I could keep you out of. I'll make a statement if you want, or "I don't know if that'll help," she said, voice catching. "It might just draw more attention." A short silence fell. "Carmen, if you need space, if you need to walk away, I understand," he said quietly. "I'd never hold it against you." She closed her eyes, a tear slipping down her cheek. "No, it's not that I don't care for you. I just hate this part." They ended the call with a promise to keep in touch and figure things out. Over the next few weeks, the media frenzy slowly subsided. Colton did a subdued interview after a game, gently asking reporters to respect Carmen's privacy and emphasizing that they were getting to know each other. He offered no sensational details, which helped the story fade from the tabloid's front pages. Meanwhile, life marched on. Carmen threw herself into coursework and found comfort in her circle of friends who shielded her from gossip as best they could. Whenever she felt overwhelmed, she remembered how resilient she'd been during her illness. She reminded herself she could handle this too. Colton and Carmen decided to meet up discreetly whenever their schedules allowed. He'd swing by campus in an unmarked car, wearing a hoodie and baseball cap pulled low to avoid drawing attention. She'd slip into the passenger seat, heart pounding. They'd find out-of-the-way spots, an isolated hiking trail at sunrise, a tucked-away diner on the outskirts of town. In these stolen hours, they laughed about silly things, watched streaming shows on his iPad, or had deep discussions about their futures. Still, the secrecy wore on both of them. There was an unspoken desire to live openly, to share their happiness with the world. But each time Carmen remembered the intense scrutiny, she hesitated. She wasn't ready to become the subject of viral speculation again, at least not until she was sure where this relationship was heading. One afternoon, months later, Colton's name popped up on her phone. She answered cheerily, leaning on a park bench between classes. "Hey," he said. "I have a random day off next week before the regular season starts. I want to see you properly. No baseball caps, no hiding. Would you be okay grabbing dinner in public?" She exhaled. "Are you sure you're ready for that kind of attention again? I mean, last time..." He cut her off gently. "I'm not ashamed of you, Carmen. I'm tired of feeling like we have to hide something that could be really good." Her heart soared. "Yeah," she murmured. "Let's do it." So they did. They picked a casual Italian bistro near the downtown area, known for homemade pasta and a laid-back vibe. Carmen dressed in a simple sundress, not wanting to appear like she was dressing up just for the cameras. Colton arrived in jeans and a button-down shirt, looking calm and determined. When they stepped inside, a few patrons did double takes, whispering as they recognized him. A reporter might have been there, or maybe not, but either way, Colton took Carmen's hand openly and led her to a small corner table. They ordered bruschetta and spaghetti carbonara, clinking glasses of soda. And for a while, it truly felt like any ordinary couple on a date. Then a phone camera flashed. A teenage boy at the neighbouring table shyly asked for an autograph. Colton obliged with a smile, and the boy's mother snapped a photo of the moment. It wasn't invasive, just the typical starstruck reaction. Carmen felt her shoulders relax. Maybe this was manageable after all. Just normal fans, not paparazzi climbing fences or stalking them at night. After dinner, Colton drove her back to her dorm. They parked in a quiet lot beneath a street lamp. Turning to face her, he brushed a stray lock of her brown hair aside, letting his fingers linger against her cheek. "You're so brave," he murmured, "for everything you've been through. I admire you more than I can say." She smiled, leaning into his hand. It's easy to be brave when you have someone worth facing the fear for. Their kiss this time was unhurried, warm, and tinged with the relief of acceptance. Carmen's concerns about tabloids and social media took a back seat to the tenderness in that moment. They weren't just friends or pen pals, they were something more. As the weeks turned to months, they settled into a slow, steady rhythm. Colton travelled for games, hitting home runs that dominated sports headlines. Carmen focused on her studies, slowly learning to tune out the occasional social media gossip. They texted throughout the day, FaceTimed after especially tough matches or stressful exams. Whenever he was in Arizona, or she could fly to his city for a weekend, they shared quiet, precious time together. Still, a question hovered between them. What would happen after Carmen graduated from ASU? She was on track to finish in 4 years, and he was halfway through his stellar MLB contract. She told him about her dream internships, about wanting to broadcast stories of hope and survival. He told her about wanting to establish a foundation for kids with chronic illnesses, maybe even rename a wing at Phoenix Children's Hospital if that was allowed one day. Their visions seemed to intertwine, but there was also the reality of distance media scrutiny and the unstoppable pace of professional sports. They never pinned each other down for a define the relationship talk, because in many ways, it was obvious. They were deeply invested in each other's lives. The next big milestone that loomed on the horizon wasn't marriage or anything official. It was Carmen's upcoming checkup, her annual test to confirm she was still cancer-free. In late spring of her sophomore year, she sat in a sterile exam room once again, waiting for results. The fluorescent lighting and antiseptic smell triggered old memories, fueling her anxiety. Colton couldn't be there. He had a double-header in Houston, but he sent a flurry of texts. "I'm with you in spirit. Please call the second you know anything." When the doctor entered with a small smile, Carmen released the breath she didn't realize she was holding. "Your scans are clear," he said. "Everything looks fantastic. You're healthy as can be." Tears of relief sprang from her eyes. She stumbled out of the hospital, hardly able to contain the joy. Dialing Colton felt like the most natural thing to do. He answered after one ring. "Tell me, good news, right?" She laughed, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Yeah, I'm good. I'm healthy. I'm fine." Cheers erupted in the background. His teammates must have overheard the call. "Oh, Carmen," he said, voice thick with emotion. "I wish I could be there right now." That night, a giant bouquet of orchids, her favourite flower, arrived at her dorm, along with a card that said, "You're unstoppable. Love, Colton." Sinking onto her bed, Carmen cradled the flowers and smiled through watery eyes. She realised that their relationship had survived near constant upheaval, her health scares, his fame, the media storms, and each time they'd grown closer, more certain that cliché or not, they were in this together. Junior year brought a whirlwind of busier coursework for Carmen. She honed her reporting skills at the college radio station, practicing interviews and broadcasting daily news segments. She also pitched a series of stories about real-life survivors, people who overcame illness, adversity, or personal tragedy. Her station director loved it, giving her the green light to produce a weekly spot. Meanwhile, Colton continued blazing a trail in the MLB. By 24, he'd become one of the Angels' star players, hailed as a future Hall of Famer if he could maintain the streak. His face adorned magazines and sports channels, and he was invited to every talk show imaginable. Yet he turned down many of these appearances, preferring to spend off days quietly in Phoenix or wherever Carmen happened to be. They celebrated her 20th birthday together, in a small group, a far cry from the wild parties that typically define celebrity nightlife. He surprised her with a vintage typewriter, telling her he thought her stories deserved a timeless medium. She laughed, promising to type him love letters at least once. Still, life had a habit of throwing curveballs at even the best of us. Going into the final stretch of her senior year, Carmen scored a rare opportunity, a semester-long study abroad in London, where she could work as a correspondent for a student-run international news outlet. It was a dream gig, the kind that could launch her reporting career, but it meant an ocean's distance between them for several months. They sat together one afternoon at a rooftop cafe in Phoenix, the desert wind tangling Carmen's hair. She laid out the acceptance letter on the table, biting her lip. I really want to go, but I know it'll be tough on us. Colton read through the papers carefully. Carmen, you can't pass this up, he said, though his voice was tight. I can't let you hold back because of me. Tears pricked her eyes. It's just, we've finally gotten used to being semi-normal together. And now, I'm leaving for 6 months. He reached across the table, interlacing his fingers with hers. We'll make it work. I promise. We've survived worse than a plane ride between us, right? So she went. The first few weeks were rough. Time zone differences meant their calls were at odd hours, and they often texted each other pictures of daily life to compensate. A snapshot of him in the dugout, an image of her in a bustling London street. They left video messages, falling asleep to the other's voice. The distance stung, but it also reaffirmed that what they had was deeper than geography. When Carmen returned stateside just in time for her final semester, Colton was there at the airport holding a sign that said, "Welcome home, Globetrotter." She ran straight into his arms. Tired from a long flight, she felt simultaneously euphoric, as if no time had passed. He took her to a low-key celebration with a handful of his closest friends. Under the glow of string lights, they danced in a quiet backyard, content just to be in the same orbit again. It was during one of these late-night heart-to-hearts that he confided something new. I've been talking to the team about community outreach programs, he said, brushing a strand of her hair aside. Specifically, I want to partner with hospitals for kids dealing with serious illnesses. I was thinking about naming a scholarship fund or something after my dad, and maybe you could do a piece on it? Her eyes sparkled with pride. Of course, I'd love to. Time flew. Carmen graduated from ASU with a degree in journalism, and on that scorching May afternoon, she wore a black cap and gown. Her parents sat proudly in the stands, but it was Colton's presence near them that made her heart ache with happiness. Nobody was surprised this time. He'd become a fixture in her life for years now, though they'd kept much of their romance private. When her name was called, he rose from his seat, clapping so hard the people around him shot him amused smiles. He didn't care. That moment was for her. Once again, Carmen experienced a wave of déjà vu, recalling her high school graduation and how he'd shown up then too. This felt like a new chapter, a second chance at a milestone they could both celebrate openly. Afterwards, they strolled across the campus lawn, where small groups of graduates posed for photos. Dressed in a simple suit, Colton couldn't contain his excitement. Remember that first time I came to your high school commencement? It feels like we've lived a dozen lives since then. Carmen nodded, hugging him close. We kind of have. They found a quiet spot under a jacaranda tree in bloom. Purple flowers strewn across the grass like a royal carpet. With a gentleness that belied his athlete's strength, Colton took both of her hands. There's something I've been wanting to ask you. A flicker of anticipation danced in her stomach, but she tried to play it cool. Oh? He cleared his throat, glancing around to ensure no paparazzi hovered nearby. Then he met her gaze with unwavering intent. I know we're young and we have our whole lives ahead, but Carmen, I've never been surer about anything. You bring out the best in me, and I want to keep building something with you. Something real, something lasting. She realized he was reaching into his jacket pocket. Before she could process it fully, he pulled out a small, unassuming velvet box. Her heart slammed against her ribs. Colton. He opened it, revealing a ring that shimmered modestly in the late afternoon sun. Will you marry me? He asked, voice trembling, just enough to betray his nerves. I don't have a fancy speech, I just know that I don't want to wait any longer to make it clear that I choose you, always. Tears blurred her vision as she stared at him. Memories flooded her. The first time he walked into her hospital room with a teddy bear, the DMs they exchanged that gave her hope during chemo, the stolen dances, the stadium waves, the heartbreak, and the joy. It all led to this. Yes, she breathed, barely able to get the word out. Yes, of course I will. He slid the ring onto her finger, and she laughed through her tears as they embraced. The moment was so simple yet monumental. Two people who started as strangers in a hospital, forging a bond that defied the odds. The jacaranda petals fell around them like confetti, drifting on a gentle breeze. Months later, the engagement was announced formally, but by then they didn't care how many headlines blared. Baseball star proposes to former cancer patient, or MLB phenom ties the knot with hometown heroine. They had each other, and everything else paled in comparison. In the end, they decided on a small wedding ceremony, family and a few close friends in attendance. As Carmen walked down the aisle, her brown hair cascading over her shoulders, her crystal blue eyes sparkling with tears of joy, Colton stood at the altar in a crisp suit, his eyes reflecting awe. No paparazzi invaded, no stadium roar, just the quiet hum of loved ones, the soft desert wind, and the vow that they would continue writing each other into every chapter of their lives. And yes, they still referred to each other as pen pals sometimes, laughing at how it all began with one fleeting question in a hospital room. Hey, would you ever want to be pen pals? Sometimes the simplest beginnings lead to the most extraordinary journeys. The ring box made a hollow sound when Ethan Cole set it down on his nightstand. 8 years of love, reduced to a velvet cube and a stone that caught light he no longer wanted to see. He hadn't thrown it away, couldn't pawn it, wouldn't return it. The ring existed in limbo, just like him. I just don't recognise us anymore, Mia had said 6 months ago, her voice gentle as it dismantled his world. We were children when we met, Ethan. I need to know who I am without you. Ethan stared at his reflection in his childhood bedroom mirror. At 24, he'd become a stranger to himself, unshaven, hollow-eyed and depressed. Then unemployed after Kaplan's architecture let him go. 3 missed deadlines, 2 client complaints, and 1 partner who'd finally said, "Take some time, Cole, come back when your head's clear." His phone buzzed. Another message from Mia. "Just checking in, hope you're doing better. Ran into your mum at Wegmans, she's worried." He typed, deleted, typed again. "I'm fine," then deleted that too. What was there to say? That he spent most nights scrolling through photos of their life together. That he drafted emails to his boss begging for his job back but couldn't bring himself to send them. That his friends had stopped inviting him out after the 3rd time he'd gotten drunk and talked about Mia until closing time. Instead of responding, he opened Reddit, mindlessly scrolling through posts. An hour later, he found himself in R solo travel, reading an AMA from someone who'd spent a year working their way across New Zealand using something called Workaway. Basically, you exchange work for room and board, the poster explained. I spent 3 months on a vineyard, 2 at a hostel, and the rest at various farms. Best decision I ever made. Ethan's finger hovered over the link. What exactly did he have to lose? The Workaway site was filled with opportunities. Organic farms in Italy, hostels in Thailand, language exchanges in Argentina. He applied to a dozen listings without much thought, writing the same basic introduction, mentioning his background in architecture, his willingness to learn, his need for something new. Most hosts never replied. 2 sent polite rejections. 1 family in Portugal seemed interested until they learned he couldn't commit to 6 months. Then came the email from Alaska. "Hi Ethan, I'm writing on behalf of North Lights B&B in Talkeetna, Alaska. We're looking for someone to help with property maintenance and eventually assist with our dog sledding team. September through February position. No experience needed. My grandfather and I can teach you everything. It's remote, it's cold, and it's not for everyone. But if you're looking to disappear for a while, there are worse places than here. Willow Morgan." The directness of her message struck him. No false enthusiasm, no sugarcoating. If you're looking to disappear for a while. It was exactly what he needed. He replied immediately, and within 3 days had purchased a one-way ticket to Anchorage. The night before his flight, he finally texted Mia back. "I'm going to Alaska tomorrow, taking a job at a B&B. Don't know when I'll be back." She called within minutes, but he let it go to voicemail. Later, he listened to her message. "Alaska? Ethan, that's... wow. I hope you find what you're looking for there. I really do. I'm sorry for how things... Just be careful, okay? Call me when you get there. At least let me know you arrived safely." His thumbs hovered over the phone. So many words caught in his throat. None of them right. In the end, he simply wrote, "I will." As his flight took off the next morning, Ethan watched his hometown disappear beneath the clouds. He wasn't running away, he told himself. He was running toward something. He just had no idea what that something might be. The tiny 8-seater plane rattled as it approached Talkeetna, giving Ethan his first real glimpse of Alaska. Below, endless forests spread like a dark green carpet interrupted by silver threads of rivers and the occasional clearing. In the distance loomed Denali, its peak crowned in perpetual snow even in September. First time in Alaska. The pilot's voice crackled through the headset. "That obvious? You haven't stopped staring out the window, folks who live here?" He gestured at the other passengers, who were either sleeping or reading. "They've seen it before." "It's nothing like New York," Ethan said, mostly to himself. "Damn right it's not. That's why people come, and why they stay." The landing strip appeared below, a ribbon of asphalt at the edge of what barely qualified as a town. As they descended, Ethan's stomach tightened with a familiar anxiety. What the hell was he doing? He'd never owned a dog, much less driven a dog sled. He'd never lived somewhere he couldn't get pizza delivered at midnight. He'd never... "Mr. Cole?" A young woman stood beside a weathered truck in the small lot outside the airfield office. She was startlingly petite, maybe 5'2", wearing a flannel shirt that hung loose on her slender frame. Her dark hair was pulled back in a messy bun, revealing a face that looked younger than he'd expected. "Willow?" he asked, extending his hand. "That's me." Her handshake was firm, her eyes an unsettling shade of grey. Not blue-grey or green-grey, but the colour of storm clouds. "Welcome to Talkeetna." She took one of his bags and loaded it into the truck. "Thanks for meeting me," he said, struggling to make conversation as they drove away from the airstrip. "The town seems... quaint." A slight smile. "Quaint is one word for it. 300 residents year-round, though it doubles in summer with tourists. Winters, though. Winters, it's just us." Ethan wanted to ask about her. How old she was, why she ran a B&B in the middle of nowhere, who us referred to besides her grandfather. But something in her demeanour suggested she preferred keeping conversation functional. Instead, he watched out the window as they passed the town's main street. A collection of log cabins converted to gift shops, a brewing company, an ice cream parlour, and a bar whose sign simply read Fairview. "That's downtown," Willow explained. "Southside is mostly residential, and we're headed north about 2 miles out." The truck turned onto a narrower road that wound through dense forest before finally emerging at a clearing. The Northlights Bed and Breakfast was a large 2-storey log structure with a wraparound porch flanked by several smaller outbuildings and what appeared to be dog kennels set further back on the property. Beyond it all, a pristine lake reflected the afternoon sunlight. "Nice place," Ethan said, genuinely impressed. "Been in my grandparents' family for 3 generations. Before the tourists, it was just a homestead." Willow parked and got out. "Grandpa's probably with the dogs. I'll show you to your cabin, then give you the tour." "My cabin?" She pointed to one of the smaller structures. "That's where you'll stay. We don't make staff sleep in the main house. Everyone needs their privacy." The cabin was simple but comfortable. A studio set up with a queen bed, small kitchenette, bathroom with a stand-up shower, and a desk by the window that overlooked the lake. Rustic but not primitive, there was Wi-Fi, electric heat, and even a small TV. "It's perfect," Ethan said, setting down his bags. "When do I start?" Willow leaned against the doorframe. "Tomorrow's soon enough. Rest day, get your bearings. Dinner's at 6 in the main house. We don't have guests until the weekend, so it's just you, me, and my grandparents." As she turned to leave, Ethan called after her. "Willow?" She paused, those storm cloud eyes meeting his. "Thanks for taking a chance on me. I know I don't exactly have the right experience for this." Something unreadable passed across her face. "Everyone has their reasons for coming to Alaska, Ethan. Most of them boil down to needing to be somewhere that isn't where they were before." She offered a small smile. 6 o'clock. Don't be late. Gran hates when food gets cold. Left alone, Ethan unpacked methodically, arranging his belongings as though establishing this new space might help establish this new self. From the bottom of his duffel, he pulled out his field recording equipment, a Zoom F3 field recorder, a matched pair of Clippy EM272 XLR microphones, Sony MDR 7506 headphones, and an Apple MacBook Pro with Reaper installed. It was the one passion he had maintained even during his worst days after Mia. The emptiness hit suddenly as he sat on the edge of the bed. 6 hours ago, he'd been in New York. Now he was in Alaska, where he knew no one, working a job he wasn't qualified for, running from a broken heart that had followed him anyway. His phone buzzed. "Mia again. Did you arrive? Are you okay?" He stared at the message for a long moment before replying simply, "I'm here. I'm okay." Then he silenced his phone, set an alarm for 5:45, and lay back on the bed. Outside his window, the lake water rippled under a breeze, making a sound both foreign and familiar. He closed his eyes and listened, really listened, for the first time in months. "Lean with the sled, not against it," Frank Morgan called over the morning wind. "You fight the curve, you'll flip us both." Ethan adjusted his weight, feeling the wooden sled respond beneath him as they navigated a turn on the practice trail. After 2 weeks at Northlights, he'd graduated from kennel cleaning and feeding to actual dog handling. This first run with Frank, Willow's grandfather and the unquestioned patriarch of the operation, was his first real test. The 6-dog team powered ahead, their breath visible in the crisp October air. Talkeetna had already seen its first snowfall, though not enough for proper sledding. Today they used a wheeled training rig, but Frank insisted the principles were the same. "Good. I give 'em the command to slow." "Whoa!" Ethan called out, surprised when the lead dog actually responded, bringing the team to a gradual halt. Frank clapped him on the shoulder. "You're a natural city boy." Ethan couldn't help but laugh. Nothing about the past 2 weeks had felt natural. His first days had been a blur of sore muscles, blistered hands, and endless instructions about the B&B's operation. He'd painted railings, replaced rotted boards on the dock, cleaned guest rooms, and spent hours in the kennel learning the names and personalities of 16 Alaskan huskies. Through it all, Willow had been a patient but reserved guide, teaching him the essentials with a quiet efficiency. She handled the B&B's operations, bookkeeping, reservations, guest services, while Frank managed the dogs and her grandmother Rosemary ran the kitchen. "Look alive, Cole," Frank called, breaking into Ethan's thoughts. "We're heading back. You take the commands this time." By the time they returned to the kennel, Ethan's face was chilled, but flushed with exhilaration. As they unharnessed the dogs, he caught sight of Willow watching from the porch of the main house, her expression unreadable from a distance. "Not bad," Frank said, coiling the harness lines. "Few more runs and you'll be ready to take guests out, just in time for the real snow." "I hope so," Ethan replied, kneeling to rub the lead dog behind the ears. Juno, a steel-grey female with one blue eye and one brown, had become his favourite. "Though I'm not sure I'd trust me with paying customers yet." Tourists just want the experience. As long as you don't dump them in a snowbank, they'll give you 5 stars. Frank's weathered face creased with a smile. Go on in and warm up. Rosemary's making her caribou stew, and Willow mentioned something about needing help with the website later. Inside, the main house was warm and fragrant with cooking smells. Rosemary, a soft-spoken woman with silver hair and Frank's same mischievous eyes, ladled stew into a mug and pressed it into Ethan's hands. Drink, she instructed. You city folk always forget to hydrate in the cold. Yes, ma'am, Ethan said, sipping the rich broth gratefully. Good run? Willow asked, not looking up from her laptop at the dining table. Your grandfather thinks I'm a natural. Grandpa thinks anyone who doesn't fall off the sled on their first day is a natural. But there was amusement in her voice. When you're done with that, I could use your help with some web design issues. Grandpa mentioned you had a background in architecture. Yeah, I worked for a firm in Rochester, design and project management mostly. Good. Our website looks like it was built in 2003. She finally glanced up. You're still wearing your hat inside. Ethan reached up, surprised to find the knit beanie still on his head. Oh, sorry. Don't be. Your ears are bright red. Keep it on until they stop stinging. It was the most personal comment she'd made since his arrival, and he found himself oddly touched by her concern. Over the next hour, they sat side by side at the table, shoulders occasionally brushing as they redesigned the B&B's outdated website. Willow was surprisingly tech-savvy for someone who lived so remotely, and her eye for design impressed him. Where did you learn all this? He asked as she adjusted the CSS on a page. She hesitated. Community college. I was studying digital media before I moved here. Before her boyfriend died, Ethan mentally filled in. Though he'd been at Northlights for 2 weeks, the only personal information he'd gleaned about Willow had come from Frank during their work together. All he knew was that she'd lost her military boyfriend overseas, then left North Carolina to live with her grandparents. She never mentioned it, and Ethan never asked. Well, you have good instincts, he said, keeping his tone professional. This layout works much better. Thanks. She glanced at him, then back at the screen. Frank says you're good with the dogs. I like them. They're uncomplicated. A small smile. Uncomplicated is a nice way of saying they'll love anyone who feeds them. Maybe that's what I like about it. Earned affection. The words slipped out before he could censor them. Willow's hands paused over the keyboard. For a moment, Ethan thought he'd overstepped, revealed too much of his own brokenness. But then she nodded, almost imperceptibly. I understand that, she said quietly. They worked in silence for another hour. But something had shifted between them, some small recognition of shared experience, of parallel paths that had somehow converged in this unlikely place. That night, after dinner, Ethan returned to his cabin and retrieved his recording equipment. The temperature had dropped further, and his breath clouded as he walked down to the lake's edge. Setting up his matched microphones on a stand, he put on his headphones and simply listened. The world through the amplified microphones was a revelation. Water lapping gently at the shore, the distant call of an unseen bird, wind rustling through pine needles. He adjusted levels, finding focus in the technical details, then hit record. For 30 minutes he stood motionless, capturing the sounds of a world so different from the one he'd left behind. No car horns, no voices, no constant hum of urban life, just wilderness breathing around him. What are you doing? He hadn't heard Willow approach. Pulling off the headphones, he turned to find her standing a few feet away, hands tucked into the pockets of her parka. Field recording, he explained. I collect natural sounds. For what? Sometimes I sell them to sound designers for films or games. Mostly I just collect them for myself. She tilted her head. Can I hear? He hesitated, then handed her the headphones. Willow put them on, and her eyes widened slightly as the amplified sounds of the night surrounded her. For several long moments she stood completely still, listening. When she finally removed the headphones, Her expression had softened. It's like hearing the world with new ears, she said. That's exactly what it is. Ethan smiled. Want to try recording something? To his surprise, she nodded. For the next hour, they moved around the property, capturing different sound perspectives. The creak of the dock, the hushed whisper of trees, the distant chorus of dogs responding to a faraway wolf howl. Willow proved to be an intuitive assistant, suggesting locations and even holding a reflector to capture certain audio angles. As they worked, Ethan found himself watching her more than his equipment. In the dim light, with her focus entirely on the sounds around them, she seemed different, more open, more present. When she suddenly looked up and caught him staring, he expected her to retreat back into her usual reserve. Instead, she smiled, a real smile that reached her eyes and transformed her face. What? Nothing, he said. You're just good at this. I used to help my boyfriend record guitar demos. Her voice was quiet but steady. He was always particular about microphone placement. It was the first time she'd mentioned him voluntarily. Ethan nodded, not wanting to press. Some things translate across different types of recording. Yeah, she looked at the lake, then back at him. It's getting late. We should head back. As they packed up the equipment, their fingers brushed while coiling a cable. Neither of them acknowledged it, but neither pulled away too quickly either. At the fork in the path between the main house and his cabin, Willow paused. Thanks for showing me that. Anytime, Ethan said. Really? She nodded, then added, We have guests arriving tomorrow. 2 couples from Seattle. They've booked the half-day dog sledding experience for Saturday. Am I running it? With Frank, yes, he thinks you're ready. She hesitated. I do too. Before he could respond, she turned and walked toward the main house, her silhouette gradually disappearing into the darkness. Ethan stood watching long after she was gone, aware of a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with his heavy coat. Back in his cabin, he transferred the evening's recordings to his laptop and began editing almost automatically, his mind elsewhere. Partway through, his phone buzzed with a text from Mia. Their occasional check-ins had continued, growing more infrequent but strangely less painful with time and distance. How's the great wilderness treating you? He considered his response more carefully than usual. Better than I expected. I'm learning to drive a dog sled. Her reply came quickly. That sounds both terrifying and amazing. Are you still planning to come back in February? The question gave him pause. February had been his original return date, the end of his 6-month commitment to Northlights. But for the first time, the thought of returning to New York didn't bring the comfort of familiarity. Instead, it felt like an approaching deadline, a countdown to leaving something that had, somehow, begun to feel more substantial than mere escape. That's the plan, he wrote finally, but plans change. He sent the message, then returned to his editing, losing himself in the captured sounds of Talkeetna and in memories of storm-grey eyes that had, for a brief moment, looked at him with something like connection. November in Talkeetna brought serious snow and the year's first steady stream of aurora chasers, tourists who came specifically to witness the northern lights from the pristine vantage point that Northlights B&B offered. The guest rooms stayed consistently booked, and Ethan found himself fully integrated into the daily operations. Mornings meant kennel duty and dog sled preparations. Afternoons were spent either guiding guests on beginner trails or handling maintenance tasks around the property. Evenings brought dinner service assistance and then, increasingly often, time with Willow. Their shared interest in recording had become a regular activity. 3 times a week, weather permitting, they would venture out with Ethan's equipment, capturing the evolving soundscape of the Alaskan wilderness. Willow had proven herself not just a willing assistant, but an insightful collaborator, hearing nuances in the natural environment that even Ethan sometimes missed. The ice on the lake is making that singing sound again, she said one evening. as they stood on the partially frozen shoreline, the temperature well below freezing. "Can you hear it?" Ethan adjusted his headphones. Through the amplified microphones, he picked up the eerie, otherworldly tones of lake ice expanding and contracting, a sound like crystalline whale songs echoing across the surface. "Got it," he confirmed, watching the levels on his recorder. "This is incredible." It only happens when the temperature drops suddenly after sunset. Willow's face, half hidden by her scarf, showed concentrated interest. "My grandfather used to tell me it was the lake spirits talking to each other." "What do you think they're saying?" She considered this, her breath clouding in the frigid air. "Bundle up, idiot humans, it's 15 below. Ethan laughed, the sound carrying across the empty landscape. "Fair assessment." As they recorded, the sky above them began to shimmer with the first hints of aurora, faint green ribbons undulating against the stars. Willow pointed upward. "Looks like a good night for it," she said. "The guests will be thrilled." "Do you ever get used to it?" Ethan asked, watching the lights intensify. "Seeing something so extraordinary?" "No," she answered simply. "Some things never become ordinary, no matter how many times you see them." They stood in comfortable silence, recording equipment momentarily forgotten as the aurora strengthened, dancing across the sky in pulses of green and purple. Without conscious thought, Ethan found himself shifting closer to Willow until their shoulders touched. She didn't move away. "The first time I saw it," she said quietly, "was the night I arrived here. I was such a mess. Couldn't stop crying for days. Gran and Grandpa didn't know what to do with me." She kept her eyes on the sky. "That night, Grandpa practically dragged me outside, said, 'Look up, girl, remember how small we are.' And there it was, the whole sky alive. I stood there until my tears froze on my face." Ethan swallowed. "Did it help?" "Not immediately, but it reminded me that the world was bigger than my grief." She turned to look at him. "What are you running from, Ethan?" The directness of her question startled him, though perhaps it shouldn't have. After 2 months of working side by side, they'd developed a rapport built on shared silence and careful words, but neither had pushed into the tender places of the other's past. "My fiancé left me," he said, the words simpler to speak aloud than he'd anticipated. 8 years together, since high school. I thought we were forever. She didn't." Willow nodded, not with pity but with recognition. "How long ago?" "Almost a year now. We were supposed to get married in April. And instead, you're in Alaska, freezing your ass off with me." Despite everything, he smiled. "Yeah, instead I'm here." "Do you regret it? Coming here?" "No," he said without hesitation. I needed to find out who I am without her, who I could be." Willow's eyes, reflecting the aurora above, studied his face. "And? Who are you, Ethan Cole?" "Still figuring that out, but I like who I'm becoming." He hesitated. "What about you? Do you think you'll stay in Alaska forever?" She looked back at the sky. "I don't know. When I came here, I couldn't imagine being anywhere else. It was the only place that didn't remind me of him." She paused. "Now, I'm not running away anymore. I'm just here. And most days that's enough." The aurora intensified, casting enough light to illuminate the frozen landscape around them. On impulse, Ethan reached for his recorder again. "Can I try something?" he asked. Willow nodded, and he positioned the microphones carefully, then spoke into them. "November 15th, Talkeetna, Alaska. Aurora, recording with Willow Morgan." He glanced at her. "Say something." She hesitated, then leaned toward the microphone. "Hello, night sky. We're listening." They stood recording the silence for several minutes. Not true silence, of course, but the subtle symphony of night. Distant owl calls, creaking ice, their own measured breaths, the soft rustle of their clothing when they moved. Later, back at Ethan's cabin, they huddled over his laptop, listening to the playback while warming their hands on mugs of the tea Rosemary had pressed upon them before they escaped from the main house. "There's not much to hear," Willow observed, head tilted toward the speaker. "That's what I like about it," Ethan replied. "It's the sound of witnessing something bigger than ourselves." She looked at him with that same unreadable expression he'd seen the first day, except now he was beginning to understand the complexity behind it. Not coldness, but caution. Not distance, but careful consideration. "You're different than I expected," she said finally. "How so?" "I thought you'd be more city, soft, useless," he supplied with a self-deprecating smile. "Temporary," she finished. "Most people who come here are just passing through. Even when they stay 6 months, they're still just visiting. But you're present in a way most visitors aren't." The compliment warmed him more than the tea. Maybe because I didn't come here looking for something specific. I just needed somewhere to be. And now? Now I'm finding things I wasn't looking for. He met her eyes. Good things. The moment stretched between them, taut with unspoken possibilities. Then Willow set down her mug and stood. "It's late," she said. "We have the Henderson group arriving tomorrow, and they've booked the extended trail run." Ethan walked her to the door, suddenly reluctant to end the evening. "Thanks for coming out tonight. The recording was better because of you." At the threshold, Willow turned, her face half in. For a heartbeat, Ethan thought she might say something more, might acknowledge whatever was growing between them. Instead, she reached out and briefly touched his arm. "Good night, Ethan." "Good night, Willow." After she left, Ethan returned to his laptop, listening again to their Aurora recording. Her voice, saying "we're listening," looped in his mind as he edited the file, balancing levels and removing wind noise. When he finally fell asleep, it was with headphones still on, the sound of that night, and her presence in it, following him into dreams. December transformed Talkeetna into a winter wonderland. Snow blanketed everything. Christmas lights twinkled from the eaves of the main house, and the dog sledding business hit its peak season. Ethan now led tours independently, having earned Frank's complete trust with the team. The morning of the winter solstice, the darkest day of the year, Ethan woke before dawn to take Juno and the lead team out for an early run. With no guests scheduled until afternoon, he planned a longer trail, one that curved around the far side of the lake and through pristine forest rarely seen by tourists. To his surprise, he found Willow already at the kennel, preparing harnesses. "Morning," she said, her breath visible in the poignant pre-dawn cold. "Mind some company?" "Not at all," he replied, unable to keep the pleasure from his voice. "Special occasion?" "Solstice tradition. Grandpa and I always take a sunrise run, but his hip's bothering him, so I thought," she shrugged. "Unless you'd rather go alone." "I'd rather go with you." They worked in companionable silence, harnessing the dogs who pranced with excitement, aware of the adventure ahead. As they finished, Frank appeared, limping slightly but grinning. "Taking my place already, Cole?" he called. "Next thing I know, you'll be after my B&B too." "Just borrowing your dog, sir," Ethan replied with a smile. "And your granddaughter, apparently." "She's her own woman," Frank's eyes twinkled. "She chooses good company these days." Willow rolled her eyes. "Ignore him. He thinks he's funny before coffee." Once the sled was ready, Ethan took the driving position with Willow standing just in front of him, both of them nestled between the curved handles. "Ready?" he asked. She nodded, and he gave the command. "Hike!" The dogs lunged forward, and the sled glided across the packed snow with a satisfying hiss. They passed the main house, where Rosemary waved from the porch, then followed the trail that curved around the frozen lake. The sky was just beginning to lighten, not with true sunlight, but with the deep blue that preceded dawn in winter. Ethan was acutely aware of Willow standing within the circle of his arms, her back occasionally brushing against his chest as they navigated turns. They had grown closer over the past weeks, sharing meals, working together, spending evenings recording, or simply talking by the fire, but always with a careful boundary of physical space between them. Now, as the sled picked up speed on a downhill stretch, she leaned back against him more firmly, and he adjusted his stance to support her. "Okay?" he asked close to her ear. "Perfect," she replied, and he could hear the smile in her voice. They sledded in silence for nearly an hour, following the winding trail as dawn slowly illuminated the landscape. When they reached the far side of the lake, Ethan called for the dogs to halt near a small clearing with a view of the mountains. "This is beautiful," Willow said as they secured the sled. "I haven't been out this far in months. I found it last week. Thought it might make a good recording spot." Ethan reached into his pack and pulled out a thermos. "Tea?" They sat on a fallen log, sipping hot tea while the dogs rested, curled in the snow. The solstice sunrise painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, reflecting off the distant glaciers. "When I first came to Alaska," Willow said, breaking the comfortable silence, "I hated how dark it got in winter. The endless night felt like it matched how I felt inside." Ethan nodded, understanding. "And now? Now I see the beauty in it. The darkness makes you appreciate the light more." She turned to look at him. "Like grief. You don't get over it. You learn to carry it differently." "Is that what you've done? Learn to carry it?" "I'm trying." She pulled a small object from her pocket, a brass compass worn with age. "This was his, James. My grandpa gave it to him when he enlisted." Ethan watched as she cradled it in her gloved hands. "It's beautiful. After he died, I couldn't look at it without falling apart. Now," she held it out to Ethan, "now I can share it with someone who understands what it means to lose your direction and have to find a new one." The weight of her trust settled in his chest as he carefully took the compass. "Thank you. I've been thinking about what happens when your 6 months are up," she said, her eyes on the horizon. "You'll be leaving in February." The thought had been weighing on Ethan too, growing heavier as the calendar pages turned. What had once seemed like an escape hatch back to real life now felt like an approaching loss. "That was the original plan," he agreed carefully. "Is it still your plan?" He looked at her, really looked at her. The sunlight caught in her dark hair, her storm grey eyes questioning but not demanding. In the 3 months since he'd arrived, broken and adrift, something had healed in him. Something had grown too. "I don't know," he admitted. "My life is still in New York. My family, my career, what's left of it." "And Mia?" she asked quietly. He shook his head. "No, not Mia. What we had, it's in the past now. I'll always care about her. But I'm not in love with her anymore." "When did you know?" Willow's voice was soft, almost lost in the morning air. Ethan considered the question carefully. "I think part of me knew before I came here. That's why I needed to leave, to make sure it wasn't just hurt or pride talking." He looked at the compass in his hand, its needle pointing steadily north. "But being here, finding purpose again, meeting you, it confirmed what I already knew. Some endings are just endings." Willow was quiet for a long moment, then slid her hand into his. Even through their gloves, the contact felt significant, a deliberate crossing of the careful boundary they'd maintained. "I didn't think I'd ever want to feel anything for anyone again," she said. "After James, I just shut down. came here to disappear. And now, her eyes met his, clear and certain. Now I'm ready to reappear. The kiss, when it finally happened, felt both inevitable and surprising, like the first snowfall of winter or the sudden appearance of aurora in a clear sky. Ethan leaned forward, Willow met him halfway, and their lips touched with gentle certainty. When they pulled apart, their breath mingled in the cold air between them. Willow's cheeks were flushed, her eyes brighter than he'd ever seen them. "We should head back," she said, though she made no move to rise. "Gran will worry." "5 more minutes," Ethan replied, pulling her closer. "The dogs aren't complaining." She laughed, the sound crystal clear in the winter stillness, and rested her head against his shoulder. 5 minutes. They sat together as the sun continued its brief winter arc, casting long shadows across the snow. In the distance, Denali stood immovable and eternal, witness to countless human stories played out beneath its watch. For the first time since arriving in Alaska, Ethan didn't feel like a visitor passing through. He felt, improbably but undeniably, like he was exactly where he belonged. Christmas at Northlights came with traditions that felt ancient and grounding. Frank and Rosemary closed the B&B to guests for 3 days, creating a private family celebration that now, by unspoken agreement, included Ethan. They cut a small spruce from their property, decorated it with hand-carved ornaments and strings of cranberries, and exchanged modest gifts beside a roaring fire. Ethan's gift to Willow, a custom collection of their recorded sounds edited into what he called the Tolkienus Symphony and loaded onto a dedicated player, brought tears to her eyes. Her gift to him, a handmade journal bound in soft leather, the first pages already filled with her sketches of the dogs, the landscape, and sometimes, when he hadn't noticed her watching of him, left him speechless. "I've never had anyone see me the way you do," he told her later that night as they walked back to his cabin, the sky above them clear and star-filled. "I could say the same," she replied, squeezing his hand. "You hear the things most people miss." Their relationship had blossomed in the week since the solstice kiss, growing with the natural rhythm of people who recognise something essential in each other. They spent most evenings together now, alternating between his cabin and the quiet corner of the main house that Willow had claimed as her personal space. A small room off the kitchen, with a comfortable love seat and a window facing the mountains. Nothing was hidden. Frank and Rosemary watched their granddaughter's happiness with approving eyes, though Frank occasionally grumbled good-naturedly about young love making everyone else feel ancient. Intimacy developed gradually between them, each step deliberate and meaningful. Ethan, still cautious after Mia and Willow still carrying the shadow of her loss, moved toward each other with tender patience. When they finally made love for the first time on New Year's Eve while Aurora painted the sky outside his cabin window, it felt like a culmination rather than a beginning, a natural progression of the connection they'd been building since that first sunrise dog sled run. "Look," Willow whispered afterward, drawing his attention to the window where green and purple lights danced across the darkness. "The sky is celebrating with us." Ethan kissed her shoulder, marvelling at how perfectly she fit against him. "I never want to leave this place." The words slipped out unplanned, but as soon as he spoke them, he knew they were true. The thought of returning to New York in February, once his anchor to reality, now felt like a sentence. Here, with Willow and the life they were building, he had found something he hadn't known he was searching for. She propped herself up on one elbow, her dark hair spilling across her bare shoulders. "Then don't. It's not that simple." "Why not?" Her grey eyes were serious. "The B&B needs someone year-round. Grandpa's not getting any younger, and his hip's worse than he admits. We've talked about hiring someone permanent, and you already know the operation. You could stay, Ethan, if you wanted to." The possibility hung between them, tantalizing, terrifying. What about my career? Everything I built back home? You were an architect. People need buildings everywhere, even in Alaska. She touched his face gently. I'm not asking you to decide tonight. Just think about it. About what really matters to you now. He pulled her close again, breathing in the pine and sweetgrass scent of her hair. I will. But thinking was all he seemed capable of doing in the weeks that followed. January brought the deepest cold and the most brilliant auroras, keeping the B&B fully booked and everyone busy. Ethan led dog sled tours daily, continued helping Frank with maintenance projects, and spent his free moments with Willow, all while the February deadline loomed closer. You seem distracted, Willow observed one evening as they edited recordings together in his cabin. Just thinking about the future. He hesitated. I got an email from my old boss today. They want me back. Said they'd held my position open, hoping I'd return. Willow's hand stilled over the laptop. Are you going to accept? I don't know. It's a good offer. Security, familiar work, a path forward. He ran a hand through his hair. But the thought of leaving here, leaving you... You could try long distance, she suggested, though her voice lacked conviction. People make it work. Do they? Really? He took her hand. I don't want to start something beautiful just to watch it wither from 2,000 miles away. Then what do you want, Ethan? The question was simple but profound. 4 months ago, he wouldn't have had an answer. Or rather, his answer would have been to rewind time, to go back to when his life with Mia still made sense. Now, looking at Willow in the soft light of his cabin, he knew exactly what he wanted. The challenge was reconciling it with the life he'd built before Alaska. I want both, he admitted. I want my career, the work I trained for, and I want this, you, Talkeetna, the life we could have here. Then go back, she said, surprising him. Go back to New York, settle your affairs, figure out if there's a way to do both, and if there isn't, she took a deep breath. If there isn't, at least you'll know you tried. You won't resent me or Alaska for what you gave up. The wisdom in her words struck him. You'd wait, even knowing I might choose differently in the end. I've learnt that real love means giving people the freedom to find their own way, she said. James taught me that, and I love you, Ethan. I want you to stay because you choose it, not because you're afraid of losing me. The declaration, their first exchange of those words, hung in the air between them. Ethan pulled her into his arms, overwhelmed by the gift she was offering him. I love you too, he whispered against her hair, and I will come back to you. I promise. 2 weeks later, Ethan stood at the small Talkeetna airstrip, his duffel bag at his feet. Frank and Rosemary had already said their goodbyes at the B&B, giving him and Willow privacy for their parting. 1 month, he said, holding both her hands in his. I'll be back in 1 month, whether I've figured everything out or not. Willow nodded, her eyes bright with unshed tears. Take this, she pressed James's compass into his hand, so you can always find your way back. I can't take this. You're not taking it, you're borrowing it. Bring it back to me. She stood on tiptoe to kiss him, then stepped back as the small plane's engines started. 1 month. As the plane lifted off, Ethan watched Talkeetna grow smaller beneath him. Willow remained visible by the airstrip until the landscape blurred into forest and snow, becoming indistinguishable from the wilderness surrounding it. He cradled the compass in his palm, its needle pointing steadily north, toward the place and the person who had unexpectedly become his true direction. New York hit Ethan like a physical force, the noise, the pace, the press of people moving with determined urgency. After 6 months in Alaska, the city of his birth felt like a foreign country, simultaneously familiar and strange. His parents met him at the airport, their faces a mixture of joy and confusion. They'd supported his abrupt departure to Alaska, understanding his need for distance after Mia, but his decision to return to Talkeetna so quickly baffled them. "It's just so remote," his mother said over dinner at their home in Rochester. "And the winters. Ethan, you said it gets to -40. "Sometimes," he agreed, smiling, "but the aurora makes up for it." His father studied him across the table. "You're different. More settled." "I am," Ethan acknowledged. "Alaska changed me. Willow changed me." "She the reason you're going back?" his mother asked. "She's part of it, but it's more than that." He struggled to articulate the transformation he'd undergone. "I found purpose there, a different rhythm of life, a connection to something larger. The work, it's honest in a way architecture never was for me." "But you loved architecture," his father protested. "You worked so hard for that degree, that position at Kaplan's." "I know, and I'm not saying I want to give it up entirely, but I'm trying to find a way to have both." The conversation circled without resolution, but Ethan was grateful for their willingness to listen, to try to understand. By the time he left for his apartment in the city the next day, they had shifted from concerned opposition to cautious support. The apartment, once shared with Mia, then briefly occupied by Ethan alone, felt smaller than he remembered. Most of his belongings remained in storage, the space furnished with only essentials. Still, it was home enough for the few weeks he planned to stay. His meeting with Simon Kaplan, his former boss, went better than expected. The firm had indeed kept his position open, impressed by his talent and understanding of his personal setback. "We'd be happy to have you back, Ethan," Simon said, his office overlooking Central Park. "Full salary, benefits, everything as it was." "That's incredibly generous," Ethan replied. "But I'm not staying in New York, at least not full time." Simon's eyebrows rose. "Oh?" "I'm moving to Alaska. Permanently." Saying it aloud made it real. A commitment, not just an idea. "I was hoping we might discuss a remote arrangement. I could handle design work, client consultations via video call, occasional trips back for in-person meetings." He laid out his proposal, watching Simon's expression shift from skepticism to consideration. By the end of the meeting, they had sketched the outlines of a possible arrangement: reduced hours, project-based work rather than full employment, quarterly visits to the New York office. Not ideal from Simon's perspective, but workable. "You're talented enough to make this worth accommodating," Simon said finally. "But I have to ask, what's in Alaska that's worth rearranging your entire career?" Ethan thought of Willow, of the dogs, of the northern lights and the quiet cabin by the lake. "Everything that matters," he answered simply. Over the next weeks, Ethan settled his affairs with practiced efficiency. He arranged to rent out his apartment, met with clients to explain his new arrangement, and spent time with friends who had mostly given up on seeing him after the breakup with Mia. "So you're really doing this?" asked Jason, his oldest friend, as they shared drinks at their favourite bar. "Trading New York for, what did you call it? Talkeetna?" "Yep," Ethan smiled. "Population 301, soon to be 302. Because of a girl you've known for 6 months. Because of the life I found there. Willow is a huge part of that, but it's not just about her." Ethan traced a pattern in the condensation on his glass. "It's about who I am there versus who I was here." Jason studied him. "You do seem lighter, less like the walking corpse you were after Mia left." "Thanks for that image." "You know what I mean. I haven't seen you this sure of yourself in years." Jason raised his glass. "To Alaska, then. May it be everything you hope." The last item on Ethan's New York agenda was the hardest, seeing Mia. They'd maintained sporadic contact during his time away, but he felt he owed her an in-person goodbye, a proper closure to their shared history. They met at a quiet cafe near the apartment they had once shared. When she walked in, Ethan was struck by the absence of the pain he'd expected. Mia was still beautiful, still familiar in the way only someone you've loved for 8 years can be. But the sight of her no longer ached. "You look good," she said, sitting across from him. "Tan, more muscular." "Dog sledding will do that," he replied with a small smile. "You look good too." And she did. There was a lightness to her, a confidence that had been missing in their final months together. She'd cut her hair, changed her style somewhat, but the real difference was in her eyes. Like him, she seemed more at peace. "So you're really moving to Alaska?" she asked after they'd exchanged pleasantries. "For good?" "That's the plan." He told her about the arrangement with Kaplan's, about the B&B, about his cabin by the lake. "And about the girl," Mia added gently. "Willow, right?" Ethan hesitated, then nodded. "Yes, she's important to me. I'm glad." To his surprise, she seemed genuinely pleased. "I was worried about you after us. I didn't want you to close yourself off." "I almost did," he admitted, but Alaska had other ideas. They talked for nearly 2 hours, moving from the awkwardness of ex-lovers to something approaching the friendship that had always been the foundation of their relationship. Mia told him about her new job in publishing, about the classes she was taking, about rediscovering parts of herself she'd set aside during their years together. "I was right," she said as they prepared to leave, "about us needing to find ourselves separately. I just never imagined it would take you to Alaska to do it." "Life has strange detours," Ethan agreed. "But I think we both ended up where we needed to be." Outside the cafe they hugged goodbye, a real embrace, not the stiff, pained gesture they'd shared at their breakup. As he watched her walk away, Ethan felt the final thread of his old life gently release, not severed, but resolved, set in its proper place among his memories. That night, he called Willow. Their daily conversations had become a lifeline during their separation, but tonight felt different, weightier, more significant. "I saw Mia today," he told her, sitting on the floor of his nearly empty apartment. It was good, healing. "I'm glad," Willow said, her voice clear despite the distance. "Did it make you question anything?" "It confirmed everything." He touched the compass that sat beside him. "I'm coming home, Willow. To you. To Alaska. To the life we're going to build." The silence that followed was filled with emotion he could feel across the miles. "When?" she asked finally. 3 days. I've booked the flights. I just need to pack up the last of what I'm bringing." 3 days, she repeated, and he could hear the smile in her voice. "The dogs miss you. Gran's been making your favourite bread. Grandpa keeps checking the thermometer, saying it's warming up just in time for your return." "And you?" he asked softly. "I've been recording things for you. The lake ice breaking up, the first geese returning, spring sounds." Her voice caught slightly. "I've missed you more than I can say." "I love you," he told her. "I'll be home soon." 3 days later, as promised, Ethan stepped off the small plane in Talkeetna. The air was warmer than when he'd left, the first hints of spring evident in the patches of exposed ground where snow had melted. The familiar truck waited by the airstrip, but this time it wasn't just Willow who'd come to meet him. Frank and Rosemary stood beside her, and beyond them, to Ethan's surprise, the entire dog team harnessed to the large sled. Juno at the lead barked excitedly when she saw him. "What's all this?" he asked as Willow embraced him. "Your welcoming committee," she said, her grey eyes bright with happiness. "And your chariot home." Frank clapped him on the shoulder. "Figured your first ride back should be in style, though you'll have to drive, my hip's acting up again." Ethan laughed, overcome with the rightness of the moment. He greeted Rosemary with a hug, then knelt to give Juno and the other dogs the attention they demanded. Finally, he turned back to Willow. "I have something for you," he said, reaching into his pocket for the compass. "As promised." She took it with a smile, then surprised him by pressing it back into his hand. "Keep it," she said. "You've proven you know how to use it." As they loaded his bags onto the sled, Ethan felt the last of his uncertainty fade. The path ahead might not be perfectly straight or always clear, but he had found his true north, in the wild place with these good people, and especially with the remarkable woman who now stood beside him, ready to navigate whatever came next, together. 1 year later. The northern lights rippled across the Talkeetna sky, painting the darkness with veils of green and purple. On the deck of the newly expanded cabin by the lake, now their home, Ethan and Willow sat wrapped in a handmade quilt, watching the celestial display. "Hard to believe it's been a year," Willow said, leaning into him. "Sometimes it feels like you've always been here." "In the ways that matter, I think I have," Ethan replied, his arm around her shoulders. The past year had brought changes to Northlights and to them. With Ethan's design background and connection to Kaplan's, they'd modernised the B&B's offerings while preserving its rustic charm. Frank's hip had finally required surgery, making Ethan's permanent presence even more valuable. The dog sledding tours now operated year-round, using wheeled rigs in summer, and had become one of the most sought-after experiences in the area. Ethan's remote work arrangement had evolved too. He now served as a consultant for Kaplan's Elay Alaskan projects, travelling to Anchorage occasionally, but maintaining his base in Talkeetna. His field recordings had gained a following online, with several being licensed for documentaries about the Alaskan wilderness. But the most significant change lay between them, in the deepening of their connection that had transformed initial attraction into lasting partnership. "I have something for you," Ethan said, reaching into his pocket. "Or rather, something to ask you." Willow turned to him, her grey eyes reflecting the aurora above. "I'm listening." He withdrew a small wooden box, hand-carved with a pattern of mountains and stars. "I made this, from that spruce that fell during the November storm." She took it, running her fingers over the intricate carving. "It's beautiful." "Open it." Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, lay a ring, not a traditional diamond, but a band of polished meteorite inlaid with local jade and tiny aurora-coloured opals. "Willow Morgan was," Ethan said softly. "I came to Alaska broken, looking for silence. I found music instead, in the wilderness, in the rhythm of this life, and most of all, in you." He took her hand. "Will you marry me? Not because we need any ceremony to confirm what we already know, but because I want to stand under these same lights and promise you forever in front of everyone we love." Tears filled her eyes, catching the colours of the aurora. "Yes," she whispered. "Of course, yes." As he slipped the ring onto her finger, a particularly brilliant wave of green light pulsed overhead, as if the sky itself was celebrating their promise. Later they lay in bed listening to the faint chorus of wolves in the distance, a sound Ethan had captured many times but never tired of hearing. Willow's head rested on his chest, her breathing slowing towards sleep. "Do you ever miss New York?" she asked drowsily. "The life you had before?" Ethan considered the question, his hand absently stroking her hair. "I miss certain things, good pizza, art museums, being able to get Thai food at midnight. But that life feels like a prologue now, like everything before Alaska was preparing me for this, for here, for you." She lifted her head to look at him, her expression soft in the dim light. "What do you think would have happened if we'd met in New York? If we'd crossed paths there instead of here?" "I'd like to think we would have found each other anyway," he said. "That some connections are inevitable, regardless of geography." "You're getting poetic in your old age, Ethan Cole," she teased, settling back against him. "Alaska does that to a person. Or maybe it's just loving you." Outside, the aurora continued its silent dance across the sky, nature's reminder that the most profound beauty often comes after the darkest nights. Inside, Ethan held the woman who had helped him rediscover not just love, but purpose, not just healing, but growth. His last thought before drifting to sleep was not of what he'd left behind, but of all that lay ahead. Seasons changing, dogs aging, a B&B thriving, a love deepening, a life being lived fully and intentionally in this wild place that had become, improbably but perfectly, home. The end. Sienna Murphy had mastered the art of convincing herself she was content. At 34, she had the corner office at Pinnacle Publishing, a sleek Manhattan apartment with floor-to-ceiling windows, and a collection of first editions that made her colleagues green with envy. What she didn't have, what she refused to admit she still wanted, was Dale Wilder. Another manuscript rejected, Sienna sighed, tossing her phone onto the plush cushions of her couch. Friday nights used to involve dinners at Hidden Gems or gallery openings with friends. Now they meant takeout and tracksuit bottoms, a glass of Cabernet, and the company of fictional characters who couldn't hurt her. Her phone buzzed at exactly 11:47 p.m. The number wasn't saved in her contacts, but something about those digits triggered a flutter of recognition. "I miss you." 3 words, simple enough to be a mistake, complex enough to unsettle her perfectly curated calm. Perhaps it was the wine, or perhaps it was the hollow echo of her apartment, but she replied, "Who is this?" The response came immediately. "Shit. Sorry. Wrong number. She should have left it there." But life rarely offers neat closure, and Sienna had learned that closure was sometimes just another word for giving up. "No worries. Hope you find who you're looking for." 3 dots appeared, disappeared, reappeared. Sienna? Sienna Murphy? Her fingers froze above the screen. How did a wrong number know her name? The flutter in her chest intensified. "Yes. Who's asking? It's Dale. Dale Wilder." The name materialized on her screen like a ghost, and suddenly Sienna was 24 again, standing in the rain outside their Brooklyn apartment, watching Dale load his life into a taxi. "It's just a year," he'd promised. "This assignment could make my career." But a year turned into forever, and promises dissolved into unanswered calls until eventually they both stopped trying. Dale. Wow. It's been a decade. 10 years, 3 months, and about 16 days. But who's counting? She found herself smiling despite the knot forming in her throat. His precision, that slight self-deprecation, it was so Dale. "You sure you texted the wrong number?" she challenged. Honestly, yes, but maybe it wasn't a mistake. Maybe it was, I don't know, cosmic intervention? Sienna rolled her eyes, but the smile lingered. Ill-believing in fate. Someone has to balance out your skepticism. "How have you been, Sienna?" And just like that, they were talking. About inconsequential things at first. The weather, unusually warm for April. Their jobs, she'd been promoted twice, he'd won a Pulitzer. Mutual friends, fewer than expected after the breakup. But as midnight stretched into the small hours, their conversation deepened. "Remember that tiny Italian place in the village? With the chef who always gave us free limoncello?" Dale texted. "Of course, Vincenzo's. Their carbonara was like a religious experience. It's still there. I checked." Her heartbeat quickened. "You're in New York for the last month. Home base for now." The implications of "for now" weren't lost on Sienna. Dale had always been in transition, a nomad with a camera and insatiable wanderlust. His temporary stops eventually became her permanent heartbreak. "We should get coffee," he suggested after a pause that felt significant. "Just to catch up properly, no pressure." The rational part of Sienna, the part that had rebuilt her life brick by careful brick, knew that Coffee with Dale Wilder was like playing with matches while sitting on dynamite. But there was another part, a part she'd tried to silence for a decade that whispered, "What if?" Just coffee, she agreed, setting boundaries as much for herself as for him. Tomorrow? 2 p.m. at the grounds on West 4th? I'll be there. As Sienna set her phone down, she glanced at her bookshelf where, hidden behind a row of contemporary fiction, sat a shoebox of photographs, evidence of a life she'd once imagined with the man who'd just re-entered her life with 3 simple words. I miss you. Harper Munro's voice echoed in her head. Careful, Cy. Some doors aren't meant to be reopened. But Sienna had spent 10 years being careful, and where had it gotten her? Successful, yes. Fulfilled, debatable. Alone on a Friday night, definitely. She ran her fingers through her chestnut hair, longer now than when Dale had known her. She wasn't the same idealistic 20-something he'd left behind. She was sharper, more guarded, less willing to gamble her heart. She'd built a life without him, a good life. One coffee couldn't change that. Could it? Across the city in a rented Soho loft filled with photography equipment and half-unpacked boxes, Dale Wilder stared at his phone, hardly believing his luck. He'd meant to text Rebecca, a half-hearted attempt to resurrect a relationship that had ended largely because she wasn't Sienna. His fingers had dialed from memory, muscle recollection of a number he'd once known better than his own. "You're playing with fire," his friend Alex had warned when Dale mentioned being back in New York. "You broke her heart. You think she's just waiting around for you to waltz back in?" Dale knew better. Sienna Murphy wasn't a woman who waited. She was a woman who moved on, who built fortresses around her vulnerabilities. Getting past those walls would take more than charm and apologies. It would take the truth. And the truth was that for 10 years, he'd been running from the biggest mistake of his life. Tomorrow at the grounds, he would start making amends. Not because he expected forgiveness, but because Sienna deserved to know. Every landscape he'd photographed, every war zone he'd documented, every moment of beauty or tragedy he'd captured, he'd been looking for something that felt like home, something that felt like her. The grounds was exactly the type of place that would attract the new Sienna, minimalist but warm, with mismatched vintage furniture and an entire wall dedicated to local artwork. Dale arrived 15 minutes early, snagging a corner table that offered some privacy, while still allowing him a clear view of the entrance. At precisely 2:03 p.m, Sienna walked in. Time had been kind to her, or perhaps she'd simply mastered it as she had everything else. Her hair caught the afternoon light, revealing auburn highlights he didn't remember. She wore a simple emerald blouse that made her eyes appear almost amber, paired with tailored black pants and heeled boots that emphasized her confidence. She moved with purpose, scanning the cafe until her gaze locked with his. Dale stood, suddenly aware of his heartbeat in his fingertips. He'd spent the morning convincing himself this was just coffee with an old friend. The moment she walked in, that fiction dissolved. "Hi," she said, her voice controlled but soft. "Hi back." He gestured to the chair across from him. "I ordered you a latte. Oat milk, no sugar. Unless your coffee preferences have changed too." A flicker of surprise crossed her face. They haven't. She settled into the chair, placing her phone face down on the table, a conscious decision to be present. "You look good. The rugged photojournalist suits you. And you look successful, which isn't surprising." He smiled, taking in the subtle changes 10 years had wrought. Fine lines around her eyes that appeared when she smiled. A certain guardedness in her posture. "So," she began after an awkward pause, "a Pulitzer, huh?" Dale nodded, embarrassed by the pride that surfaced. "For the series on climate refugees in the South Pacific. It was intense, beautiful and heartbreaking." "I saw the photographs," Sienna admitted. "In the Atlantic. They were stunning, intimate without being exploitative." "You followed my work?" The revelation surprised him. "I'm a literary editor," It's my job to keep up with important cultural contributions. She took a sip of her latte, leaving an imprint of nude lipstick on the rim. It doesn't mean anything. But it did, and they both knew it. What about you? Dale asked, changing the subject. Pinnacle Publishing's rising star from what I hear. Who've you been talking to? She challenged, eyes narrowing slightly. Harper. We ran into each other a few months ago. She gave me the cold shoulder at first, then grudgingly updated me on your life while warning me to stay away. Sienna laughed, a genuine sound that made something in Dale's chest tighten. That sounds like Harper. She's fiercely protective. As she should be, Dale acknowledged. I didn't exactly leave on honourable terms. The statement hung between them, the first acknowledgement of their shared history. No, Sienna agreed quietly. You didn't. Dale had prepared speeches, rehearsed explanations, but sitting across from her, they all seemed inadequate. I was selfish, he said simply. I convinced myself I was doing it for us, but I was doing it for me. I needed to see the world, make my mark. I didn't realise what I was leaving behind until it was too late. When did you realise? Her question was pointed, her gaze steady. In a refugee camp in Bangladesh, I was photographing this family, parents, 3 kids, grandmother, who'd lost everything in a flood. But they were laughing, sharing one mango between them, and I thought, this is what I've been trying to capture, this feeling of home, of belonging, no matter where you are. And then it hit me that I had that once, with you. Sienna's expression softened slightly, but she remained silent. I tried calling, Dale continued, about 2 years after I left, but your number had changed, and Harper told me you were seeing someone. Marcus, Sienna nodded. He was nice, safe, predictable. What happened? He proposed after a year. I realised I couldn't say yes to someone when I was still... She trailed off, looking away. Still what? Dale pressed gently. Haunted, she admitted. By us, by what could have been. Their conversation flowed easier after that confession, as if acknowledging the elephant in the room had given them permission to be honest. They exchanged stories, her promotion to senior editor, his close call in a Syrian airstrike, her brother Greg's wedding where she'd caught the bouquet and promptly handed it to another guest. Remember that bookstore in Williamsburg? Dale asked as they finished their 3rd round of coffee. The one with the ladder that got stuck when we were in the poetry section, Sienna finished, smiling at the memory. And you kissed me for the first time while we were waiting for the owner to rescue us. Still there, Dale said. The bookstore, I mean. I walked past it yesterday and almost went in. Why didn't you? He met her gaze steadily. Some places are too sacred to revisit alone. The implication lingered between them. We could go, Sienna suggested, surprising herself. After this, for old time's sake, Dale's expression brightened. Just to browse books, right? No getting stuck on ladders or making out between the stacks. Definitely not, she agreed, but the slight flush in her cheeks betrayed her. This is just closure, or friendship, or something. But as they walked the 15 blocks to Books and Brambles, their hands brushed once, twice, and on the 3rd time Sienna didn't pull away when Dale's fingers tentatively intertwined with hers. It was supposed to be just coffee, she reminded herself. But then again, it was supposed to be just a text, and before that just a fling, and before that just a stranger with kind eyes and a camera asking if he could photograph her reading in Washington Square Park. With Dale Wilder it had never been just anything. The bookstore was exactly as they remembered and completely different. The same warren of shelves and hidden reading nooks, but with fresh paint and new inventory. The owner, a woman in her 70s with silver dreadlocks, recognised them immediately. "Well, look what the literary gods dragged in," she exclaimed, embracing Sienna. The editor and the photographer, together again. "Just catching up, Marisa," Sienna clarified, acutely aware of Dale's hand still loosely holding hers. Marisa hummed sceptically. The poetry section missed you. Third floor, left corner. Those Neruda books haven't been the same without you two steaming up the pages. Dale laughed as Sienna blushed. We'll be on our best behaviour, he promised. They browsed separately at first, falling into their old pattern. Dale in photography and travel, Sienna in fiction and poetry, but gradually they gravitated toward each other, sharing discoveries, reading passages aloud, debating authors' merits just as they once had. Listen to this, Sienna said, reading from a slim volume of contemporary poetry. What if we are just the sum of moments we didn't turn back, roads untaken, words unpoken? What if love is just the courage to reverse one such moment? Their eyes met over the book, and the years between them seemed to compress. I should have come back, Dale said quietly. After that first assignment, I should have chosen you. Sienna closed the book carefully. And I should have been brave enough to follow you, or at least to answer when you finally called. Why didn't you? Because I was afraid, she admitted. Not of travelling or of change, but of being someone's afterthought. Your camera always came first, Dale. I couldn't compete with your passion. It wasn't a competition, he countered, or it shouldn't have been. I was young and stupid and thought I had to choose between my art and my heart. And now? The question slipped out before Sienna could stop it. Dale stepped closer, close enough that she could smell the familiar scent of him. Sandalwood, and something uniquely his. Now I know better. Now I know that the greatest art comes from being fully alive, fully present, and I was never more alive than when I was with you. The moment hung between them, charged with a decade of unresolved feelings. Sienna was acutely aware of every point of almost contact, his breath on her cheek, the heat radiating from his body, the magnetic pull she'd spent years trying to forget. She stepped back. I can't do this again, Dale, she said softly. I built a life after you left. A good life. I can't risk that for whatever this is. He nodded, respect and disappointment mingling in his expression. I understand, but can I ask one thing? What? Let me show you New York through my lens. One day, as friends. There's an exhibit at the Whitney I think you'd love, and a new restaurant in Chinatown that serves these dumplings that would make you reconsider atheism. Sienna laughed despite herself. That's quite a claim. I stand by it. Saturday, no pressure, no expectations, just two old friends experiencing the city. She should say no. Every instinct for self-preservation screamed it, but there was another voice, quieter but persistent, that whispered, What are you so afraid of? Saturday, she agreed. I'm serious, Dale. Friends, nothing more. He placed a hand over his heart. Scout's honour. You were never a scout. Details, details. As they parted ways outside the bookstore, Sienna found herself watching Dale walk away, his camera bag slung over his shoulder, his stride confident but unhurried. Once, watching him leave had broken her heart. Now it sparked something else, anticipation, curiosity, and the unsettling sense that her carefully constructed life was about to be gloriously disrupted. Back at her apartment, Sienna called Harper. You saw Dale? Harper asked incredulously after Sienna explained. Voluntarily? Without a lawyer present or a sharp object in your purse? It was just coffee, Sienna insisted, and a bookstore visit, for closure. And I'm just running a cafe, not building a cutthroat coffee empire. Harper's voice softened. Be careful, Si. That man has more power over your heart than you like to admit. It's different now, Sienna argued. We're different. People don't change that much, Harper warned, and your heart certainly hasn't. After hanging up, Sienna found herself standing before her closet, wondering what one wore to a just friends outing, with the man who still appeared in her dreams. She pushed aside a box on the top shelf and a cascade of photographs spilled out, memories she'd packed away but never truly discarded. She and Dale in Central Park, his arms around her waist, her head thrown back in laughter. The two of them on a Brooklyn rooftop watching fireworks illuminate the skyline. Dale sleeping, his face peaceful, one arm reaching across an empty space as if searching for her even in dreams. Sienna gathered the photographs, intending to return them to their box, but instead found herself spreading them across her bed, reconstructing a timeline of their relationship. The beginning, all excitement and discovery. The middle, deep connection, talks of forever. The end, arguments about priorities, tearful ultimatums, and finally absence. What would their story look like now, she wondered, if given a second chance? Or was Harper right? Were some doors better left closed? Across the city, Dale was asking himself the same question as he edited photographs from his latest assignment. Work that once consumed him now felt hollow compared to the vibrant, complicated reality of being in Sienna's presence again. His phone buzzed with a text from Alex. How'd it go with the one that got away? Dale stared at the screen, considering his response. She didn't get away, he finally typed. I let her go. Big difference. And now? Alex pressed. Dale thought of Sienna's guarded eyes, the way she'd pulled back in the bookstore, the careful boundaries she'd established. Now I'm trying not to make the same mistake twice. He put down his phone and picked up his iPad, scrolling through images until he found what he was looking for, a photograph taken 10 years ago of Sienna silhouetted against the Brooklyn Bridge, her profile illuminated by the golden hour light. He'd carried this image with him across continents, a talisman of what he'd sacrificed for his art. Not this time, he whispered to the empty room. This time, I choose differently. Saturday dawned bright and unseasonably warm, a perfect New York spring day that seemed determined to foster romance despite Sienna's best intentions. She dressed carefully, casual but put together in slim jeans, a soft blue blouse, and a lightweight jacket. Professional but approachable, friendly without being flirtatious. At least that was the plan. Dale waited for her outside the Whitney, looking infuriatingly handsome in dark jeans and a grey Henley that emphasised his shoulders. His face lit up when he spotted her, a genuine smile that created familiar crinkles around his eyes. You came, he said, as if he'd half expected her to cancel. I said I would, she replied, suddenly shy. The exhibit was a retrospective on American photojournalism, featuring works from the civil rights movement through the pandemic. Dale guided her through with expert commentary, his knowledge enhancing the already powerful images. This photographer, he explained, gesturing to a haunting image of a protest, was my mentor for a while. He taught me that the camera isn't a shield, it's a bridge. We don't document to separate ourselves from what's happening, but to connect others to it. Sienna studied him as he spoke, struck by the passion that still animated him when discussing his craft. Is that why you go to the dangerous places? To build bridges? Partly, he admitted, but also because I'm searching for something, the perfect image that says everything without words. I thought I needed to travel the world to find it. And have you found it? Dale's gaze met hers, steady and sincere. Not through the lens, no. The implication hung between them as they continued through the exhibit. Their conversation flowed easily from art to politics to literature, punctuated by comfortable silences and occasional brushes of hands or shoulders that sent electricity shooting through Sienna's carefully maintained composure. After the museum, they wandered through the West Village, stopping at a farmer's market where Dale insisted on buying fresh strawberries. Trust me, they're transcendent. And a tiny spice shop where Sienna introduced him to a blend she'd discovered in his absence. Sprinkle this on scrambled eggs and prepare to have your life changed. It was during lunch at the Promised Dumpling restaurant, which did in fact serve transcendent food, that their careful dance of friendly conversation veered into more dangerous territory. Do you ever wonder, Dale asked, refilling her teacup with practiced ease, what would have happened if I'd stayed? Or if you'd come with me? Sienna considered deflecting, maintaining the comfortable buffer they'd established. but the truth pressed against her chest like a physical weight. All the time, she admitted, especially when I'd see your photographs in magazines. I'd think, I could be there with him, watching him work, sharing that moment. I thought about you in every city, Dale confessed. In Paris, I kept visiting this little bookshop, thinking how you'd love the poetry section. In Tokyo, I found this stationery store with handmade paper that would have made you weak at the knees. Why didn't you ever write? After that one call, I mean. Dale set down his chopsticks, his expression serious. Pride, fear. The longer I waited, the harder it became. And then I saw an article about your promotion at Pinnacle, with a quote about how you'd found your purpose, and I thought, maybe you were better off without me. That wasn't for you to decide, Sienna said quietly. I know that now. Dale reached across the table, his fingers brushing hers. I know a lot of things now that I was too young and stupid to understand then. Sienna didn't pull away. Like what? Like the fact that purpose isn't just about work. It's about who you share your life with, who you come home to. Like the fact that seeing the world means nothing if you don't have the right person beside you experiencing it too. His words resonated in a place Sienna had tried to keep walled off. When did you get so wise? She asked, attempting humour to disguise how deeply he'd affected her. Somewhere between a refugee camp in Lebanon and a hospital in Myanmar. His smile was tinged with sadness. Nothing clarifies your priorities like photographing people who've lost everything but still find reasons to go on. After lunch, they walked to Washington Square Park, where they'd first met 16 years ago. Dale, a photography student looking for subjects. Sienna, an English literature major reading Austen on a bench. You asked if you could photograph me, Sienna recalled as they found a spot near the fountain. I said no, but you agreed to coffee instead, Dale finished. Best rejection I've ever received. They sat in comfortable silence, watching children chase pigeons and street musicians compete for attention. The familiar weight of Dale's camera around his neck was a reminder of who he'd always been, an observer, a capturer of moments, forever seeking the perfect frame. May I? He asked suddenly, lifting his camera. For old time's sake. Sienna hesitated, then nodded. The camera shutter clicked, once, twice, 3 times as she gazed at the fountain, then turned to face him with a question in her eyes. Beautiful, he murmured, more to himself than to her as he reviewed the images. You've always been my favourite subject. Can I see? He handed her the camera, their fingers brushing in the exchange. Sienna looked at the photographs, herself in profile, then turning, then looking directly at the camera with an expression so open, so unguarded, it startled her. Is this how you see me? She asked softly. It's who you are when you forget to be careful, Dale replied, when you're just being Sienna. Something shifted between them in that moment, a wall crumbling, a distance closing. Sienna found herself leaning toward him, drawn by a force she'd never fully escaped. Sienna, he began, his voice rough with emotion. I know I said friends, but... Her phone rang, shattering the moment. It was Mark Dawson, her boss. I'm sorry, she apologised, standing to take the call. I have to... Go ahead, Dale nodded understandingly. The conversation was brief but consequential. An author had pulled out of a major project, creating a crisis that required Sienna's immediate attention. I have to go, she told Dale apologetically. Work emergency. Of course, he stood, disappointment evident despite his smile. Duty calls. Thank you for today, she said, suddenly reluctant to leave. It was more than I expected. Does that mean we can do it again? His question was casual, but his eyes searched hers for deeper answers. Sienna knew she was at a crossroads. She could retreat to safety, to the life she'd built without him, or she could take a risk, open a door she'd kept firmly shut for a decade. I'd like that, she decided, her smile genuine. Call me? Count on it, Dale promised. And this time when they parted, Sienna didn't look back. Not because she was afraid, but because she knew with certainty that this wasn't an ending. 2 weeks later, their just friends pretense was threadbare at best. They'd spent nearly every free evening together. Dinner at hidden gems Dale had discovered, readings at bookstores Sienna loved, long walks through neighbourhoods they'd once explored as a couple. Each meeting ended the same way, lingering gazes, almost touches, and the growing recognition that they were merely postponing the inevitable. It was after dinner at Harper's Cafe, a slightly awkward affair where Harper had alternated between pointed questions and protective glares, that the carefully maintained boundary between them finally collapsed. "Your friend is terrifying," Dale commented as they walked towards Sienna's apartment. "I'm pretty sure she was mentally calculating how to dispose of my body if I hurt you again." "Harper's bark is worse than her bite," Sienna laughed. "Usually." "I deserved the 3rd degree," he admitted. "I'm just grateful she didn't poison my food." "The night's still young. Those stomach cramps might kick in any minute." They reached her building, pausing at the entrance in what had become their ritual of restraint, saying goodnight without crossing the invisible line they'd drawn. "Well," Dale began, hands in his pockets to stop himself from reaching for her. "Thank you for dinner." "Thank Harper. It was her cafe." "But your company." Sienna looked up at him, at the face she'd once known better than her own, at the eyes that still saw her in a way no one else ever had. "You want to come up?" she asked impulsively. "For coffee or something?" Dale studied her face, searching for certainty. "Are you sure?" She wasn't. Not entirely. But she was tired of caution, tired of wondering. "Yes," she decided. "I'm sure." Her apartment reflected her, elegant but comfortable, with bookshelves lining every available wall and framed literary quotes instead of conventional art. Dale moved through the space carefully, as if trying not to disturb the life she'd built in his absence. "You still have it," he observed, spotting a framed photograph on her desk, the two of them at Coney Island, windswept and laughing. "I couldn't bring myself to throw it away," she admitted. "It was a good day." "The best," he agreed, turning to face her. "Sienna, I need to tell you something." Her heart stuttered. "What is it?" "I've been offered an assignment, a big one, a year-long documentary project in South America, following indigenous communities fighting deforestation." The words hit her like a physical blow. "When do you leave?" "That's just it. I haven't accepted yet." He stepped closer, his expression earnest. "I told them I needed time to consider it." "It sounds like exactly the kind of project you live for," Sienna said carefully, trying to ignore the sinking feeling in her stomach. "Why wouldn't you accept?" "Because there's something else I live for now." Dale took her hands in his. "Something I should have never left in the first place." "Dale." "Let me finish," he insisted gently. "I'm not the same man who left you 10 years ago. I don't need to chase recognition or adventure at the expense of what really matters. What matters is this: you and me, and the life we could build together." "So you're saying you'd turn down the assignment?" Sienna asked, unable to keep the skepticism from her voice. "The old Dale would never do that." "I'm not saying I wouldn't take it," Dale clarified. "I'm saying I wouldn't take it without asking you to come with me. Or without discussing how we could make it work long distance if that's what you wanted. I'm saying I choose us, Sienna, however that looks." The words were everything she'd once wanted to hear, and yet, "How do I know you won't change your mind? That wanderlust won't call you somewhere I can't follow." "Because I've seen the world without you, and it's empty," he said simply. "Because every amazing sight, every incredible sunset, every moment worth capturing, they all felt incomplete. I kept thinking Sienna should be here. Sienna would love this. I wish I could share this with Sienna." He cupped her face gently. his touch achingly familiar. "I'm not asking for an answer about South America tonight. I'm just asking for a chance to prove that this time is different. That I'm different." Sienna stood at the precipice of a decision that could reshape her entire life. The sensible choice would be to protect herself, to maintain the independence she'd fought so hard to build. But as she looked into Dale's eyes, she recognized a truth she'd been avoiding since that first text message. Some loves don't die. They just wait for the right moment to bloom again. "I need time," she whispered, "to think about what this means, what I want." "Take all the time you need," Dale assured her, dropping his hands. "I'll wait. I'm good at that now." He moved toward the door, respecting her need for space, but Sienna caught his wrist. "I didn't say you had to leave." Their kiss, when it finally came, was like returning to a beloved book, familiar yet full of new discoveries. His hands remembered the curve of her waist, her fingers recalled the texture of his hair, and their bodies fell into a rhythm that 10 years apart hadn't erased. Later, tangled in sheets and shared breaths, Sienna traced the new scars on Dale's body, evidence of the life he'd lived without her, stories written on his skin. "What happens now?" she asked, head resting on his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. "Now," Dale said, pressing a kiss to her forehead, "we stop letting fear make our decisions for us." Morning brought clarity and complications. Sienna woke to find Dale already awake, watching her with a tenderness that made her heart constrict. "Creepy," she mumbled, stretching languidly. "Beautiful," he countered, kissing her shoulder. "I forgot how your nose scrunches when you're dreaming." The intimacy of the observation, the fact that he had once known her sleeping habits, that he remembered such a detail, was both comforting and terrifying. They'd fallen back into each other's arms as if the decade between had been merely a pause, not a separation. But reality couldn't be held at bay forever. Over breakfast, Dale making omelettes in her kitchen as if he belonged there, they talked around the subject of South America, focusing instead on safer topics, the manuscript Sienna was editing, the exhibit Dale was planning for his refugee series. It was only as they finished their coffee that Sienna finally asked, "When do they need your answer?" about the assignment. 3 weeks, Dale replied, his expression carefully neutral. "But I meant what I said last night. I won't make any decision without considering us first." "What if there is no us?" Sienna challenged, needing to test his resolve. "What if last night was just closure?" Dale set down his mug, his gaze steady. Was it just closure? She wished she could say yes, could retreat to the safety of her independent life. But the truth hummed in her veins. "No," she admitted softly, "it wasn't just closure." "Then we figure it out," Dale said with quiet determination. "Together. No ultimatums, no running away, not from me, not from you." The next few weeks passed in a blur of rediscovery and negotiation. By day they maintained their separate lives, Sienna immersed in a publishing crisis, Dale preparing for a gallery showing. By night, they rebuilt what had been broken, sharing stories of the years between, relearning each other's bodies, confessing fears and hopes in the safety of darkness. "What if you come for part of it?" Dale suggested one evening, as they sat on Sienna's balcony, watching the city lights shimmer. "You could use some of your vacation time, stay for a month or two. I could come back between segments." "Long distance," Sienna mused, swirling wine in her glass. "The very thing we couldn't make work before." "We're not the same people we were before," Dale reminded her. "I have more control over my assignments now. You have more flexibility with remote work. Technology's better. We could actually see each other every day, even when we're apart." Sienna considered it. The prospect wasn't ideal, but it was a compromise. Something neither of them had been willing to attempt a decade ago. "I need to think about it," she said finally. "Not just about logistics, but about what I want, for myself, for us. Dale nodded, accepting her hesitation without pushing. That, perhaps more than anything, convinced Sienna that he truly had changed. The old Dale would have pressed his case, would have tried to persuade her with passion and promises. This Dale gave her space to find her own answers. The decision crystallized for Sienna not during a profound moment of revelation, but in the quiet ordinariness of a Tuesday evening. She'd had a disastrous day at work, an author threatening to pull their manuscript, a printing error in a major release, Charlie from marketing having a complete meltdown over a missed deadline. She'd arrived home exhausted, mentally composing her resignation letter, and found Dale in her kitchen chopping vegetables. "Bad day?" he'd asked, taking one look at her face. Without waiting for an answer, he had poured her a glass of wine, guided her to the couch, and simply listened as she vented her frustrations. No solutions, no platitudes, just presence and understanding. Later, as they ate the simple but delicious meal he'd prepared, Sienna realised something profound. In all her years of independence, in all her carefully constructed self-sufficiency, she'd forgotten the simple comfort of having someone to come home to, someone who saw her, not just her competence or her success, but her humanity, her vulnerability. "I want this," she said suddenly, interrupting Dale's story about a photography student he had been mentoring. "The pasta?" he asked, confused. "I can make it again tomorrow if you want." "No," Sienna laughed, then grew serious. "This, us, a life together." Dale set down his fork, his expression a mixture of hope and caution. "Are you saying?" "I'm saying I don't want to be afraid anymore." She reached for his hand across the table. "I'm saying that whatever form it takes, South America, New York, long distance, side by side, I choose us. I choose you." The smile that bloomed across Dale's face was like sunrise. "You're sure?" "I've never been more sure of anything," Sienna confirmed. "Which is terrifying, by the way. I hope you appreciate the personal growth happening here." Dale laughed, then sobered. "I do, and I promise you, Sienna Murphy, I will never take that trust for granted." They began planning, not just for South America, but for a shared future. Dale negotiated with his agency, arranging for regular breaks in the year-long project. Sienna spoke with Mark about remote work possibilities. They discovered solutions neither would have considered at 24. Compromises that felt not like concessions, but like choices made with clear eyes and open hearts. 2 days before Dale was scheduled to leave, disaster struck. The kind of disaster that tests not just new relationships, but fundamental values. "They need a different photographer," Dale announced, his face ashen as he entered Sienna's apartment after an emergency meeting with his agency. "The one who was covering the Syrian refugee crisis had an accident. They need me to take over." Sienna felt her heart sink. "Syria, not South America." Dale nodded, his expression torn. "It's a critical assignment. These people's stories need to be told, but it's also significantly more dangerous, and our carefully arranged schedule would be impossible," Sienna finished for him. "War zones don't accommodate visit planning." "I told them I needed to discuss it with you before giving an answer," Dale said, taking her hands. "This isn't just my decision anymore." Sienna realised they were at another crossroads, the very one they'd faced a decade earlier, but with higher stakes and deeper understanding. "What do you want to do?" she asked, needing to hear his honest answer. Dale closed his eyes briefly, then met her gaze with unflinching honesty. "Part of me wants to take the assignment. These are stories that need witnessing, and I'm good at what I do, but a bigger part, the part that finally has perspective, wants to tell them I'll recommend someone else, that I've made my choice, and it's you." The words hung between them, heavy with implications. Sienna recognised the magnitude of what he was offering, not just a change of plans, but a fundamental shift in priorities. she also recognised that asking him to give up this work would be asking him to be someone he wasn't. "Take the assignment," she said finally. Dale's eyes widened. "Sienna, let me finish," she interrupted gently. "Take the assignment, but not because I'm giving you permission or because it's the only option. Take it because it's important work that you're uniquely qualified to do. Take it knowing that I'll be here when you get back. Not waiting, but living my life alongside yours, even when we're apart." "You're sure?" Dale searched her face. "This isn't exactly what we planned." "When is life ever what we plan?" Sienna smiled, though her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "We'll adapt, make new arrangements, find ways to stay connected, and when you're between assignments, we'll be together, really together." "I love you," Dale said simply. "I never stopped." "I know," Sienna replied, recognizing the truth that had always lived beneath her defenses. "Neither did I." 6 months later, Dale returned from his first rotation in Syria, thinner, older somehow, with new shadows in his eyes, but the same tenderness in his touch. They spent 3 weeks reconnected, sharing space and breath and dreams, before he had to leave again. It wasn't perfect. There were difficult days, lonely nights, technological failures at the worst possible moments. There were arguments over time zones and missed calls, fears that went unspoken until they erupted in tearful midnight confessions. But there was also a depth to their love that had been missing before, a maturity born of separation and choice, a certainty that had been tested and proven resilient. 1 year after the wrong number text that had reconnected them, Dale returned to New York for what Sienna thought was another brief visit between assignments. Instead, he arrived with news. "I've accepted a position at the New York School of Visual Arts," he announced as they walked through Central Park, autumn leaves crunching beneath their feet. "Teaching advanced photojournalism with time built in for independent projects." Sienna stopped walking, stunned. "You're staying in New York?" "Not just in New York," Dale clarified. "With you, if you'll have me." "What about your field work?" Sienna asked, needing to be sure. "The stories you feel compelled to tell?" "I'll still tell them," Dale assured her. "I've arranged for 8 weeks each year for international assignments, but the rest of the time I'll be here, building a life with you." "You won't resent it?" Sienna pressed. "The compromise?" Dale took her face in his hands, his expression serene in its certainty. "It's not a compromise, Sienna, it's a choice. My choice, the right one, finally." From his pocket he withdrew a small velvet box, not new, but familiar. The same ring he'd given her 12 years before, the one she'd returned when he'd chosen his career over their relationship. "I kept it," he explained, seeing her recognition, as a reminder of what I'd lost, what I hoped to find again someday. He didn't kneel, they were beyond such formalities. Instead, he held the ring between them, an offering rather than a question. "Marry me," he said simply. "Not because it's expected or traditional, but because I want to choose you every day for the rest of my life. Because we've proven we can survive distance and time and our own worst tendencies. Because there's no one else I want to build a home with, grow old with, argue with, and love with every breath I have left." Sienna looked at the ring, a modest diamond flanked by sapphires, chosen by a younger Dale who'd known her taste even then. She thought of the journey that had brought them to this moment, the pain, the growth, the unexpected second chance. "Yes," she answered, her voice steady with certainty. "Not because we need a piece of paper to validate what we have, but because I want the world to know that I choose you too. That we chose each other, eyes wide open, knowing exactly what we're getting into this time." As Dale slipped the ring onto her finger, a perfect fit, despite the years between, Sienna realised that their story wasn't about fate or cosmic intervention or even a fortuitous wrong number. It was about two people who loved each other, enough to grow, to change, to meet in the middle of their separate paths and forge a new one together. Later that night, as they lay tangled in sheets and plans for the future, Dale murmured against her hair, "You know, I lied about that first text." Sienna propped herself up on one elbow, curious. "What do you mean?" "Wasn't a wrong number," he confessed. "I knew exactly who I was texting. I'd gotten your number from Harper months before, but never had the courage to use it." "You sneaky," Sienna swatted his chest, laughing. "So much for cosmic intervention." "Oh, I still believe in fate," Dale grinned, pulling her closer. "It just needed a little help from me." "From us," Sienna corrected, kissing him softly. "It's always been about us." And in the quiet sanctuary of their reconnection, with the city lights painting patterns on the ceiling, and the future stretching before them, imperfect but chosen, complex but certain, they finally understood what had eluded them a decade before. That love isn't about perfect timing or dramatic gestures or even shared passion. It's about the courage to choose each other, again and again, through distance and doubt and the messy reality of two separate lives becoming one shared journey. Sometimes the right love starts with a wrong number, and sometimes it just takes a decade to get the message.